Hey guys, and welcome back to another video. And this is a type of video that I have never done before. In this video, I'm going to be ranking all 126 English Pokemon trading card game expansions. And this is not a tier list video like I've done before and like you can easily find on YouTube. This is a video where I'm truly going to be talking about every single Pokemon TCG set ever released, anywhere from like a minute to 5 minutes. If I like the set more or I really hate the set, then chances are I'm gonna have more to say on it than the ones in the middle of the video. But I really am giving each and every set the time of day in this video. And I'm sure that was already apparent by the obscene length of this video. Usually I'm just gonna be talking about the pros and cons of each set, basically justifying my ranking for every set on the list. This is probably a video you can watch without many visuals. How this video is edited is as I mention a card, it's gonna pop up on screen. But there's nothing crazy with the visuals in this video that you need to like outwardly pay attention to. So if this video is helping you fall asleep or while you're doing chores or anything, then chances are you don't really need to look at the screen that often. It's pretty hands off. And yeah, just for fun, at the end of every set, I'm going to give you my top 5. Basically, every time I finish talking about a set, it's just going to pop up saying, hey, here's my top 5. An obvious thing I would like to mention right now, I understand this video is going to become outdated immediately after I post it. So, Pokemon is going to continue to release main expansions for like the next 100 years or something stupid, basically until they stop making money off of it, which will be a long time. So no matter when you're watching this, chances are the video is already out of date. So, to make up for it, what I did is this video only goes up until the final Scarlet and Violet era set, Black Bolt and White Flare. However, it's a little bit weird, you'll have to see when you're watching it, but like I started writing this video and did all the rankings before Deaths and Rivals came out, so I'll talk about Deaths and Rivals and Black Bolt and White Flare in between the 11th and 10th spot on this list, but they won't actually be included in the ranking because this only goes up to Journey Together, because that's when I finalize the ranking, the script, and recording all my lines for it. And then anything that comes after that, Mega Evolution, Phantasmal Flames, Ascended Heroes, Perfect Order, all of that will not be included in this video. However, once the Mega Evolution era is over, if this video does well enough, chances are I will do like a little sequel video telling you where those sets would have ranked on this list. And yeah, that's about it. Before we get into the worst set they've ever made, I'd just like to give a huge shout out to Pokelector for being my #1 source of not only the backgrounds of the rankings, but also for the card images themselves. Very few times would I have to go out of my way to find a specific card on the internet without just dragging it off of Pokelector. So I'm not sponsored or anything, but just huge thanks for having an open website where I can take the images right off of it. You're probably going to see a lot of stamps on the cards that say Pokelector, and I'm just going to say thank you right now because I used it a lot for this video. That's about it. Without further ado, let's jump into the worst set Pokemon has ever made. Starting off this video is the absolute worst Pokemon card set I have seen, POP Series 8. A little term that you're going to have to get very familiar with in this ranking is when I call something a PNG Pokemon. This, I'll put one on screen right now, is when a Pokemon card uses the stock art of a Pokemon, basically the one that if you go online and search out the Pokemon on Google, it's the art that you would find. And they just put it in a basic background and do maybe like a thing or two to it. I hate these cards. A lot of the sets that feature these cards, especially as holos, and especially if they do it as ultra rares, will be very low on my ranking. And this one has so many PNG Pokemon in it. And the ones that aren't PNG Pokemon are just basic cards. My top 5 for this set has no holos in it, and it's just 5 commons and uncommons, because genuinely, all of the holo cards in the set, the only thing worth getting the POP series sets for, are all PNG Pokemon, which completely destroys them because they're barely even artworks. They're just like slapped on there. It's not even just that. It's the fact that the POP series sets are so small. With only 17 cards, they still have some of the worst cards I've seen in any of these sets. This truly is one of the most unforgivable and unlikable Pokemon card sets out there, and I truly believe it is the worst one that I had to look at for this ranking video. Not every POP series set is bad. This one isn't great though. POP Series 6 is definitely an improvement over POP Series 8 because it has holo cards that are actually worth something. Not many, but it has something to go for when you're opening the set. For set 126, surprising absolutely nobody, we have POP Series 9. Again, I would put this at a similar quality as POP Series 6, where there is a couple of cool holos here, but really the rest of the set is just nothing. It's also the last one they ever did, and the POP series of sets was such a mixed bag already, that the last one is just like such a nothing, like stale, white bread kind of set. And at the end of the day, I guess it's nothing bad, but every other set above it has something that I can say with certainty is good. And I cannot say that about POP Series 9. For set 125, we have our first real set. We have Black and White Emerging Powers. Black and White Emerging Powers is the second set in the Black and White era. And unlike the other early Black and White sets, which was Black and White Base and Noble Victories specifically, the full arts here, which you know are kind of the big chase cards in the Black and White era, are really bad. The Tornadus and Thundurus full art cards are the only chase cards in the entire set, and they are just not good. They're so basic. I almost feel like with the Thundurus one, that they just took a basic artwork of Thundurus, almost like a PNG Pokemon, but a little bit better than those, and just slapped like a basic Google search Thunder image in the background and said, yep, that's our full art card. And it's just so uninteresting. A lot of the cards I ended up liking in this set, as you're going to see in my top 5, were just like the uncommon and common cards. Like there was a Gothorita that had really cool artwork, and a Whimsicott that I thought was really cute. And when those are the highlight of a set for me, you know that you did something wrong. For set 124, you have the first set where it's something that I feel other than just bland disappointment. EX Delta Species is one of the worst sets I have ever seen. And that is saying something, because there is cool stuff here. There's gold stars, right? Gold stars, I love gold stars, but comparing these gold stars to the ones from previous and later sets in the EX era is night and day. The Groudon and Kyogre look so much worse than any of the other gold stars that I've seen. And Metagross is not enough to save the entire set. I love Metagross, I think it's a great full art, but when I only like one card from the set, that is a real problem. So, aside from that, what do we have? You know, you have those 3 gold star cards. You gotta have something else, right? No, you have 3 EX cards. 3 lowercase EX cards. And spoiler alert for later, I really don't like the lowercase EX cards from the EX era. But only having 3 in a set is just really disappointing. They're not incredible looking cards. You can pump these out almost as much as you can pump out common and uncommon cards, because they're basically just those cards with a cool holo pattern put on them. But only having 3, and then having 2 of the 3 ultra rares in the set already being disappointing, it's not enough for it to be a good set. But the other thing that really bothered me with this set is the gimmick. So Delta Species, you take a Pokemon, you change its type. It's basically an earlier version of Terrestrialization from Scarlet and Violet, but they don't do anything with it here. All 6 of the ultra rare cards in the set are their normal basic types. For a set that's supposed to introduce us to Delta Species Pokemon, you know, Pokemon that have weird types, they don't do anything special with it here. They just save it for the commons and uncommons in the set. But for me, who's looking through all these sets looking for cool standout cards, it is really disappointing that the central gimmick of your set, the thing you are named after, is not even used in the set. Delta Species, what happened? It's such a downgrade from any other set I've seen so far. Alright, you want another set that really makes me mad? Number 123, Sun and Moon Forbidden Light. And I know what you're thinking, how is this one anywhere near as bad as Emerging Powers or the POP series sets? I will tell you why. This is one of the laziest sets Pokemon has genuinely ever made. Probably since base set 2, and we'll get to that one, trust me. But I genuinely hate this set. I wouldn't even say I hate Delta Species, or I hate Emerging Powers, but I do hate Forbidden Light. And I can explain it all in one word. Reprints. So, reprints are a thing that all card games do. If you have a really competitive card, you need to reprint it, you need to put it in a tin, in a box, so that way people can play with it. Reprints are okay. Base set 2 reprinted the base set. Legendary Collection reprinted the base set. Evolutions reprinted the base set. Those all came out in different years. Forbidden Light takes cards from the set before it, from a set that came out 3 months before it, which in case you don't know is Sun and Moon Ultra Prism, and takes the same artworks, which sometimes aren't even very good, and just changes the type. It's the same artwork, but it makes me so mad because it was the set that directly came before it. They were so lazy that they couldn't even bother to give them like a PNG artwork, which I know doesn't take them that long because all they need to do is look up the image online, put it into the card, and call it a day. They didn't even do that. They took the same artwork from the set that came out 3 months before and just reused it. And you know what's even worse? They did it for some of the ultra rare cards. The Dialga and Palkia in the set, the Dialga and Palkia GXs in the set, are taken directly from Ultra Prism and just have the types changed. I cannot imagine being a kid, opening Ultra Prism, getting a Palkia EX, opening a set of Forbidden Light, which came out 3 months later, and getting the exact same Dialga EX, same artwork, and everything. I don't get it. Just take some out of your, like, EX boxes, or I guess GX boxes at the time. Take some out of the tins and put it in the set. Don't include cards that we just had. I don't get it. And, like, reprints, they do reprints in the Sun and Moon era. There must have been something going on with the artists at the time, because later in, like, the Celestial Storm Lost Thunder era, they take a lot of artworks from, like, the E series of sets and reuse it. That's still kind of lazy, but in a kind of cute, charming throwback way, right? Taking cards from the set before and reprinting it is so unbelievably lazy. And there's PNG Pokemon in the set, just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, right? A lot of the cards that are unique to Forbidden Light are PNG Pokemon, which, as I mentioned, probably didn't take a lot of time to make. Now, I can't say this set is all bad. As much as it really bothers me, the whole reprint thing, there are some good stuff in the set. The Sun and Moon era thus far has been fantastic with its full art trainers, and there are some really good ones here. I truly don't believe that any other set makes me as mad as this one, and while in my list I am trying to be as unbiased as possible, I really can't rank this any higher. I wanted this... Okay, this probably is the set I hate the most. This is probably my least favorite set Pokemon has ever done. But I can't look you in the eyes and say it's worse than Emerging Powers, Delta Species, or like any of the Pop Series sets. I just can't. Because again, there are some cool full arts here. At the end of the day, there are rainbows and full arts and GXs that are unique. So if you're opening it, you do have stuff to look for. But it's just kind of completely buried under so much garbage. For set 122, we have what by far started my least favorite era of Pokemon, EX Ruby and Sapphire. This set is underwhelming in a lot of ways. I wouldn't say it makes me as mad as a set like Delta Species, and it definitely doesn't make me as mad as Forbidden Light does, but EX Ruby and Sapphire is just kind of a bad set. There is a lot of PNG Pokemon here, like a lot. Like I would honestly say a majority of the cards in the base set are PNG Pokemon. And I get it to an extent because this was the first set that the new company had to do. Basically after Wizards of the Coast lost their license, this was the first set that started after it. So in a way I could kind of excuse it, but I do know that for the foreseeable future of these EX series sets, these PNG Pokemon are not going anywhere. And then they do pop their heads up in some later eras, like the Black and White era, and the Sun and Moon era specifically. So yeah, I am less forgiving on a set like this, because I know that it wasn't just a one-time thing. However, a lot of the basic cards in the set, a lot of commons and uncommons, kind of save it a little bit. I think they have some wonderful artwork. Some of the holos here, fantastic. I love the Beautifly and Dustox here. I think their holos are really cool. And we also have lowercase EX cards, which I don't like. I really think that the lowercase EX cards are just too basic for me. So the way that they do the lowercase EX cards in this era is they either make the Pokemon really dark and supposed to be cool, but because it's from like the early 2000s and they're on computers obviously, it's really hard to achieve and they always look kind of weird. The effect never really worked for me. The backgrounds are never usually good on those cards. And for the ones that aren't, they just kind of look like basic either holos or just commons in the set, which is really disappointing to me. Kind of looks like they just took normal basic Pokemon cards and gave them a cool holo texture and said, there we go, make it lowercase EX cards, which is kind of like, especially when we get into later sets. I'm comparing this against 20 years of Pokemon, so of course their first attempt at ultra rare Pokemon cards isn't going to work as well. But again, by the metric of this ranking video, if I don't like the EX cards, I have to put the set lower down on the list. Overall, it's a kind of disappointing set. I wouldn't say it's bad. I would just say it's very, very not good. For set 121, we have POP Series 7, back to the POP Series sets. And this is kind of a weird one for me. This is the POP Series set that I'm the most conflicted on, because on one hand, it doesn't have the cooler cards of the earlier ones. Again, some of the most iconic Gold Star cards are in one of the POP Series sets. You got EXs in the first one. And this one doesn't have any crazy hits or ultra rares here, which makes it a little bit disappointing. On the other hand, nothing here is bad. Like, there isn't really one card in the set that I truly dislike. And the holos here are pretty cool, especially the Ampharos. I really love the Ampharos holo. So, yeah, well, it may not be as grand or exciting as any of the sets I've listed thus far, like Black and White Emerging Powers or even Forbidden Light, for example. There's nothing that I dislike about it, which I can't say about any of the sets below it. That being said, it's still a 16 card promo set that has no ultra rares in it, but it's not bad. I guess it's a perfectly like okay C tier set because it's just okay. For set 120, we have another smaller set that is not a POP series set. We have Detective Pikachu for number 120. Detective Pikachu is a small set. It has about 20 cards in it, and all of them are holo, which is a good start, much better than a lot of the POP series sets already. But all of them kind of follow in the same style as the movie, and by that I mean they all look gross and realistic. I was never a huge fan of how they looked in the Detective Pikachu movie. It's fine. This set's fine. It has about 20 holos in it. You get 4 cards in a pack. You get a lot of packs in a box. They just did it to tie in with the movie, and I get that, but they really should have added some kind of ultra rare here. Even just having like one like Mewtwo GX in the set would have made a world of difference. And they made it a little bit rare, you know, you give people a reason to open up Detective Pikachu packs. Because as is, all you're getting in a pack is 4 different holos. You can complete the set in about 5 packs if you're lucky, which is about 2 boxes. It really would have made a big difference if they had a big chase Mewtwo GX in the set. And it makes me a little more upset because I know that these cards existed. Because around the time the set came out, they did a lot of boxes featuring like Greninja GX and Mewtwo GX and Charizard GX. So how about instead of putting those in tins and boxes and stuff like that, you put those in the set? That would have made the set way cooler, and even if they're like alternate art versions of those, you could still have your promos just with an alternate art promo and then put those in the set, or you could put it as the promo and in the set, just to give people a reason to keep opening the packs after you open like 3 of them, because there really isn't enough cards in the set, especially for a Sun and Moon era set, a set that came out in like 2017, correct me if I'm wrong, put it on screen right now. There needed to be more here, and that's really disappointing. But what we have is fine, but again, it really needed just a little bit more to make it a good set. For set 119, we have Black and White base set. Again, I'm going to be a broken record at this point, especially for a lot of these latter sets on the list, the ones I don't like as much, but there's just not enough here, man. I feel very similarly to this set as I do for a lot of the base sets up to this point. I feel very similar to the way I felt about Diamond and Pearl base. We'll get to that one because we only have 2 real chase cards here. We have the Reshiram and Zekrom full art. My bad, everybody. We have a very strange secret rare Pikachu also. I thought it was shiny, but upon further inspection, I don't even think it is. I think it's just like a normal Pikachu. And like it kind of reminds me of like the Shining Pokemon from the Neo series because it has like a weird texture on it, but it's just weird. And it's a secret rare, so it's like valuable or whatever, but I don't get why because it just looks like a normal Pikachu card that'd be from the set. I don't know, man. That card's weird. I will say though, the Reshiram and the Zekrom are genuinely both fantastic. I love the jet black Zekrom and like the pure white of the Reshiram because it really matches, you know, the black and white games, the black and white Pokemon, and it really makes the cards pop. I think that this set definitely needed more, For what it is, though, it is a huge improvement over what we got in Emerging Powers, because the Reshiram and Zekrom are cool cards, unlike Emerging Powers where I thought none of them were cool. But yeah. So remember what I just said about Black and White only having 2 Ultra Rares? We can apply that to Diamond and Pearl Secret Wonders also, because guess what? There is only 2 Ultra Rares in the set. Now, there is only 2 level X's in the set. That's the Ultra Rare for the Diamond and Pearl era, by the way. And the Gardevoir, I think, is pretty cool. I like the Gardevoir level X. I think it's a nice card. The other one is of my least favorite Pokemon of all time. Out of all 1,025 Pokemon, don't like the Murkrow line. Murkrow and Honchkrow are my top 2 least favorite Pokemon they've ever made. And the other level X in the set just so happens to be Honchkrow, which means there is effectively 1 cool card here, because the Honchkrow doesn't even look that good. There are a couple Honchkrow cards, I'll put it on screen right now just to prove a point, that I think look alright. They're just basic cards from like Sun and Moon or whatever, but they look okay. This one doesn't look good. I'll be real. The Gardevoir level X being the only ultra rare here really hurts the set. I think that the holos here are solid. I wouldn't say I'm in love, but they're solid. And the main set is solid also for what it is. But Diamond and Pearl was already not my favorite era ever. And to have a set where there's only 1 level X worth talking about is kind of just really disappointing. And while we're on the topic, 117 is Diamond and Pearl base set. And my main problem with this one is that there's 3 level X's to choose from. I know, it's like you're picking up on a pattern of how I rank this. I will say though, the Empoleon level X and the Torterra level X are really cool, and the Infernape level X isn't bad. It's okay, but again, only having 3 level X's is just not enough. The EX era, as much as I didn't like the EX era, the EX era gave us like 10 EXs in every set. So while the Diamond and Pearl era was a refresher for me, because I like level X's way more than I like the lowercase EX cards. Well, going from like 10 lowercase EXs, a couple gold stars, a couple secret rares in every set, to really only having the 3 starters as level X's was really underwhelming to me, even if I do really like the level X starters in this set. But for me, this set has one glaring problem. Can you guess? It's PNG Pokemon. So a lot of the main set is PNG Pokemon. And while it does bother me in every other set it's in, for a base set, it's really, really disappointing, because Pokemon like Starly, and even some of the starters to an extent, their first cards ever printed are just PNG Pokemon, which is really, really disappointing, which definitely takes a few points away from the set though. So, fun fact, while I was searching for the next set to talk about in my Word document, apparently I typed the word EX 308 times while writing paragraphs about each set. The more you know. Number 116 is EX Power Keepers. This was the first set, because I did look at them in chronological order. The first set I looked at was base set, the last one I looked at was Journey Together. It was the first set that really genuinely disappointed me. So, the gold stars here are good, full stop. There's nothing else good in this set. And my main problem with this is the set that came before it was EX Dragon Frontiers, which, spoilers, is a set I actually really enjoyed. It's really something when I enjoy an EX series set, because most of them I really did not like. But EX Power Keepers, coming after one of the best EX series sets to being one of the worst EX series sets, was really disappointing. All of the beautiful holo cards that we've had that I adore from this era of Pokemon are gone. Almost all of them are replaced by PNG Pokemon. Delta Species, oh, you know, that really cool thing that we had in that one set, and of course Dragon Frontiers, which I really enjoyed what they did with it there, gone. Not one Delta Species here. You know, this was one of the last EX series sets, if not the last one. Just got rid of it. They were like, you know what, we're done with Delta Species. We don't need them anymore. you know what, that really cool gimmick we just came up with, and in Dragon Frontiers we did a really cool thing with spoilers. We're just gonna get rid of it. We don't need it. And guess what? The EX Pokemon are actually much better than a lot of the ones in the era. But that doesn't save the set, alright? Aside from the EXs, some EXs, and the Gold Stars, almost all of the cards in this set are PNG Pokemon. Commons, uncommons, rares, holos. They're all here. Every single aspect of the set. I couldn't go 3 cards in a row without one being a PNG Pokemon. It was infuriating. Genuinely. And I'm just so sad because it came after probably the best EX series set. And it's really disappointing that I had to put it this low because, again, by the end of the EX era, they kind of got their stuff together and they just kind of lost it here, which is really, really disappointing. Number 115 is Base Set 2. So Base Set 2 is an interesting beast to talk about because a lot of people will die on the hill that Base Set 2 is a good set. But it's something where, as I'm looking through these sets, Base Set 2, I believe, is the 5th. I can look, actually, I numbered these. It's the 4th! Even worse, the 4th set that came out in the Pokemon TCG. The only ones that came before it were Base Set, Jungle, and Fossil. They had 3 sets to their name, and they decided, you know what, let's fill a set entirely with reprints. I have a mixed history with reprints when I was making this video. And the reason is just because of how soon they come after the set they steal from. Base Set 2 came out, I believe, a year after the original base set. And sure, it does take cards from Fossil, and Jungle also, but they don't do anything cool. Like in Legendary Collection, they give them cool Firework Reverse Holos. In Evolutions, they update some of the cards to be playable, and they add EXs and breaks. They do something interesting with those. Hell, in Forbidden Light, they changed the types of the Pokemon. Here, nope. These are just the exact same cards that you just gave us not even a year ago in a reprinted package. That being said, the original style of cards are really cool. Stuff like the Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise are always going to be cool cards. They're going to be reprinted till the end of time. They're still pretty cool. Like, these cards are still really cool. I love Jungle, Fossil, and Base Set. So having those 3 sets reprinted at the end of the day is just a set full of really cool cards. But I just can't excuse the fact that it's just reprints. You know, it's just really disappointing. Number 114 is Black and White Noble Victories. This was the last set to exclusively feature full art Pokemon as the main gimmick of the Black and White era, and it is definitely the best of the 3, but as you can tell by its placement, I still don't think it's a fantastic set by any means. I would say it's only slightly better than Black and White base. The reason for that is because there's more full arts than 2. There is 5 full arts. I would say I do like the Victini a lot. Probably not as much as the Reshiram or Zekrom, but I do like the Victini. And we also have the Swords of Justice, which are a little bit basic to me. The Terrakion is different, but it's kind of weird. Kind of looks like he's like sitting down, like he just got like shamed, like he's a little dog or something. It's very weird to me. And guess what? The Pikachu from Black and White base has a cousin in this set. We have a Meowth Secret Rare, which again, I can't tell if it's shiny. But what's even weirder is I think it's cooler than the Pikachu because it has like a little gold coin on the actual card itself, which, you know, kind of implies that it's more of a secret rare rather than just like a basic card they added shine to. Definitely an improvement over the Pikachu, and it's weird that it's the only other card of its kind. Like, it was the Pikachu in this, and then they never did something like this again. There is something very special about this set that puts it above the other 2. There is our first example of a full art supporter. We have N. N is the first ever full art trainer ever printed in the Pokemon card game, and I'm putting the set up higher just because of that. They realized that with Black and White base and Emerging Powers, what they were doing was not working. So they were like, quick, we need something else. So they did full art supporters in this one, and in the next set they started to do EX Pokemon, which is definitely a better direction for them to take. And N, while not being my favorite full art of all time, means a lot to the Pokemon card game because full art trainers are still in sets to this day. Literally to the most recent set, Journey Together, we are still getting these full art cards. So this N is very important for the card game, And for what it is, it's a cool card. It's definitely my favorite of the set, which wasn't a high bar to reach. And I think it's a really cool idea to have the supporters from the game on full art cards, and I think it looks really good. And then the Victini is also very solid, so that's 2 solid cards. I'm glad to see that they're improving. I hope that maybe one day one of the black and white sets will be pretty high up on my list because it's not looking so good so far. Number 113 is Pop Series 3, and the main thing with these Pop Series sets that I haven't mentioned yet is that there are some cool ones in here. POP Series 3 is a little bit different because there's no ultra rare cards I particularly love, but it does have a very nice Flareon and Blastoise holo, which are 2 of my favorite Pokemon, so that's why that one is as high as it is. But for the rest of these POP Series sets, it usually comes down to a card or 2, an ultra rare or 2 that I like. Sometimes it's an EX, sometimes it's a gold star, sometimes it's like a cool holo, like in POP Series 3. So, let's go ahead and get this over with. 112 is Pop Series 4, 111 is Pop Series 2, 110 is Pop Series 1, and 109 is Pop Series 5. 108 is Dragon Ball, and I should be a lot harsher on this set than I am. I was very harsh on Detective Pikachu, and obviously I was very harsh on all of the POP series sets. Now, the reason I'm putting Dragon Ball above those is that I think the cards are a lot cooler. So every card is a holo, much like Detective Pikachu, but while Detective Pikachu had cards like Morlul and Bulbasaur, no hate, those actually ended up being some of my favorites. This is all Dragon Pokemon. This was the set that introduced Dragon Pokemon into the trading card game, and something about the way that the old school Dragon cards are colored and the black and white holo pattern on it, and some of like the Dratini and Dragonair cards having like a cool rainbow effect in the background, I like the majority of cards in this set. I will say, I think that the same problem with this set is the same as Detective Pikachu, where they should have absolutely thrown an EX or a full art or something different in the set just to give it that little more spice, because again, back in the day, if you open up Dragon Vault, you could complete it in about 5 packs because all cards are the same rarity and there's nothing too special about it. I will also say 2 of like the 20 cards or whatever, which is already not that much, are like trainer cards. There's like an EXP share and something else I can't remember. Like, if you're gonna give us a 20 set featuring Dragon Pokemon, don't put an item card in it, because nobody actually cares about that. Set number 107 is Dragon Majesty. This was a special expansion that came out in the middle of Sun and Moon. Actually, it's more towards the end, I believe. And this one is weird, again, because of the time it came out. This was plopped right into the middle of the tag team era of Sun and Moon, which was one of just my favorite eras in Pokemon, period, because I like the pretty artworks. So it's just really underwhelming. Again, I did put it above Dragon Vault, but I would honestly say Dragon Vault did a better job of celebrating dragons, which is saying a lot because the set is a lot bigger and it features more Pokemon. But, you know, it just feels normal. There's like normal GX cards in the set, normal full arts. Nothing about this set screams special. And especially coming from the era of Sun and Moon where we're getting the cool tag team alternate arts, a highlight for me here is actually the normal GXs and not the full arts. Usually in the Sun Moon era, I'm very mixed on the full arts, but here I think they're okay. I think they're better than most sets, but I think they're still okay. The problem I have with Sun and Moon full arts, you're gonna see this later too, is that the background always blends in too much with the normal card. These ones don't have that problem though. It's still there, but it's not as obvious. And I also kind of appreciate how every card in Dragon Majesty isn't a dragon Pokemon. You know, there's like Totodile on the set. And I would say there's about 50 cards in the main set, around 35 if we get rid of the stupid like PNG mons. And that's just like not enough for a late stage Sun and Moon set, especially for a special expansion that you're supposed to buy like these bigger boxes and get multiple packs. It's the same problem that I have with Dragon Ball and the POP sets and Detective Pikachu. It's just not big enough. But this one does have GX cards in it, which I will say is an improvement. We can knock EX Hidden Legends out real quick, number 106. There's no gold stars at this point in the EX era. The EXs are all bad. I don't really love any of the EXs here. I think I might have put one on my top 5. Yeah, I put the Ninetales. Oh, I know the Ninetales. The Ninetales has like the eyes coming out. It's okay. Yeah, and the Groudon and the Regice are in my top 5 also. I don't even remember what those look like. I'm sure they look fine. But the main thing for these EX sets, especially the earlier ones that keeps me coming back, is the holo cards. Again, there are some really nice holo cards here, like the Melodic and the Walrein. Those are the other two in the top 5, by the way. The holos are what saves the set, because these holos are genuinely better than anything I've seen in any EX set up to this point. Still doesn't mean I like the set. I don't think the set is good at all, but it has a couple of alright EXs and some pretty solid holos. So for an EX series set, it's not bad, I guess. This set's fine. It's whatever. It's nothing bad. It's nothing great. I think the EXs here are more mediocre than downright bad. There's good holos as per usual. Really good gold stars. The Registeel is really nice, actually. I'm a big fan of the Registeel gold star. And then there's a couple okay EXs. I think the Arcanine's actually pretty solid for EX standards. So yeah, take everything I've said about the non-Delta species EX era sets so far, which is basically that they're very mediocre, and apply it to this one, because it's a mediocre EX era set. So this is the third Diamond and Pearl era set for 104, Diamond and Pearl Mysterious Treasures, and I do strongly believe that this is an improvement over Diamond and Pearl base, but it still really isn't anything amazing. It's very similar quality-wise, but it's the same thing, because there's still 3 level X's. Granted, I like all 3 of them. It's not like Diamond and Pearl base where I thought Infernape was only okay. No, I like all 3 of these level X's. They're definitely the top 3 of the set. I think Lucario is probably the weakest, but the Electivire and Magmortar are very cool looking, actually. And the PNG problem is less of a problem here. It doesn't mean they're not popping up. There's still like 10 to 15 of them here, but it gets a lot worse in the Diamond and Pearl era, so it's like whatever. The Diamond and Pearl era holos are weird, because you can tell that they definitely started working on computers, and they're kind of like weird 3D modeled Pokemon. There's still some good ones here, though. I won't lie. Here's some good ones on screen right now. So while it is only really the 3 level X's to chase, they are probably the most solid set of 3 Ultra Rares to chase I've seen in a while. Doesn't mean the set's good, but it's an improvement over the other sets. So this is the first set of the Sun and Moon era, with number 103 is Sun and Moon base. And I think it's okay. I would say we are moving out of the point of sets being downright bad and moving into the ones that I think are okay. So right off the bat, new era, we got GXs, we got holos, new style of card completely, full arts, rainbows, which have never been my favorite cards, and gold trainer cards. And I think starting with GXs, I think I do prefer them over the uppercase EXs from the XY era. And they remind me a lot of Vs from Sword and Shield in the fact that they are basically like mini full arts, which I think is really cool actually. So even the lowest rarity of cards in the set, you get this really cool full art with the Pokemon taking up almost the whole card with just the attacks on it. That's a really cool change. I love GX cards, I love V cards. I think that is a fantastic change. I'm a little bit sad we went back to lowercase EXs on Scarlet and Violet, but I still love the GXs and the Vs. They're probably my favorite Ultra Rares that we've had. And we also have a full art for almost every GX card in the set, and Rainbow Rare versions of them too. This is something that Sun and Moon started and Sword and Shield continued, where it kind of almost feels overwhelming to me. And I think that if you just had one or the other, that would be okay. I think having both the full art and the Rainbow Rare is too much. I think you need to either choose to have the regular GX and a Rainbow Rare, or the regular GX and the full art. I think having both is just a little bit too much. Also, a problem with a couple of base sets in the more modern series of sets, I guess you could say, is that they just choose the weirdest Pokemon to represent. So, Sun and Moon, obviously the 7th generation of Pokemon. You know, they have Pokemon like Solgaleo, Lunala, the starters. These all make sense, right? And then they choose Gumshoos? I get it, he's like a Route 1 Pokemon, but if we're going off that, why not like Vikavolt or Toucannon, which are much more popular and much cooler Pokemon than Gumshoes. And then you also have Pokemon like Lapras and Tauros, which, yes, they're ride Pokemon in the game, but like having a Gen 7 Pokemon, like, you know, like Tapu Koko or something like that. Yes, I know Guardians Rising was the next set and they did the Tapus, but it's just weird for the first set introducing us to Gen 7 Pokemon to feature like Tauros, Lapras, the Gen 2 evolutions, which ended up being some of my favorites in the set, so I mean, who am I to judge? But like, it's just weird that they wouldn't choose Gen 7 Pokemon for this set. I will say, starting with this set, the entire Sun and Moon era has had fantastic full art trainers. I think that this is the strongest the full art trainers have ever been. But honestly, the full art trainers and some of the normal GXs really are the only cards from these earlier Sun and Moon sets that I look on and say those are cool cards I'd want. Because opening this today, there would not be many cards I'd want. Like Gumshoos GX, I'm okay. And then a lot of the full arts are just not for me, same with the Rainbow Rares. So I'd really be going for just the full art trainers and the normal GXs, which is really disappointing because full art Pokemon tend to be some of my favorite cards. And I feel like I am ranting too much. I've explained my point. Let's move on. Number 102 is Sun and Moon Crimson Invasion. Now, I would love to be a contrarian to the masses. People hate this set. People say it's one of the worst modern sets, and I agree to an extent. In terms of modern sets, especially for Sun and Moon, it is not the worst. It is only the fourth worst Sun and Moon set, in my opinion. But yeah, there really isn't anything in this set. I love collecting it today. I love buying singles of older like Sun and Moon XY sets because they're cheap and I like completing sets. And Sun and Moon Crimson Invasion was one of the easiest sets I've had to complete because people don't like this set. I can buy all the like rares and holos from the set for like 20 cents each. So it was really fun for me to complete the majority of the set because I never really opened it back in the day. But yeah, again, ultra rare wise, there really is nothing here. It has basically the same problems as the other Sun and Moon early sets, just like Sun and Moon base, only now it has Ultra Beasts. And Ultra Beasts are okay. I do not feel strongly one way or the other. No hate, no love. They are certainly Ultra Beasts. But I will say that the Pokemon choice here, while not as egregious as Sun and Moon base, is still strange. You have like Gyarados, which is kind of like the main guy. He's the one that's the most valuable nowadays. But like, what does Gyarados have to do with Sun and Moon? Especially Crimson Invasion. Like, you should be giving us the Ultra Beast, and I know you did that, but like, I don't know. There's like Gyarados and Alolan Executor. Alolan Golem is a really strange choice. Actually, I'll take that back. I'm contracting my paragraph. I like Alolan Executor. I think he's a cool choice. It's just a fine set. It's a little bit better than Sun Moon base because I think that the highs are much higher. Again, I think that the full art trainers here are genuinely fantastic. They have so much color and they pop so much, which is the exact opposite of what the full arts do. That's why I think I like them so much. But I kind of wish there was more here. I guess the holos, I don't really comment on the holos in much of the modern sets because there's so much else to look at. But the Sun and Moon holos thus far have been pretty cool. It's not going to save the set by any means. I still think this is one of the weakest sets Pokemon's ever done. Number 101, we have Champion's Path. This is a very recent set, and by very recent, I mean like 2021. And fun fact, according to my list when I was writing the script, this is the 100th Pokemon set ever released. That is probably the most interesting thing I have to say about Champion's Path, because I have beef with this set. First of all, some positives. V's here, genuinely fantastic. Like the Gardevoir V, Incineroar V, Venusaur V, they're all really cool, and they're just normal Vs in the set. I also think that the Pokemon they chose to get these, really cool. Like Incineroar, Venusaur, Gardevoir, it feels like something that you don't see in every set, and I kind of like it, actually. I think that they did a really good job balancing new Gen 8 Pokemon with some cool old favorites like Gardevoir. I think it's a really cool decision. I will say, the rest of the set is mostly problems. First of all, it's a smaller set. I have tended to rank smaller sets lower than the bigger ones before. It is about 100 cards total, and it's just... I like the normal Vs. Full stop. There really isn't much else here. I will say there's like 3 or 4 full arts in the set. I think those are pretty cool, but In terms of like full arts from the Sword and Shield era, they really aren't anything amazing. I honestly think that the regular Gardevoir V might be a little bit cooler than the full art, which is weird to say because it's obviously going to be much less expensive and a lot less rare. But man, I don't know. And then there's also the problem of opening this set. So the thing about this set is there's about 70 cards in the base set, and you get a holo in every pack, which means when you're opening the set, unless you get an ultra rare, you are seeing the same cards every time. And if you know me, my recent openings, I have been hating on Obsidian Flames because there's no variety in the regular holos in the set. That is the same thing here. The amount of times I've seen a Machamp come out of one of these packs is absolutely insane. There's also the other elephant in the room, the Charizards. The Charizards are the best two cards in the set, hands down. There's the Rainbow Rare Charizard VMAX and the Shiny Charizard V. My problem from the set comes that those Charizards don't belong in this set. The Rainbow Rare Charizard VMAX should have been included in Darkness Ablaze, and the Shiny Charizard V should have been either in a box or in Shining Fates. I feel like Pokemon realized that nobody would pay for Champion's Path, because what are you going to go for, the Gardevoir full art? There really isn't much else here if you take away those Charizards from the set. So I feel like they had no faith in this set selling whatsoever, that they had to steal Charizards from two other sets, which by the way makes both of those sets much worse in my opinion, especially Darkness Ablaze, we'll get to that, because it doesn't have the Rainbow Rare Charizard VMAX, because they waited to put it in Champion's Path. Also, the Rainbow Rare trainers are also from Darkness Ablaze. Why does the set have no original cards? And guess what? The Alchemy VMAX that should be in this set, because this is the set that features Alchemy, they moved to Shining Fates. Why? They made such baffling decisions with this set, and it's so dumb. I really don't get it. I like the set, but I don't like that it's like $400 because there's two Charizards that don't even belong to this set. Those are not cards from Champion's Path. They should be in Darkness Ablaze and Shining Fates. I don't understand why they were put here. It doesn't make any sense. The 100th best Pokemon card set of all time is Sword and Shield base set. Sounds really good, and then you realize that there's 99 sets that are better than this. And this set is kind of the perfect example of mediocrity. This is such a C, C+, B- tier set. It's just so average, especially for a new era. I've taken a lot of beef with like Black and White base, Diamond and Pearl base, Sun and Moon base, because for the base sets of these eras, they really don't do anything special. And I will say that is the exact same problem I have with Sword and Shield base. For example, what are the big chase cards here? Zacian and Zamazenta. And then what are the other Pokemon we can chase? Snorlax. We got Lapras again. For Gen 8 Pokemon, we have like Morpeko and Stonjourner. Indeedee? What the hell were they smoking when they chose those Pokemon? Yes, let's show everybody our new generation of cool Pokemon with Indeedee and Morpeko. What's that? There's more? Torkoal? Keldeo? Tapu Koko? Wobbuffet. I wrote a list because of how strange it was on the thing. It's so weird. And I get that Lapras and Snorlax have VMAX forms, but that doesn't excuse the 20 other guys that don't make any sense here. It's just such an awful way to introduce us to Galar, and it's such a bad way to introduce V cards to us. The only reason I think the set is better is because I really like V cards, I really do. And I think that full arts are a vast improvement. They have such nice and unique, diverse backgrounds. Like the Torkoal is a really colorful background, even though it's Torkoal. The VMAXs, I'm actually a big fan of VMAXs. I think they were gone too soon. Really does a good job representing Dynamax, and especially Gigantamax with the Snorlax and Lapras. I think those cards are probably some of my favorite in the whole set. And I think the Bead and the Marnie, and especially the Team Yell, all look really good, actually. I think that most of the full arts in the set do look very, very good, and they're still very colorful, and the Vs are an improvement. But again, it's just such a weird set. For number 99, we have EX Crystal Guardians, a very status quo set for the EX era. You have really cool holos and really bad EXs. I know, usually about typical for these kind of sets. I will say, Gold Stars continue to be fantastic. We have Alakazam and Celebi, both of which are unique picks, especially because we were only 3 gens in at this point, so there's not a huge amount of variety. I think those are really cool Pokemon, and I do really like what they did with them for the Gold Stars, because Gold Stars continue to be the best part of this era.
Other than that, though, nothing here is really mind-blowing. Yeah, I like the Manectric Hollow, and there is a funny Diglett in the set, which I really like. But, like, the rest of the set's, like, fine, you know? It's okay. I guess nothing here is offensively bad, like some of the other sets we've had so far, but it's still nothing great. I don't know, this set's okay. Number 98 is X and Y base set. Another base set ending up lower down on my list. And it has the exact same problem as Sun and Moon base, Sword and Shield base, Black and White base, and Diamond and Pearl base, in the fact that there is not a lot here. First of all, let's take some problems from the more recent generations. I complained about Sword and Shield having a lot of non-Gen 8 Pokemon. Apply that to this set also, except for only have 2 of the potential EXs in the set be Gen 6 Pokemon. There is only Xerneas and Yveltal, which is the bare minimum Pokemon I would expect to be in the X and Y base set. Other than that, we have like Emolga and Skarmory, and then the Kanto starters. Not Charizard though, just Venusaur and Blastoise. And that is it. That is all we get in this set. And for what they are, the full arts are really good. I like the EX full arts a lot, the uppercase EX full arts. Again, they couldn't have made this any more confusing with the EXs and the EXs and the EXs. But yeah, I like uppercase EX full arts a lot, and I do like a lot of the ones here. I like the Venusaur and Blastoise a lot. I like the Xerneas and Yveltal a lot. And then I also really like the Mega Pokemon here. I think it was one of the cooler gimmicks they're doing. I know they're bringing it back. They literally just announced it in the most recent Pokemon Presents that they're bringing them back. Also, they don't have full arts in this one. The Mega Venusaur and Mega Blastoise are just the Mega EXs. They don't get any cool full art versions yet, which does kind of make the set not as great as some of the other ones, as well as the fact that we don't have any like full art trainers or anything like that. It just feels like a very empty set. Kind of like what Shrouded Fable was for Scarlet and Violet. I feel like they only took like one set from Japan and transferred it over, just because I feel like there's not a lot here. Number 97 is Diamond and Pearl Legends Awakened, and this is one of the more conflicted sets on the list. I think it is overall a good set, but there's a lot in this set that I just don't like. On one hand, they did fix the problem of the smaller amount of ultra rares in these sets. We have a lot more level X's to look at, but some of them are not great. I don't like the Gliscor or the Rhyperior specifically. I just feel like, yay, we finally got more level X's, but in this case, a lot of the more level X's that we got are just not very good. I think that all the Lake Spirits look fantastic. Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf all have genuinely great looking level X's. And I think that a lot of the hollows here are an improvement over the earlier sets, even if one of them is a PNG Pokemon, but that's the problem we've had before. I will say though, what really bothers me about this set is there is just so many PNG Pokemon. Like, they are not even trying. It's just really annoying at this point. Even worse is that they're so obvious. They literally spent 5 minutes working on them. And it really does bother me, and it really does drag down the set. But again, I think that all 3 of the Lake Spirits have wonderful level X's. The Mewtwo's a nice level X, and there's some good hollows in the set. So overall, Diamond and Pearl is definitely improving, even if we're not quite there yet. Number 96 is EX Unseen Forces, and surprise, surprise, we have another underwhelming EX era set. None of the EXs here are good, surprise. Some of the hollows are good, but some of them are just like whatever. And the main highlight for me is the 3 beasts as gold stars. All 3 of them look very nice, but it's still just not my favorite era of cards, because the EXs, the main draw of the era, the thing it's named after, all of these sets are EX something, just don't look good. They look like basic cards to me. And I'm sure if I grew up with them, I would change my opinion completely, but knowing what we have nowadays, EXs, GXs, level Xs, full arts, whatever, stuff like that, so much better than the EXs from this era, and it really does drag down these sets. For number 95, we have EX Dragon, and I do feel a little bit bad for putting this over Unseen Forces, because at least that set had the weird unknown subset and like a cool few gold stars. This one doesn't have gold stars because it's an earlier EX era set. It does have a secret rare line of Charmander, Charmeleon, and Charizard, and they're pretty cool. I like all 3 of them, but it is something very unique for a set like this, and it really does make it stand out compared to the other EX sets, because at a certain point these sets become kind of a rhythm. You're like, oh, here's the EXs, Here's the gold stars. That's an EX era set. This one, it's like, no, we have a cool Charmander secret rare line, and that definitely makes it better than a lot of the other EX sets. That being said, it still has the same problems. There's not a lot of cool cards here, I will say. Like the Rayquaza EX and the Ampharos EX are probably some of the better ones from the EX era, but then there's also these that I don't like as much. So we're not there yet, but there's some better ones here, and it's definitely better than every other EX set I've talked about so far. For number 94, we have X and Y Furious Fists. This is definitely the weakest XY set that we have. I would still say it's overall solid, but it really does still do a couple things that really bother me. I will say, at this point in the card game, full arts were not oversaturated like they are today. So all of the cards in the set are still really cool and unique, and I really like how the EXs were turned into full arts. I think they're definitely the highlight of the sets for me. Main problem here is that there isn't really one card that I need to get. I think that the Dragonite EX and the Lucario EX full art are the closest, but even then I don't love those cards. Number 93, Diamond and Pearl Majestic Dawn. So this is a great improvement for the Diamond and Pearl era. This set's solid, actually. The holos here are genuinely really good. I love how most of them are in like battle stances because it really adds a lot to the artwork. And there are so many less PNG Pokemon here. I only counted 6 in the base set. Granted, the base set's only around 80 cards, but 6 out of 80 isn't bad, like at all. That's really good. Also, the level X's here are all solid. I don't really care for the Garchomp that much, but the Leafeon and the Glaceon are very nice. And again, a lot of the holos here are nice, so I would overall say that the set is decent. Number 92 is Sun and Moon Burning Shadows. And before you say anything, yes, I know there's a $400 Rainbow Charizard in the set. I don't care for the $400 Rainbow Charizard. I think it is a little bit underwhelming. Fight me on that. But when we look at the rest of the set, even not looking at the Charizard, I really think it is standard quo for early Sun and Moon. I think the highlight of these sets, other than the full art trainers, genuinely are just like the normal GXs. Like the Ho-Oh GX and the Gardevoir GX, way better than both their own full arts in the set, but most of the other full art GXs in the set also. And since most of the GX full arts are generally underwhelming to me, the full art trainers looking colorful and very different do genuinely make these sets for me. Kiawe, Guzma, and Plumeria are no exceptions to these. I think these cards are wonderful. Other than that, I think that the Sun and Moon era of cards are all okay in terms of like the base set, you know, the holos, the rares, commons, uncommons. I think they're all overall solid, but nothing really stands out in my mind. You have rainbow rares, which are hit or miss for me, but here they're mostly misses. So I would say the set is more boring than anything else, which I know is weird for the set that has the $400 Charizard in it, but I don't like the Charizard that much, and if we take it out of the equation, it really is just an okay Sun and Moon set. But you know what? At least the Charizard in the set actually belongs to this set. They didn't save it for the special set after. Looking at you, Champion's Path. I was very surprised that I ranked Sun and Moon Lost Thunder as number 91 because at a glance, there is a lot of cool stuff here. You have some cool full art Pokemon, yes. I think that some of the GXs here actually look good. You have consistently solid full art trainers. I think that the Morty and Professor Elm are fantastic. But other than that, I'm looking at this set, and I was struggling to write my thing for this. Like, I could not think of a lot of positives for this set, other than just, like, repeating what I say about all the other Sun and Moon sets. That, you know, there's some good normal GXs in the set, and I like the full art trainers. Other than that, I was genuinely struggling, because this set, in many ways, is just a straight-up follow-up to the set before, Celestial Storm, which I also had problems with, but was able to overlook it, because I thought that they did a lot of other stuff good. But it really does just feel like they did Celestial Storm 2. And that really does, in a way, bother me. Because I feel like the set has very little personality otherwise. Like, when you think about who the main, like, character, or, like, the main Pokemon that you're going for in Lost Thunder, who do you think of? Like, Zeraora, like, Lugia, Celebi. Like, none of these Pokemon are really, like, creative, or, like, Pokemon that stand out in your mind as, like, oh, you know, that's the main guy in the set. You think of Burning Shadows, you think of Charizard. You think of Champion's Path, well, you think of Charizard. Think of Sword and Shield base, you think of like the Snorlax and the Lapras. I just didn't get that with Lost Thunder, you know? I couldn't think of like any cool, notable Pokemon in the set because it's all ones that we've either seen so many times before, like Lugia or Celebi, or it's Pokemon that nobody cares about, like Shuckle, or like Blacephalon. Like, these are, yes, they're Ultra Beasts and they're unique to the Sun and Moon era, but when I look back on the set, I'm not like, oh boy, Blacephalon GX. I'm just like, oh, Blacephalon GX. And Macargo and Sigilif, and there's just like some very strange choices for this set, and I don't like it. And for the first time since the Diamond and Pearl era, we have PNG Pokemon back. Woohoo! And they're just as lazy as ever, if not more. Something about them being on modern cards really does rub me the wrong way, especially because most of them are put in backgrounds that really just doesn't match the Pokemon at all. It's so lazy and it really does bother me. But again, there is good stuff here. I'm going to give props where props is due. Alolan Ninetales GX Full Art is probably one of my favorite cards from the Sun and Moon era, period. Something about the way that the pink matches the blue Pokemon works really well because it's a different color than what the Pokemon is. Because the problem I have with most of these GX Full Arts is that the Pokemon blends into the background too much. So having the blue on the pink works really well for me. Lost Thunder does have good stuff in it, but again, I could not think of many positives when I was writing it, other than just the basic Sun and Moon stuff, so I had to put it a little bit lower on the list. Number 90 is Sword and Shield Darkness Ablaze, and this is really disappointing to me because this set is very underwhelming. And that's a shame because I do genuinely have a lot of good memories opening the set, but again, trying to be unbiased and comparing it to every other set in the card game, it is very not great. It's not bad. There is good stuff here. It's just overall the set is very underwhelming compared to everything else. But the main problem with the set is that it feels incomplete. A lot of the reasons I don't like a lot of these lower sets is because they don't feel complete to me. This one is missing a certain Rainbow Rare card that we talked a little bit about earlier, but overall, this set is fine for an early Sword and Shield set. There are some cool Pokemon Vs, like I really like Mew and Galarian Slowbro, but even then, those Vs that I like never ended up getting full arts or rainbows or anything like that. They are just the Vs. I think that the full art trainers here, while not being as solid as the first two Sword and Shield sets, are still solid. They still kind of carry over the charm of the Sun and Moon trainers for me, which again was the best part of that era. We still have a lot of those to cover, but much like the other Sword and Shield sets, what's here isn't bad. It's just that what's here has already been done by two other sets before it and two sets that'll come after it. So all I'm saying is that I think this set is cool, but if it was just a little bit more, that would be even better. Number 89 is Sword and Shield Rebel Clash, and I will be the one to say it. This set definitely gets a really bad rap. I think it's a fine set. I think overall this set is solid. It does fall into the same pit traps as a set like Darkness Ablaze in the sense that what's here isn't anything extraordinary. It's Vs, it's V full arts, it's V maxes, it's gold, it's rainbows. It's what we're expecting from these eras, but what we expect really isn't bad. And I think that here, it's pretty good. First of all, the Pokemon choice, for the most part, is much better than Sword and Shield base, and I actually like that there's more variety in the second set, because this isn't the set that introduces us to Sword and Shield, it's the one that comes after that. So of course we have all three starters as Vs, and there's some other cool ones in the set. I really like the VMAX Copper and Toxtricity. I think those are cool choices from Gen 8. And this is also the first set that introduces the gold full art shiny Pokemon that was a big thing in the Sword and Shield era. And I think it's honestly some of the better ones this time. We have Frostmoth and Galarian Berserker, and I think that those are two of the best shinies that we ever end up getting. So there's those. There's also other cool cards. I really like the Ninetales V full art and the Boss's Orders full art. There's a lot of cool stuff here. Sonya full art's another one. It's a little bit underwhelming compared to everything above it on the list, but I genuinely think this set is solid. It really isn't bad by any means, and I actually think that it's a bit underrated, which is a bit crazy because a lot of the Sword and Shield sets may be a little bit overrated, but I do think that Rebel Clash does get a bad rap, and I think it does deserve a little bit better. Number 88 is Pokemon Go, and I genuinely believe that this is one of the strangest sets Pokemon has ever done. So it released in 2022, 6 years after the game came out in 2016, which is so strange because by 2022, yes, people are still playing Pokemon Go today, and people were still playing it in 2022, but not a lot of people are playing in 2022. So it's so weird that now, is the time they decided to make a crossover set with Pokemon Go. And then, when you actually get the Pokemon Go set, it comes out at the most boring time imaginable. So, the sets that come before this, Brilliant Stars and Astral Radiance, made a huge change in the Pokemon card game because we have the Trainer Gallery, which features these yellow bordered full arts and these V and V Max all arts. Pokemon Go doesn't feature any of that. This feels like a set that would belong in like the Battle Styles Chilling Reign era of Sword and Shield because there's only all arts. There's 2 all arts and there's only one because Conkeldurr is straight up bad. I really don't like the Conkeldurr all art. So we have the Mewtwo, and the Mewtwo is good. I do like the Mewtwo. I like how it's in the city. But the Mewtwo does not save the set. There is also the Radiant starters in the set. I will acknowledge those. They are cool. However, they don't really feel like Pokemon Go cards to me. What about these Radiant shiny starters really screams Pokemon Go? Yes, you can get shinies in the game. Yes, Radiant Pokemon were in the set before Astral Radiance, and they continued all the way up to Crown Zenith, but they just don't work here. I would have rather had a couple more V full arts in the set rather than having the Radiant starters, because the Radiant starters, yes, are the coolest part of the set other than the Mewtwo, but they don't fit. They're not really Pokemon Go cards. And again, other than the Pokemon Go artworks being a little bit different, you know, they're all set in real life, kind of similar to what Detective Pikachu tried to do a little bit before, it's just not enough. Again, this was a special set, so it's okay for it to be a little bit smaller, but I do feel like they needed a couple more all arts in here. And one of the weirder things about this already strange set is Melmetal. So Melmetal in this set has a V Max, a V full art, and a V Max Rainbow Rare. It is cool that Melmetal got these cards because Melmetal, for those of you who don't know, is a Pokemon that originated from Pokemon Go, the mobile game. So doesn't it make sense to give Melmetal an all art? Am I crazy for that? For the Pokemon that was introduced, it was created for the mobile game to get a all art, feels like it only makes sense, right? And it certainly makes more sense than Conkeldurr. Mewtwo I understand. Mewtwo actually I completely get and like that it's here. But Melmetal not getting anything throws me off so hard. Number 87 is EX Team Rocket Returns, and this set was so close to being great. Genuinely. Every single holo in the set is fantastic. I really love how the dark Pokemon look in this set. They look so much like the ones in Neo Destiny, and they're all like super stylized, and it's really cool. However, it is an EX series set, and unfortunately, all of the lowercase EXs in the set don't look good. I think that the Rocket Suicune is the best one. I think it actually looks pretty good. But the rest of them, man, they just don't do it for me. And it's so disappointing because I like basically every other thing in the set. For example, we got Gold Stars. Love them. Gold Stars continue to impress me. And here, they are no different. The Gold Stars here are excellent. The holos here are excellent. The EXs are awful. And when you have something that I really don't like, and 2 things that I really do like, it evens out to about the middle of the list. For number 86, we have Black and White Plasma Freeze. And the reason that this one is so disappointing is because I love the other 2 Plasma sets. So at the end of the Black and White era, they did Plasma Freeze, Plasma Storm, and Plasma Blast. I love the other 2 sets. Unfortunately, Plasma Freeze is just a little bit disappointing for me. And that's a bummer because there's a lot of good stuff here. I really like the Team Plasma Evolutions. I think they're all really cool. And this random Heatran EX from the set is genuinely fantastic. It's probably my favorite card in the whole set, and I don't know why I like it so much. It's just so cool, and so much cooler than like its own full art, and like any of the other full arts in the set or the shinies. It's just like, I don't know why this one random Heatran card in the set speaks to me so much, but I really like it. But going back to the full arts, again, I don't think the Heatran EX full art is that great. I think that the Latias and Latios full arts kind of look like, you know, when somebody takes like a 0.5 like zoom in picture of you. I think they kind of look like that because of the way that the camera's angled, and I don't know how I feel about it. The other part of the Black and White era we haven't talked about yet is the shinies in it. So they kind of take the idea of like the Pikachu or the Meowth from the earlier sets and just make them shiny, which is fantastic. They also have like the energy symbol on the bottom, which is also great. I will say there are some weird ones here. So they didn't do a lot of these per set. So I'm kind of expecting these cards to be like the highlight of the set, you know, some really cool Pokemon that have really good shinies. And they do do that with one Pokemon. I think the Sigilif was an interesting choice, and I think it works very well on the shiny. The other two are Garchomp and Empoleon. And I love the Garchomp shiny. It's probably in my top 5, honestly. But these Pokemon do not change enough for me to consider them a good choice to be a shiny Pokemon in the set. And since that was the highlight of these sets for me, it really does take this whole set down a notch with it. But for what the set is, there is good stuff here. I think it's just really disappointing compared to everything else that surrounded it. Henceforth, it goes much lower on my list. Number 85 is XY Breakthrough. Man, do I have some thoughts on this set. First of all, before I say anything I'm about to say, this set has 2 secret rare Mewtwo's. I think both of these cards are beautiful. And I really like the gold borders, and I really like how they feature other Pokemon. I also think that the full arts here continue to be great. I still love the Mega EX full arts that we've gotten in the later X and Y era. And I think that the Mewtwo's work really well for this, as well as like the Houndoom and stuff like that. Did you notice I was saying anything a lot? You know, Mewtwo. I really hope you like Mewtwo, because you know how many Mewtwo cards are in this set? Go on, take a guess. There's 10. There's 10 goddamn Mewtwo's in this set. There's EXs, there's EX full arts, there's Mega EXs, there's Mega EX full arts. These really cool secret rares. It's just so much Mewtwo. And guess what? Because there's 10 Mewtwo cards in the set, there really isn't that much else to look at. We'll talk about breaks in a minute because man do I have some thoughts, but for other EXs in the set, you have Houndoom and Mega Houndoom, and Glalie and Mega Glalie. And who gives a crap about Glalie? And the fact that the only other option other than Mewtwo that is kind of a cool choice is Houndoom is really disappointing. I just wish there was something else. Take a Mewtwo or two out, for God's sakes, and then put in any other EX. It can just be a throwaway one that was in like a box in Japan or something. Just anything that's not Mewtwo. And the name of the set is X and Y Breakthrough because at this point, this was the first X and Y set to feature Break Pokemon. I have feelings about Break Pokemon, and it's not the feelings that a lot of people share. A lot of people think that Break cards are ugly, and that the fact that they're sideways is kind of ruining it, and that the effect on the background kind of also is bad. I kind of disagree. I think that break cards are kind of cool and unique, especially because I feel like they really didn't overstay their welcome. They were only really in 5 X and Y sets, which sounds like a lot, but it really wasn't. The Pokemon they chose to get breaks in the set are so bizarre, and not in a good way. It reminds me a lot of like Lost Thunder, like Shuckle GX and Sigilif GX. Like that was something else with the Pokemon choice there. Here we have like Marowak Break, and Florges Break, and Chestnut Break, and Noivern Break. Noivern, I actually kind of like the Noivern's Break, I won't lie. But the rest of them, it's like, what are you doing? Like, Marowak? Why? And why not give Chestnut an EX, who may I remind you has not been in a single set yet? There was not a single set to feature the Kalos starters as EXs, only breaks. So that's another weird thing. I just think that they could have done so much better with not only the EX choices in the set, but also with the breaks in the set. Number 84 is Scarlet and Violet Obsidian Flames. This is the first set that is modern, so to speak. If you're watching this in 10 years, then know that this was filmed in around 2025. I don't know why I said around, it was filmed in 2025, but you get the point. This is the set that I can go to the store and buy right now and open if I really wanted to. And man, do I have some beef with the set. First of all, positives. So I know I haven't talked about any Scarlet and Violet set. This is the first one I've talked about so far. But there was a huge problem in Scarlet and Violet Base and Paldea Evolved featuring the Terra Pokemon. In those sets, they decided to not give any of those Pokemon unique types. Gyarados was a Water-type Terrestrialized Pokemon, but it was already a Water-type EX. Dedenne is a Fairy-type Terrestrial Pokemon, but it was already a Fairy-type Pokemon. Here, they actually changed it up. You know, the whole gimmick of Terrestrialization is changing types. Tyranitar is an electric type. Vespiquen is a ghost type. They actually decided to use the gimmick to a cool way. And I do really like the Terra Full Arts. I think they're really cool cards. I think that when we get to the Stellar Pokemon later, they definitely improve upon it with the whole rainbow gimmick. But these ones are cool. I really like the kind of shiny, not shiny particles going around them. And I think they're cool. Also, this is a Scarlet and Violet set. And Scarlet and Violet is probably my favorite era of cards so far because of illustration rares. The fact that you can open any pack and get 2 hits in a pack, absolutely fantastic. And every single illustration rare in this set is good. I love that they're here. I think they're all super cool and unique. Well, mostly. Maybe these ones are only okay. But having one that's only okay compared to some of the best looking artworks I've ever seen is absolutely insane. And yeah, some of these illustration rares in the set are genuinely my favorite of all time. The Cleffa, the Bellybolt, the Ninetales, the Scizor. I love all of these artworks so much. And it's amazing because I feel this way about almost every other Scarlet and Violet set too. But it's also by far the weakest Scarlet and Violet set. And I have a lot of reasons as to why. First of all, when you're opening a Scarlet and Violet era set, you are guaranteed a holo in every single pack. So usually in these Scarlet and Violet sets, they put a lot of holos, so even if you don't get a EX or an illustration rare or anything like that, you still get a different holo. Here, I believe there is 9 holos. 9. I could open up an entire Elite Trainer box and get all of the rares in the set. It is insane how little variety there is in just the rare holos. And I know this hasn't been a point in any other set, especially in the Scarlet and Violet era, but because this set is in every single box and I open it so much for the YouTube videos, it really is annoying to open it and just get a Darkrai holo or a Scizor holo, because these cards are so common. It's just like Champion's Path, but I would argue it's even worse. And I do like special illustration rares, but I don't really like the ones in this set. The Charizard is good. I will say that. The Charizard is good. Charizard is always good. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. You've heard this before. I think it is one of the weaker Charizard, like, big chase cards, but it's still not bad. I still like the Charizard here. The Pidgeot is okay. Bit of a strange choice for a Pokemon, especially because 151 is the exact next set. Weird you wouldn't just save it for that, but sure, Pidgeot, why not? Ice-Q, I am less okay with. I don't like Ice-Q as a Pokemon, so that might be factoring into my opinion here. But I feel like the special illustration rare Ice-Q in the set is genuinely super ugly. Just the fact that it's like this small orange thing on this big icy thing, and it's all way in the left, not centered or anything. It really does bother me. I think it's an ugly looking card. The other one is Revavroom, which is pretty cool because I actually managed to pull it before. A lot of the stuff that is here is a bit disappointing, but at the same time, some of the best illustration rares of all time are in this set, so I really can't put it much lower than this, despite how annoying some of its attributes are. It's a set that just like bothers me. It never like sat well with me when it released or today. Number 83 is Scarlet and Violet Shrouded Fable, which is probably the set most of you expected me to put at the bottom of the Scarlet and Violet era. I would say overall this set has more good stuff going for it than Obsidian Flames. I don't think it's a great set, and I don't think it's that much better than Obsidian Flames. I do think it's better though. Mainly, my main problem with Shrouded Fable is the same one that most other people have. It's a bit too small. The main set's about 60 cards, and there's only a couple full arts and a couple illustration rares. However, since it is a special expansion, I can forgive these things more because, you're supposed to open a box and get, 9 packs, 4 packs, 5 packs, something like that. So I can forgive it being a smaller set because we do have smaller sets like it that I do like a lot more. Mainly stuff like Generations and Celebrations and anything that ends with Asians, apparently. But total cards in the set does reach around 100 cards total, which, to be fair, is about how big like the Diamond and Pearl era sets were. But we're not in Diamond and Pearl era anymore. We're in Scarlet and Violet. I'm expecting these big sets, these big illustration rares, these big chase cards, and we kind of get them. So the SIRs in the set have these kind of simplistic black background style to them. I think it's cool that they kind of match. Like if you line it up correctly, the chains can go across all the cards, and they all kind of match an aesthetic, but they're not the highlight for me. However, the main reason that I like Shrouded Fable as much as I do is the illustration rares. Obsidian Flames did have 4 of the best illustration rares I've ever seen. This set has no misses. I don't truly believe that there is one illustration rare in the set that misses. I think they all look fantastic, and I don't know. I think this set is good, full stop. I think this set is good. Number 82 is EX Deoxys, and you are never going to guess who the main focus of this set is. In all seriousness, I do think that Deoxys has a few nice cards here. I think the Deoxys EX and the Holos because there's a lot of them, but these ones specifically on screen right now look really cool, and I like them. There's also Gold Stars. The Latios, Latias look very nice. The Rayquaza looks great, one of the best Gold Stars of the entire era, in my opinion. And yeah, more of the same otherwise. The rest of the EXs aren't anything special. Some of the holos are really cool. And that leaves us around here. The set is solid. The Cresselia and Darkrai level X's here genuinely look fantastic, some of the best in the entire era. Dialga and Palkia, on the other hand, are a little bit weird. They're still kind of in that weird EX era funk where, to me, they still kind of look like they could pass off as holo cards, but they're not bad, I guess. I guess I don't hate them. And overall, aside from that, there's PNG Pokemon plaguing the set. There's still a lot of them. It's Diamond and Pearl, what can you do? And the holos are a great improvement. They're nothing crazy. None of them really stand out to me as being like, oh, this is an excellent holo. But some of them are pretty nice and pretty solid. And it's almost like they're getting used to like using computers, because some of the earlier Diamond and Pearl ones, you can definitely tell they're computers. These ones, like, yeah, you can still tell, but they look nice. So yeah, this set, pretty solid overall. Number 80 is Aquapolis. I remember when there was a time where this was the most expensive Pokemon card set ever. And I know it's up there, although I don't know if some of the older ones have overtaken it. But when I started to first collect Pokemon cards, this was the set that everybody was like, oh my god, this is the most expensive set ever, because it was so limited printed, it was the last Wizards of the Coast set. There was all these little factors going into it that made it like a really sought after set. And I think it's good. I don't think it's amazing. I think it's much weaker than the rest of the Expedition series of sets, but I guess it's not bad. It's the first one that has the Crystal Pokemon in it, which I honestly don't really care too much about. The only real difference I can see is that all of them feature like crystals in the background. I know, go figure. And that they're all normal types now. I feel like most people like these cards because they're rare and expensive, instead of just because of how the cards look. Because in my opinion, these cards don't look that great. Although, that might just have to do with the overall style of the Expedition series, because I really don't like how these cards look. I talk about it later when we talk about Expedition base set, but man, something about the way that the art is kind of rounded off in the corner and the e-reader bars on the side kind of make the cards overall not look as good to me. That being said, there are a lot of really nice cards here, like really nice. They put all of the sets below this to genuine shame because there's a lot of good ones here. Although, I will say it is by far a vast downgrade from like Expedition base set, and honestly any of the other Expedition series of sets, which is a little disappointing because I really like those sets. And Aquapolis just didn't quite match up to the same quality as those sets. Still decent though, nothing bad. And the winner for the longest Pokemon card set name goes to set 79, EX Team Magma versus Team Aqua. And I know it's still a little bit low down on the list, but this is one of my favorite sets from the EX era. I really like how the holos here have a general darker aesthetic to them, and the Team Magma and the Team Aqua cards are fantastic. They're not as good as the remake of the set, Double Crisis. I really like the stark differences between a Team Aqua Pokemon and a Team Magma Pokemon and just the entire set, and I think it's really cool. And the EXs are better than the ones below this set. I still don't think they're amazing, and they're still by far the weakest Ultra Rare we've ever had. But they're better here. There's a few of them that I actually like. I really like the Cradilly and the Suicune. I think both of those cards are fantastic. Definitely top 2 for me. Some of my favorite cards from this set ended up being the ones that made me laugh. Like, there's this stupid Corphish card in the set that ended up being one of my genuine favorites from this entire era, just because it's so dumb. It's just like him really close to the camera and then the Team Aqua logo in the background. And I think it's really funny, and there's a couple others like it in the set too, like the Torkoal, but I would take something like this over something like Gym Challenge, where yes, those are Pokemon that are owned by a trainer, but they don't really show it. And we'll get to that when we talk about those sets. This set, though, is a really big improvement over the other EX series sets. Number 78 is EX Fire Red and Leaf Green. And before I say anything about this set, there is something that really bothers me. So I have the Poke Collector pulled up right now. It's the background for all the sets in this video. You've seen it before. Look at this! Alright, look at what I'm showing you on screen right now. Does this not bother anybody else? So, the way that these sets usually worked in the EX eras, the EXs would be all at the bottom. They'd all be in a row, and then there'd be a secret rare at the end. This time, we have 3 secret rares, but 3 of them are like secret rare of the legendary birds as EXs, and the other one is just like this PNG Charmander who, first of all, who cares? But second of all, it completely just ruins the set order because it's put in between these 2 EXs. Why not just have the bird EXs be before the Charmander and then have the Charmander at the end? But no, you had to put the Charmander before the birds, that way it breaks up the EXs at the end. Oh, and I guess the set's fine. It's pretty much just take everything I said about Team Magma versus Team Aqua, but take out any of the parts I said about Team Magma and Team Aqua. And that's about how I feel about this set. Number 77 is Black and White Dark Explorers, and this one to me suffers the same problem that X and Y Furious Fist had, where there's not like one card that I'm particularly in love with. I think there's some good ones here, but overall there isn't one that I'm like specifically drawn to, and to me it's just everything is solid in the set. There's nothing amazing, there's nothing awful, it's just solid, I guess. And one of my favorite cards in the set, much like the Heatran EX from one of the previous sets we talked about, is this stupid Kyogre EX normal card. I don't know why, but in the Black and White era, these like normal uppercase EX cards just like hit so hard, and I can't even explain why. I generally like it more than all of the EX full arts in this set, and that's saying something because I think the Entei is really fantastic here. And then other than that, I think that the Groudon EX is also really good. Again, I think if I was collecting the Black and White era today, I would want just the normal EXs. I don't even think I'd want the full arts. I mean, obviously I'd want the full arts because, you know, they're more expensive. But in terms of like a straight up collection thing, I'd want like the Kyogre and the Groudon EX because I think they're some of the coolest in the set. This is one of the first sets to have the shiny Pokemon in the subset. There is Gardevoir and Archeops. Gardevoir looks fantastic. Shiny Gardevoir is used so often in the card game, and it's for a good reason because they always look good. And I think that this one is no exception. Archeops does not. It barely changes. And to be one of the premier cards in the set, one of the main ones that people are supposed to go after, a little disappointing that you chose Archeops, a Pokemon that barely changes in the shiny at all. It's just such a weird choice. I guess I'd rather have it than not, but still, it's just, I would always rather get the Gardevoir any day of the week. There's also this like strange gold Pokemon catcher in the set where it's like not textured or doesn't have a gold border. Like they did these kind of trainers later in the era. There's like an Ultra Ball, right? And it has a gold border and a gold shine around it. This one is only gold in the artwork. Doesn't change my opinion of the set. I just thought that was interesting. Number 76 is Platinum Rising Rivals, and this is such a strange set to me. On one hand, there is a lot of stuff here. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. Tons of level X's, holos, secret rare base set reprints, that's a mouthful. And then there's this whole Rotom collection right at the end of the set, which I think is also pretty neat. They also improved some of the problems I had with the earlier Platinum sets, like the GL Pokemon, which stands for Gym Leader, actually looks like they take place in the gym from the game, which is a huge improvement. Trust me, we will talk about Gym Heroes and Gym Challenge, and I will have some stuff to say about the trainer-owned Pokemon. But here, at least they look like they're in the gym where they're supposed to be. I think that's a good step in the right direction. And another really good thing about this set, the Secret Rare Pikachu. It's just like that Charmander line reprint that they did in one of the other Diamond and Pearl sets, and it's the same style. They like took the original base set artwork and they kind of remade it into this new style. Some people might think this is like Uncanny Valley, like they should have just kept it the way it was. I don't know. I kind of like these cards. I kind of wish they did more of them because this Pikachu is by far the highlight of the set for me. Now for the cons, there is a lot of PNG Pokemon creeping back in. Platinum, like end of Diamond and Pearl into Platinum, they were on a really good streak with not having much, if any, PNG Pokemon on the sets. This one, the floodgates opened up again. There's just so many of them. The real reason this set is this low on the list, because I generally think that the Platinum sets are all really good overall, is because they got rid of the best part of these sets. So, in the last Diamond and Pearl set, and through all of the Platinum sets, except for this one, they had 3
shiny Pokemon as like reverse hollows. And these were just thrown in the sets. You could open a pack and get a reverse hollow, and it's a shiny Pokemon. Surprise! They didn't do it in this set. These were by far the best part of this era for me. They were so cool, and it was so cool how they just got thrown into random packs and they were like still reverse hollows, but they were also shiny. I think it was really cool, and it was genuinely one of the coolest things Pokemon did ever. And this set just decided to not include them. I don't get it. It just makes the set so much worse for me. And I don't know. I'm conflicted because on one hand, there is good stuff. You know, there's level X's that look good. There's hollows that look good. There's the Pikachu. But on the other hand, it really bothers me that they took out the best part of the Platinum sets. Number 75 is Scarlet and Violet Prismatic Evolutions. I will be the one to say it, not a huge fan of this set. And no, it's not because of the shortage problem or the scalper problem. Probably doesn't, like, add to my enjoyment of the set. The reason that this set is so low for me, there's actually a couple. First of all, reprints. So, I'm assuming it's to get around the PNG Pokemon problem, and I do probably prefer it over just having like basic PNG Pokemon in these sets. But Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield specifically loved reprinting artworks. I think that they went a bit too far with this one. Most of the EXs in the base set are reprints from earlier sets, and that usually would be okay. I have given sets a lot higher of a ranking that have a lot of reprints in them. But here, I feel like they just kind of honed in on Twilight Masquerade. And it sounds dumb saying it out loud, but think about it. All 4 Ogerpons are in this set. They have normal versions and they have special illustration rare versions. There's also like an Iron Thorn ZX, and I'm sure there's another one in there too. It just feels like they're taking the best part of Twilight Masquerade, which is the Ogerpons. You know, that was the main gimmick of Twilight Masquerade. And they just stripped it down and just stole all the basic EXs from the set and put them in here, which is dumb. Also, there's just a lot of commons and uncommons that are just reprints from older sets. For example, they took the Eevee from like the set before, and you know how mad Forbidden Light made me for doing the same thing, but it's not as bad as that one. It's not even close to as bad as that one. Yes, I do have more complaints, but first of all, props where props is due. All 9 of the Terra evolutions in the set all look fantastic. Alright? All the normal versions of it with the rainbow rare around it, all of the special illustration rares, God, all the special illustration rares look incredible. I can't even deny it. I don't think that one of these evolutions is a miss. I'm actually a big fan of the Umbreon. When we get to Evolving Skies much later in this video, I'm not a big fan of the Moonbreon, which is the big card from the set, the $1,000 card. This one, I love. And then there's also other SIRs. They took a bunch of cool EXs from the previous sets and gave them cool special illustration rares. You know, I already mentioned the Ogerpons. All those got brand new special illustration rares in this set. The Iron Valiant is a fantastic one. Roaring Moon also got one. And there's just a bunch of other genuinely really cool special illustration rares. The Palafin comes to mind, of just like Pokemon from the entire Scarlet and Violet eras thus far. However, this set feels very incomplete. My personal favorite part of all of the Scarlet and Violet era sets is the normal illustration rares. You know what we don't have here? Not one. There is not one normal non-EX illustration rare in this set. There is also no EX Pokemon full arts in this set. Those are like my 2 favorite things from modern Pokemon. Yes, I do really like special illustration rares, but since those are very rare, it feels like an event when I pull one. So to have a set like Prismatic Evolutions, which only features these special illustration rares, makes them super hard to get. When you see people open this online, or if you're lucky enough to have got it in person at this point in time, you would know that the pull rates are god-awful. The Umbreon is like 1 in 1,000, I think, for packs. Yes, normal special illustration rares from across the Scarlet and Violet era have already had a very tough pull rate, but since there's been illustration rares in the set to balance it out, you always feel like you get something, you know? Here, you don't have that. You're really just going for that gamble of the 1 in 40 for a special illustration rare, or you just don't get anything. And what's even worse is that it's a special expansion, so you need to buy bigger products to get packs. And when you rip those packs, chances are you are not getting a special illustration rare. Instead, you are just going to get like a normal EX or 2, and you're going to get like a full art trainer, which, yes, I like full art trainers, but when they're the only thing that you can get in the set other than special illustration rares, they kind of lose their value. I think that throwing full art versions of all the evolutions in the set would have added so much value at the very least, and they definitely needed a couple of illustration rares at the very least. Yes, I know there's the Pokeballs and the Master Balls in the set. I like them. I do. But I would like it if they were alongside normal illustration rares. I do not want Pokeballs and Master Balls to replace the illustration rares from the set, because again, that is my favorite part of this entire era. See, that's my problem with this set. Because yes, there is some of the most beautiful, stunning, special illustration rares in the entire Scarlet and Violet series of sets. They're all fantastic. I love each and every one of them. It gives me a big Crown Zenith vibe, which is a good thing. I love Crown Zenith, where like they took all the best cards from the era and made really cool artworks out of them. But they just needed to do a little bit more. Maybe you could take a couple of the special illustration rares out and just make them normal illustration rares. Yes, there's really good stuff here, but it's so rare and infrequent that chances are you're going to buy an ETB and you're not going to get one. Number 74 is Sun and Moon Guardians Rising. This is definitely a step up from Sun and Moon Base. By far, it is a lot better than Sun and Moon Base. A lot of cool Gen 7 Pokemon finally got GXs. A lot of full arts that I really love. The Alola Ninetales GX Full Art and Rainbow Rare, fantastic. Much like the ones from Lost Thunder, I think this Pokemon just looks great in full art form. And again, the Sun and Moon full art trainers continue to be some of the most beautiful cards I've ever seen. Mallow and Hop specifically, two of the most beautiful full art trainers I have ever seen. They're so colorful and full of life, and I love them. Oh my god, they're so good. Also, the regular GXs in the Sun and Moon era also continue to just impress me. Again, I think some of the highlights of these Sun and Moon sets for me is just seeing the normal, basic GX Pokemon and how expressive their artwork is. Because nowadays we get like the Scarlet and Violet lowercase EXs, which are kind of restricted to that box. These Pokemon are able to go all over the card and shoot lightning and ice and all this across the card, and it looks really nice. This is a pretty solid set. Again, I guess I don't really love every part of the set. Rainbow Rares and the gold item cards never really did much for me. But yeah, this is a pretty solid Sun and Moon set. Number 73 is
Sun and Moon Celestial Storm.
I really don't know how I feel about this one. I think I do like this set, hence the placement on the list, but it does have a lot of the same problems as some of the other Sun and Moon sets. More specifically, this set and Lost Thunder are basically the same set. Like Lost Thunder, I mentioned it when I talked about that one, is essentially a sequel to this set. And the main problem I had with Lost Thunder was its Pokemon choice. This set is arguably even worse. Like Mr. Mime, Alola and Raticate, those are the Pokemon they chose to focus on as the ultra rares in the set. And it's just like, why? I know there's like Banette and Electrode here, which are again very odd choices, especially for just normal GX and full arts and rainbow rares. It's just very strange in my opinion. However, there is also ones that I think are cool. Again, much like Lost Thunder, they have some good ones in there. There's Articuno and Blaziken. These are Pokemon that I think are just always solid, no matter how they're made, and I think that they get really cool full arts and rainbow rares here. In terms of like the set, that's basically all you got. There's Prism Stars. I don't think I've talked about Prism Stars thus far. I don't like Prism Stars. I don't even think they're worth my time bringing up because they're just kind of like a throwaway, here's just a normal card with a prism on it. They really just don't do anything for the sets in my opinion. I just kind of ignore their existence, but they are here. They certainly are. Number 72 is EX Holland Phantoms. I don't know how many EX series sets you need me to talk about because I'm just repeating the same things over and over again. All you need to know about this one is that there's cool gold stars. There's really cool gold stars in the set. That's why it's so much higher than the other ones. Everything else is the same. There's PNG Pokemon, there's good holos, there's bad EXs. You get the point by now. Number 71 is Double Crisis. What an oddball set, but one that I kind of love. Yes, it is a bit small, especially for my liking. It only really features two ultra rare cards with the Kyogre and the Groudon. However, those two cards are some of the greatest looking EXs we got in the entire era. So this entire set is kind of a remake of EX Team Magma versus Team Aqua, where we have Team Aqua and Team Magma Pokemon in the entire set. Not only do these Pokemon just look better, straight up than the ones from EX Team Magma versus Team Aqua, but you also got these two incredible looking full arts here, the Groudon and the Kyogre, which feature like all the admins and the grunts from Team Aqua and Team Magma respectively, and it just looks fantastic. And that's not even talking about just the beautiful cards in the main set. Like a lot of the holos here just look fantastic. And then some of just the normal ones look great as well. And there's just a lot to like here, even though it's such a strange set. Especially because it came in the middle of the X and Y era, and it almost feels like it has no resemblance to the X and Y era. Like, this feels like a black and white era set, because it's smaller, only has a couple ultra rares in it, and overall is just strange. Like, there's no megas, there's no primals, nothing like that. It's just Groudon and Kyogre. And honestly, I really like it. I thought it was a fantastic change of pace when I was looking through the XY sets, and I think overall, it's a really cool set, even if it's a bit tiny. Number 70 is Neo Discovery. Correct me if I'm wrong, this is the lowest Neo set on the list, and I think that's just because it's the strangest Neo set on the list. Much like how it's placed right next to Double Crisis, this is just one that I think is odd. Like, the Pokemon Holos here, just weird. Like, there's Magnemite and Houndour. Why? These are just random unevolved Pokemon when you could have just had like Magneton and Houndoom Holos. I'm not complaining. I think that they're interesting choices to have, and I don't mind when unevolved Pokemon are given the spotlight. And while I do still really love the Neo series sets, I think they're all incredibly solid. It's definitely the weakest one of all of them. There's a lot less cards that I outright love here, and I don't know, Neo Discovery just kind of is the weakest Neo set in my opinion. Number 69, nice, is Heart Gold and Soul Silver Unleashed. And this is the first Heart Gold and Soul Silver set on the list. I'm going to throw this claim out there that Heart Gold and Soul Silver is the most consistently solid Pokemon card set era they have done thus far. It's crazy how close all of them ranked on the list, and just because I put Unleashed at the bottom doesn't mean that it's a bad set. I actually think the set is great. The problem I have with Unleashed is that the legend cards are just straight up less cool than the ones that came before and after it. Like here you just have all three dogs. Weirdly, you have all the combinations of them together. Well, yeah, these legend cards are cool. They're just not as cool as like the ones that we get later, like the Ho and Lugia, for example. But they're still cool, you know? They're cool cards. Just because they're less cool than other ones doesn't make them not cool cards. And then, honestly, a lot of the holos from Heart Gold Soul Silver base and the ones that come after it are like really beautiful. Like there's this Ninetales that you're going to see in a moment when I talk about it. That's one of my favorite Ninetales cards ever, just because I think it's so cool how like aggressive it is and with the Firestone and stuff like that. Here, there isn't really any holos that I'm like, wow, that's such a good holo. I'm just like, yeah, these holos are good. So again, it's just the most mediocre Heart Gold and Soul Silver series set, which doesn't at all make it a bad thing. And again, these sets are really close in quality, which is why number 68 is Heart Gold and Soul Silver base set, and I really like this set. I really do. Some of these holos are genuinely works of art. Like the Ninetales I just mentioned a second ago, as well as like the Arcanine, look incredible. They look straight out of like paintings and stuff, and I think it's insane. There's also legend cards. We got Ho-Oh and Lugia. Absolutely fantastic. What an incredible idea for Pokemon cards that unfortunately did not quite work out with the V-Unions. It really was just a one and done, but getting like two parts of a whole is really cool. Even though, if I was opening these today, getting like the top half of Lugia would be really lame, because the bottom half is just so much cooler. And yeah, we have a cool secret rare Gyarados, because it's like Heart Gold Soul Silver, you know? You get the Lake of Rage, there's the red Gyarados, and here, there's a pretty cool looking red Gyarados card, which I think is really cool. And yeah, Prime cards, I didn't talk about those. They're okay. I think some of them are really cool, like I really like the Ampharos Prime. Others just, you know, they're just okay. Number 67 is Sword and Shield Fusion Strike. And before I say anything about this set, I love this set. I really do. I have so many fun memories of opening, and I think looking at it from an objective standpoint, it has some really cool cards in it.
but for being one of the largest sets Pokemon has ever done, it is a little bit underwhelming. And that mainly comes back to the ultra rares in the set. So not talking about any alternate arts or cool full arts or anything like that for just a moment, just looking at some of the Vs they chose to be in the set, it's giving some Celestial Storm and Lost Thunder vibes. But yeah, that being said, this is a Gengar set. There's Gengar. I think that most of the Gengars here look great, including that one. You know the one I'm talking about. I think that card is incredible. I love Sawao, one of my favorite artists, if not my favorite in the whole card game, and they made this stunning Gengar VMAX alternate art, and I love it so much. But other than that, there's just incredible alternate arts in the set, like the Espeon, which arguably should have been placed in Evolving Skies, but you know what? It's not the main thing in the set. I just really like it. I really like Espeon, and I think it's a really cute and cool card. And the Espeon, while I really like the Espeon, is a card that should have been in Evolving Skies, just like how the Celebi should have been in Chilling Reign. It's just so strange to me that a lot of the alternate arts in the set belong to other sets. It's like Champion's Path in that sense, where Champion's Path had the two Charizards that should have been in Shining Fates and Darkness Ablaze respectively. Here, there's like a Celebi from Chilling Reign and the Espeon from Evolving Skies, and it just seems weird. Also, a less important factor in these sets is that I just think that the Sword and Shield trainers aren't as good as the Sun and Moon trainers, and this set specifically is the first one where I've been like, yeah, I don't really think I like some of the full arts here. Like, the full art trainers used to be the saving grace of the Sun and Moon era for me, at least before we got the GX tag teams. But here, they're just noticeably less good than the other sets. Yeah, you have the Elisa, which I think is incredible, but like you have like Schoolboy and Schoolgirl, and I'm just like, what are we doing here with those? But yeah, while I think that they could have done a lot of stuff better, and I do wish that they had more unique alternate arts, like I think Greninja would have had a great one here because Greninja V is a base card in the set, I still think the set is really good. Number 66 is Black and White Next Destinies. And wow, what an improvement over the first three Black and White sets. I am so glad they realized that the full art Pokemon shtick was just not working. And they upgraded to EXs and EX full arts, and it's a really good set. A lot of the cards here just look really, really good, especially some of the new full arts they've done. We talked about this a little earlier when we talked about Black and White Plasma Freeze, how they have the shiny Pokemon with the energy symbol on them. I think that this was the first set to do that, and I think that that is one of the highlights of the later Black and White era for me. And you have like the Chandelure one here and some of the other ones, and I think that they look really good. And then there's that on top of the EX Full Arts and the EXs, which were introduced for the first time. And yeah, I'm a really big fan of Black and White Next Destinies. Number 65 is X and Y Fates Collide, and this is definitely not a perfect set, but it is one that I do really enjoy. First of all, the Pokemon choice here, I think, while a bit out there, I think is really good. Featuring Zygarde, which is, you know, the third legendary of X and Y. Technically, we get a little weird there. There's also Alakazam, which is another really cool card. It gets a really nice secret rare here. And then there's just some of the other Pokemon that I really like. Altaria is one that we don't see a lot, but I always like it when it pops up. We got Umbreon, which is not my personal favorite card in the set. I know a lot of people like Umbreon. And hey, I think the full art looks pretty good here. And weirdly enough, I also really like Regirock. My main problem with this set is the break cards. And it's not the cards themselves. Again, I talked about this with Breakthrough earlier, which I think is a much worse set overall. It's the Pokemon choice. Why, of all Gen 6 Pokemon available to you, did you choose Carbink to get a break? Anything else would have made more sense. And then you move past Carbink, and you have Omastar and Bronzong. What are they doing here? Pokemon like Delphox and Lugia, I get, you know? Those are cool choices that make sense as break cards. And then you have Omastar and Carbink. And why? Why are you introducing your new gimmick with just such awful Pokemon? And it just makes them so not interesting to look at. Because nobody cares. But again, really nice secret rare, couple nice full arts. I still like Fates Collide, although the break cards really do bother me.
Number 64 is Scarlet and Violet Stellar Crown, and I like this set, I really do. It has some fantastic looking illustration rares, and this set also introduces the new Stellar Pokemon, which have really cool rainbow borders, both on the normal cards and especially on the full arts. Just look fantastic. Really big fan of those. Sure hope they don't go away in 3 sets, but hey, that's not a problem with this set, is it? But yeah, my main problem with this set is the EXs, more specifically the EX full arts. I feel like this set in general is just a lot smaller than most of the other Scarlet and Violet era sets. Like, there's only 4 normal full arts in the set. Now, granted, you do have all the new Stellar Terra cards, which are obviously the main appeal of the set, which is even weirder because some of the Pokemon they chose is like, Medicham, really? But yeah, that's not the point. The point is, I like this set. I really do, but it's a bit small, and I wish they just went a bit further with it. Number 64, Scarlet and Violet Twilight Masquerade. That is a tough one to say. And this is another good set. Again, incredible illustration rares. And has a Sinistcha. Love me some Sinistcha. And it has a very nice alternate art here. Other than that, though, it's kind of a nothing set, in all honesty. Like, the rest of the set is like Ogerpon and like Ursaluna, neither of which have necessarily ever been my favorite special illustration rares. And more recently, we got just better versions of these cards in Prismatic Evolutions, which kind of devalues this set overall, which is why it's as low as it is on the list, because I really do like the Scarlet and Violet era. And this one, it's still good. It's just not as outwardly good as the other Scarlet and Violet era sets that are above it on this list. I will say, though, I do like the Greninja. Greninja's cool. Number 62 is X and Y Ancient Origins, and I actually think this is one of the weaker XY series sets, which I know is crazy because it's still pretty high up on the list, and I do have a lot of good things I like about it. But first of all, the regular EXs in the set look very strange. Like Machamp and Tyranitar, I don't know how to explain it, but they almost seem like uncanny, like off-model, especially the Machamp. One of my least favorite cards ever. It just looks so bad. I've never seen anybody else express that opinion before, but I think that the Machamp EX looks awful in this set. Other than that, in terms of X and Y, this is nothing mind-blowingly new. Yes, I like the EX full arts, but they've been in every set up to this point, and I think they do look good. It's just that some of the ones like Ampharos, Tyranitar, and Kyurem, I think look a little off. However, the real reason I love this set is because of the Primal Gold cards. There's 3 of those. There's the Primal Groudon, Primal Kyogre, and then the Mega Rayquaza, all of which are the shiny versions of those Pokemon. And I think these cards are some of the most beautiful cards they've ever done. So yeah, that does save an otherwise pretty mediocre set. Number 61 is Gym Heroes. To me, the idea of a trainer-owned Pokemon is really cool. And when I picture them in my head, I see really cool things. However, when you go back and look at these cards, they don't really use the gimmick to the full potential. When I think of Brock's Geodude, I'm expecting a Geodude in a cool environment with maybe Brock in the background, maybe his gym. But most of these cards are just like the Pokemon sitting around. Like, Brock's Geodude is just a Geodude. It has nothing that specifically makes it Brock's Pokemon. This is why I think sets like Journey Together and Destined Rivals do this so much better, because the old ones, well, yes, look great because they're still Wizards of the Coast cards, don't really fulfill the gimmick of a trainer-owned Pokemon. But at the same time, despite that little nitpick, there are some really nice cards here, and again, these are original series cards, which means they have that very old school style that I and many other people still love. So yes, this set is still good. It's just, I wish they went farther with the gimmick, or waited until they could have gone farther with it. Number 60 is Gym Challenge, and the problem is not fixed here. This is the same problem as the last set. However, I think that some of the cards are just better. If you made me pick between Gym Heroes and Gym Challenge, I think Gym Challenge is better. Yeah, here's some pretty cards. Number 59 is Scarlet and Violet Journey Together. And before I talk about this set, I do want to say, when I started writing the script, which was back in, at this point, it would have been like February, February. I think that's around the point that it would have been. This set was not out yet. So when you see the ranking at the end, it's going to be in Japanese, because that's how I made it, and I was an idiot, and I lost the file that I used for it, and I don't really want to remake it, so just ignore that the cards are in Japanese. But yeah, This is what I expect from trainers-owned Pokemon. Now, it's not perfect, because aside from the illustration rares, the normal Pokemon in the set, you could just say are normal Pokemon. However, they're actually in the corresponding environment. I talked about this way earlier in the video, but when we talked about one of the Diamond and Pearl sets that had like the gym leader owned Pokemon, I said that I much preferred it looking like it was in the gym or the Elite Four room that it took place in. I thought that was a great step in the right direction, and this one goes even farther with it. I think of Hop's Snorlax, which is in Winden Stadium, an area from Sword and Shield where you fight Hop, and there's others just like that, like Iono's Tadbulb, which is in Levincia, the city where Iono is from in the game. That is a great step in the right direction. That being said, there is still some normal trainer-owned Pokemon that have the exact same problem as Gym Heroes and Gym Challenge, and that is a little bit strange considering this is 20 years later. But hey, we got illustration rares, and we have trainer-owned Pokemon illustration rares. While I think that Destined Rivals definitely does these cards so much better, the ones here are pretty good. Like Lily's Rabambi and Hop's Wooloo, I think look fantastic. The special illustration rares, the Clefairy, the Zacian, I think they all look great. Even the full arts. I really like the full arts. The way that they made the Pokemon smaller and then fit the silhouette of the trainer in the background I think is really cool. I've pulled 2 of those so far in my openings, and I think each of them are really cool and really stand out in the collection. So I'm actually a big fan of the full arts. Might honestly prefer them over the illustration rares, except for I don't, because I like the illustration rares more. Even taking out the trainer-owned Pokemon, there is just genuinely some really good illustration rares and special illustration rares in the set. The Volcanion EX is one of my favorites in the entire set, and that is not a trainer-owned Pokemon. So even if you're not into this gimmick, there is still stuff here for you, which is why I think it is a vast improvement over Gym Challenge and Gym Heroes. However, while I do really like this set, I do believe it is one of the weaker Scarlet and Violet sets, and I say that with love because I do really like this set. I just feel like it's kind of a forgettable set. Like, I do like it and all, but with Destined Rivals just being Journey Together but better, I feel like Journey Together is going to get lost in the dust and forgotten very easily, which is a shame because I think there's good stuff here. Number 58 is Scarlet and Violet base set, and if you guys could see what I'm about to read or like do the cliff notes of, you would be very surprised because I was extremely shocked when I saw how long it was. But anyways, getting this out of the way, this is the first set of the Scarlet and Violet era, and while I don't think it's the best set in the era, I also don't think it's the worst, so it has that going for it. The EXs. Let's talk about the EXs for a minute. I've had this problem with Sword and Shield base, Sun and Moon base, and to an extent X and Y base. Why are the Pokemon featured as EXs not from Gen 9? It's much better here, I'll give them that. There is more Pokemon from Gen 9 as EXs. But not enough. There is so many weird choices here to be EXs in the base set. I think of like Banette, for example. Like, why is Banette here when you could have put Houndstone here, which is a Gen 9 ghost type? I feel like that would have made much more sense and would have fit the Scarlet and Violet era much more. Also, another rant I talked about earlier, the Gyarados and Arcanine. The entire gimmick of Scarlet and Violet terastallizing is to change the types of the Pokemon. These terastallized Pokemon retain their original types. Why? If I'm gonna get a Terastallized Arcanine card, why would I want it to be a fire type? Would I not want it to be like a psychic type or a fairy type or something just more interesting? Gyarados could have been like a fire type or a dragon type or something really cool. But no, they had to make them the normal types that you could already get Gyarados and Arcanine as. And I know it probably doesn't bother anybody else but me, but they also made this exact same mistake in Paldea Evolved. I was so concerned that they were just going to keep doing the terastallized Pokemon as their original types and not changing it up. Thankfully, that ended up not being the case, and we actually ended up losing terastallized Pokemon halfway through the generation, which kind of sucks. I think the full arts here, specifically the terastallized full arts, are really cool. Also, the full art trainers, definitely a downgrade from not only Sword and Shield, which was already a downgrade from Sun and Moon, but yeah, Sun and Moon. And they're kind of back to X and Y standards, where I like the trainers, but they're nowhere near the highlights of the set for me. Like, a lot of them are just in basic poses that are just not that interesting. Also, special illustration rare trainers have never really been my thing. If you saw my every illustration rare ranked video, you would know I'd always rather have a Pokemon than a trainer in an illustration rare form. And they really went all out with the trainers here. That you have like Penny and Merriam and stuff. And I would just always rather have a Pokemon art, but that's just my opinion. So I understand why people like them. That being said, there's some really good illustration rares, especially in this set, more than any other Scarlet and Violet era set. I think that there are just some beautiful illustration rares. I would honestly go as far to say that not one of them is a miss. You have highlights from like the Ralts, Curlia, and Gardevoir line, all growing up as a family. You have the Miraidon and Koraidon, which I think look great. You have some random ones like the Fido looking in the bakery, and the Sandile emerging, and the Armarouge in the rain, and the Slowpoke in the city. I could go on. There are some incredible illustration rares here, and honestly, some of the best in the entire era. So while I do put it lower because the EXs do bother me a little bit, just know that these illustration rares are stellar, and it started what is probably one of my favorite eras in all of Pokemon cards. Number 57 is Platinum Base. This set's solid. I do really like Platinum Base set. I love how like varied it is. I feel like there's a lot of different cool things about this set, rather than just one standout part of the set. For example, well, a lot of the level X's are still stinkers. Don't love all of them. A lot of them are really cool. There's cool holos in the set. The reverse holo shinies are back, which I'm a big fan of. They also have like base set reprint Charizard, and while it's not remade like the one from Stormfront, which we'll talk about later, they're still pretty cool to have here. Other than that, a lot of this stuff is still just okay. We have like galactic Pokemon for the first time, which are a little ugly. They're all like in this weird dark 3D aesthetic, which doesn't really feature anything Team Galactic-y. So it's a very similar problem to that of like Gym Heroes and Challenge, and the fact that, yeah, they don't really feature the main gimmick they're trying to sell. But other than that, Platinum is a pretty good set. Number 56 is Sun and Moon Ultra Prism, and I think this is a pretty cool set. I really like the Pokemon they chose for the set, specifically its GXs, and the Silvally GX, specifically just the normal one, looks insane and incredible, and I love it, and it's better than, like, its own full art. I just think this regular GX is one of the best cards in the whole set. And you also have incredible full art trainers, which at this point is a constant for the Sun and Moon era, with stuff like Lusamine and Looker just looking absolutely incredible. And yeah, there is an abundance of PNG Pokemon here, but when you have otherwise great cards, it is something I can look past. Number 55 is EX Sandstorm, and what? I would put an EX set pretty high up on the list. But yeah, this set is so much better than all the other EX series sets. Par couple, there are still a couple on the list, I know. Me, liking EX series sets, who am I? But yeah, in the set there's very minimal PNG Pokemon. There are some fantastic looking holos here. And even the EXs are alright. There really isn't too many bad EXs here. And I would actually say a majority of the EXs look pretty cool. Yeah, good job, EX Sandstorm. It's a shame they didn't keep up this momentum because this was like the second EX set, but I'll compliment what's here, and what's here is really good. Number 54 is X and Y Breakpoint, and this set is this low on the list just to prove a point, because, little known fact about me, this is my favorite set of all time. It's nothing mind-blowing, but if you asked me simply what do I think the best set of all time is, or what do I think my favorite set of all time is, rather, I would say X and Y Breakpoint, just because I have the best memories of opening it, I love the cards in it, and all that. However, looking at it objectively, looking at it taking all of my experience out of the equation, just saying, hey, what cards look the coolest out of every set ever? Breakpoint lands around the middle of the list, which is a little bit disappointing. But yeah, I would say still this is a huge improvement over the other Break series sets. Obviously, I like Evolutions and Steam Siege more, but when you compare Breakpoint to Breakthrough and Fates Collide, it is a vast improvement. Yes, the Pokemon chosen to be breaks are not great. Looking at you, Raticate and Golduck, still a little confused on those ones. But other than that, I really like the EXs here. I think Espeon is a great choice here, and it gets a really cool EX and EX full art. Scizor and Gyarados are really cool Mega Forms, and all the Gyarados cards in the set are shiny, including an awesome looking secret rare. which I've managed to pull, another reason why I love Breakpoint. Even taking the EXs out of the equation for a second, there's some really cool cards here. Like, I actually really like the Luxray break here, just a random one, and like the Suicune Hollow from the base set also looks incredible. And then there's also just other cool full arts. I think the Sizor full art and the Manaphy full art look great as well. So yeah, while I'm ranking this lower to prove I'm being unbiased, I think that this is one of the better X and Y series sets. Number 53 is X and Y Phantom Forces, and I feel like this set is so different from every other X and Y series set. It just doesn't feel like it really fits in with everything else from the XY era. And the reason for that is because of the weird variety of one-off cards in the set. First of all, Silver Dialga EX, the only silver card they've ever done, unless you count the Reshiram from White Flare, which I don't really count. It's a full art which is all silver. And I think it's a cool card, but it's also a very expensive card, and I feel like the only reason it is an expensive card is because it was only one ever done. Like, I feel like if the silver cards were a more common occurrence, the Silver Dialga wouldn't be as cool and sought after as it was, because when you really look at it, the art is fine. It's cool to look at because, again, all silver. I mean, everybody likes gold and silver cards, right? But it's fine, but I feel like people lose their minds over it because it's the only one like it. And then you also have like the Team Flare Gear trainers, right? Which are just trainers that say like Flare Gear on the bottom, and they're fine too. Again, I feel like they're cooler because they're only in this set. They were never done afterwards. And yeah, other than that, I mean Gengar. I like Gengar. I think Mega Gengar looks really nice. The full art's really cool. I still don't like the Secret Rare. The Secret Rare Mega Evolutions are not my favorite. There's a Gengar here, and I just don't like it because all it does is it just adds like a hint of gold to it, which is really underwhelming and disappointing, especially what they did with the gold Secret Rares later in the era. So yeah, there's good stuff here. Very weird set because there's a lot of one-offs here, but I think the novelty makes it a cool set. You know, XY Phantom Forces, if you open it, you have really exclusive cards in it that you can't see anywhere else. And that is pretty cool. Other than that, it's a fine XY series set. Number 52 is Platinum Arceus, and I think that this is a really solid set. The level X's kinda stink, maybe except for like the Gengar and maybe the Tangrowth. They're okay, but there really is enough other cool stuff here to make up for those. You got the Reverse Hollow Shinies, always look great. Love the ones they chose here, especially the Ponyta and the Shinx, I think are my favorites in this set. Then obviously the main draw of the set is the Arceus subset that have like this really cool ripple pattern going across all of them. Again, much like Phantom Forces, where it's something unique to this set that was never done again. And for that, I think it stands out from all the other Diamond and Pearl Platinum era sets. Number 51 is Sword and Shield Vivid Voltage, and I quite like this set actually. I think that the Pokemon chosen to be V and VMAX cards here are really cool and kind of unique. Like you have Aegislash, Togekiss, Steelix. These are all Pokemon that you don't really see every day, but are cool enough to when they get cool V and V Full Art cards, they stand out a lot. Also, I think I like VMAXs a lot. I know people don't really care for VMAXs, but I think especially since VMAXs are gone in the Scarlet and Violet era and in the Mega Evolution era, I feel like they really grew on me over time, and I feel like the Pikachu and the Colossal, and there's just a lot of other really cool VMAX cards here that I am a really big fan of in retrospect. I don't think I cared for them when they came out. There's also cool full art trainers too, not as good as the Sun and Moon era, but still not bad by any means. Rainbows are still whatever. There's also Amazing Rares, speaking of one-off gimmicks that never really came back. They were in Vivid Voltage and Shining Fates, and then they never showed up again. And honestly, don't really care for them. They're like the Prism Star cards from the early Sun and Moon era, where they're certainly there, but you know, they're not really a standout for me. They're just kind of there. So yeah, cool set, especially for early Sword and Shield. This was the last set other than Shining Fates. This was the last main Sword and Shield set to not feature alternate arts, and I think they did a pretty good job. Number 50 is XY Steam Siege. One of, if not the most hated set of cards ever released. And I don't know guys, I kinda like it actually. It's not a perfect set, some of the breaks are still so dumb, but even then you have cool ones like Xerneas and Yveltal. This is what I was hoping they would do in the earlier break sets, because these are the feature Pokemon of the X and Y era, and they make so much sense to be break cards. Also, each card in this set kind of follows the Steam Siege gimmick. Like, there's a lot of commons and uncommons in the set that feature, like, mechanical buildings and gears, like the Chimchar that's holding a gear. And that is really cool. I feel like a lot of sets don't really do that, aside from arguably stuff like Journey Together, where each of the common and uncommon cards follow a specific theme. Not all of them obviously follow this theme, but there are so many in the set that follow this mechanical theme, like mechanical versus nature theme, which not only is one of my favorite aesthetics in media in general, like the overgrown factory buildings and stuff like that, but it also makes some of these commons and uncommons really stand out. Also, you have these dual cards. Speaking of one-off gimmicks, this is like 4 sets in a row, right? That has a one-off gimmick to it. You have like these dual shiny Pokemon holos, and they look really cool. The Bisharp and the Volcarona look really nice. Sure, there's some interesting choices, like Shiftry doesn't really stand out that much, but these are still a cool gimmick, and they even applied it to the EXs, right? Mega Gardevoir EX is a shiny Pokemon, and it's a dual type card. Definitely a one-off gimmick. I feel like if this stayed, I wouldn't have liked it, but it gives something specific and unique to Steam Siege. It's a set that sticks to a gimmick, and I really like it. Even Pokemon like Magearna really fit in the set because of the whole Steam Siege aesthetic. So yeah, I like it. It's nothing amazing. I do wish they did some things differently, but overall, I really like it. Number 49 is X and Y Flashfire, and remember when we talked about Breakthrough? How I said there was 10 Mewtwo cards? It's not much better here. We do have 7 Charizard cards, which is a bit much. However, I am more okay with the Charizard because it's Mega Charizard, right? Mega Charizard X and Y look very aesthetically different from each other. So having 2 of the Charizards being this cool black and blue dragon stands out from the rest of them. And yeah, I mean, the rest of the set's pretty good too, other than obviously the 7 Charizards. You have Pokemon like Kangaskhan and Toxicroak and Magnezone, which, well, are interesting choices for the second set of the X and Y era, and I definitely don't love that there's no Gen 6 Pokemon here. I think they actually get really cool full arts, especially stuff like the Magnezone look really cool, and they're not Pokemon you see every day. And nothing here is mind-blowing. Again, this is very early XY. They're still in that funk of, oh, let's only do like 3 or 4 EXs in the set, rather than doing like 20 V cards like they did in Sword and Shield. So, I mean, in that regard, there isn't a ton to look at here. And while you do still have the stupid Secret Rare Gold cards for both Charizards that I don't care for, you otherwise have some really nice looking cards. Number 48 is Black and White Boundaries Cross, and this set is great. Admittedly, there is an infestation of sorts, but at the same time, there are otherwise beautiful cards thrown into the base part of the set, which I'm a huge fan of. It's just like extra bonuses on top of the already great EXs and EX full arts that are already in this set. And there's also the shiny secret rares, which are some of the best they've ever done. Golurk is such a fantastic pick for this, where it's a great shiny, and it's a Pokemon that doesn't get a shiny all the time, so I think it looks great as one of the secret rare shinies in the set, and the other ones are great too. This is also the first time we've ever had a gold trainer, and it's the first time we've ever had Ace Specs cards, both of which are interesting enough. They're not really going to change the set one way or another, but hey, it's an extra thing this set has over the other black and white sets. So yeah, the PNG Mons are a huge downside, but other than that, everything else is really good. Number 47 is Heart Gold, Still Silver, Undaunted. The legend cards, incredible. Always have been, always will be. And then the prime cards here, there's some memeable ones. You know the ones I'm talking about. Some of them that look kind of stupid and look really close to the camera in unnatural poses, making dumb faces. But you know what? I kind of like it. I'm not a huge Prime fan, so making them kind of stupid looking makes them a little bit better in my opinion. And then there's also some really expressive and nice hollows here to add on top of it. Number 46 is Skyridge, and this is a huge improvement over Aquapolis. The Expedition series of sets is definitely a mixed bag. I think it's one of the most overhyped eras of cards, but I think that Skyridge isn't
bad. It's definitely much better than Aquapolis. The Crystal Pokemon are better. They're still not my favorite. There are some really cool ones, though, like the Ho-Oh and the Golem and the Charizard. All look really cool, actually. Even if they don't really resemble Crystal Pokemon. Like, there's crystals on the artwork, sure, but like, what about these Pokemon specifically screams these are crystal versions of these Pokemon? But that's fine. The holos are cool. There's some nice holos here, like the Umbreon and the Starmie. And the main set is fine. You know, it's an earlier Wizards of the Coast era set, so a lot of the artwork is going to be really good, even if the set overall doesn't have anything too amazing inside of it. Number 45 is Neogenesis. And take everything I just said about Skyridge and you can also apply that here. A lot of the commons and uncommons are probably the highlight of the set. There are some incredible, just basic cards in this set that look even better than some of the holos. Because a lot of the holos here are PNG Pokemons. They are prettier PNG Pokemon. It's not like they just took a clip art offline. I feel like they actually just used the stock image as like a base for like drawing it, which is a little bit more respectable. It does still just look like the PNG that you could just search up on Google. However, it doesn't apply to all of them, luckily. There's like a Hollow, Blossom, Lugia, Jumpluff that are some of my favorite cards ever. Like, some of my favorite of all time. I don't think I would ever put myself through the torture of doing like a Hollow ranking video. But if I did, they would be up there, if not straight up the best Hollows I've ever seen come from Neogenesis. So yeah, there's some stuff I don't like, some holos I wish were better, but at the same time, some of these holos are incredible. Number 44 is Legendary Collection. And I know you guys are probably writing your comments now if you've been watching this video up to this point, which if you have, thank you. I have been very harsh on reprinted sets, namely Forbidden Light and Base Set 2 I've been very harsh on. But those came out immediately after the set they were based on. Base Set 2 came out like a year or two after Base Set 1 came out, and just took reprints from Base Set 1. Forbidden Light was literally the same year as Ultra Prism and just took those cards and used them verbatim again, which I was not a huge fan of. Here, though, Legendary Collection came out after the Neo series of sets. It's a case like X and Y Evolutions, where it was long enough after the original series of sets to be something interesting, kind of a throwback, right? And it's not just verbatim a reprint of base set, because they also give you cards from Jungle and Fossil and Team Rocket. I feel like they truly picked the best of from the original series of sets. It feels more of like a special thing than just doing base set 2 again. Also, they have those crazy cool holos. They have the first instance of reverse holos in the Pokemon TCG, where they have like the firework patterns on the cards, right? And those are also pretty cool. It gives you something cool to look forward to in a set that would otherwise be a bunch of old cards. So if you think about it, there is two sets here. There's the normal set and then the reverse holo set. The reverse holo set is all entirely brand new cards that you haven't seen before. And that is kind of cool. Now, it can't go too much higher than this. I do like these original series of cards, and I like all of the firework patterns, basically, but it is still reprints. I can only give so much leeway to reprints. Number 43 is Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift, and this is a weird one. This is probably the least focused Scarlet and Violet era set that we ever had. It just seems like the EXs chosen here and the illustration rares and the trainers just feel like picked out of a hat. There really isn't any cohesion to these cards, aside from obviously the Paradox Pokemon, which really don't get too many EXs. Most of those are saved for like normal holos or commons and uncommons in the set, which is a bit interesting. Like some of the art rares, like Minior, Blitzel, Espathra, Loudred, just feel chosen out of a hat. Like there's zero cohesion behind the Pokemon chosen for this set. However, this set also has some of my favorite artwork in Pokemon ever. Those same 4 cards I just mentioned, like 4 of my favorite illustration rares they did in the entire era. If you watched my video on it, they were all S tier cards. I love these ones. And there's other ones too, even the special illustration rare, the Goldango and Gimmighoul that match, the Golisopod and the Wimpod art rares look incredible. They have the Parasol Lady special illustration rare, which for somebody who doesn't really care for the full art trainer illustration rares, I think it's one of the best looking cards in the entire Scarlet and Violet era.
So sure, the set doesn't have a super cool gimmick like 151, and it's not as consistently solid as a couple of the other Scarlet and Violet sets I've yet to mention, but it has really, really cool cards. And even though they are of random Pokemon, I almost think that makes them better, because these are Pokemon that really wouldn't fit in any other set unless you did them here. And that is kind of cool. Number 42 is Scarlet and Violet Paldea Evolved. This is very similar to Paradox Rift. I do think it's a little bit better because I do still love the illustration rares here. Again, some of the best in the entire era. However, it is much more themed. It doesn't feel like the Pokemon were just chosen at complete random. I feel like they had some kind of vision here by giving mostly Gen 9 Pokemon the spotlight, which do get some very nice cards. But that being said, there are some just random Pokemon, not from Gen 9, that they chose to give cards to, like Tropius, Mismagius, Sandygast, Sudowoodo. I think all of those art rares look incredible. There's also just some random cards in the set I really like. The normal Lycanroc EX, I think is just a really cool EX. And then there's a couple full arts. I do still like the Terra full art cards, although they didn't fix the problem I had with Scarlet and Violet base, where it's like Slowking is a Terra EX, but it's a Terra Psychic type. Dedenne is a Terra Fairy type. Both of those Pokemon already had those as original types, so making them Terra doesn't really add anything. But their full arts are pretty cool. Even if the normal Dedenne Terra card looks awful, it's just its ass in the frame. And then you also have like the Treasures of Ruin and the starters, all of which get pretty cool illustration rares, especially the Treasures of Ruin. So yeah, illustration rares carried this set. It's an otherwise okay Scarlet and Violet set. Again, if these didn't have illustration rares, this would definitely be a lot lower on the list. Number 41 is EX Emerald, and this is a weird one because there is no gold stars in this entire set, not one. And a lot of the other EX series sets, the only compliment I've been able to give them, other than maybe a few nice holos, is that they had gold star cards. So why is this one so high? If, you know, the entire thing I like about the EX era isn't here. And that's because I rechecked because I looked at my notes and I thought that can't possibly be right. There's no gold stars, it can't be this high on the list. And I looked through all the cards again just now, and they're all good. There isn't one bad card in the set. There's great commons, there's great uncommons, great rares. The EXs are okay. There's some good ones though, especially compared to some of the other sets. A lot of these stand out a lot. And I guess the Farfetch'd is a little strange, but it's a secret rare, so I guess it's kind of cool. I have to give brownie points where brownie points are due. Every single holo in the set is really good, and the EXs aren't bad either. So I end up liking this set more than the majority of the other EX series sets, which is very, very bizarre. Number 40 is Black and White Dragons Exalted, and I am very mixed on this set. On one hand, we have three genuinely amazing Rayquaza cards, like not one of these is a miss. I am also a big fan of the Registeel cards in this set. I don't know why, but all of them really stand out to me and look really nice. In my opinion, the other EX full arts here aren't amazing. Something about like the way they're posed or the lighting just throws me off a little bit, and the shinies are pretty unsubstantial. Like, none as bad as the art shops from Dark Explorers, but definitely some that make me question why they were picked. But the main set is genuinely fantastic. A lot of just the normal EXs are great. A lot of just the commons and uncommons are fantastic. The Rayquazas stand out a lot. And honestly, I'm at the point in the list where I would take a set that has much higher highs over a set that's just consistently fine, which is why I put this one as high as I did on the list. Number 39 is Heart Gold Soul Silver Triumphant, and this is the last Heart Gold Soul Silver set we're going to talk about in this video. Nothing here is mind-blowing. The legend cards are really damn close. I really love the legend cards. I almost wish they weren't split up into two. That's just a personal thing though, because if I'm opening a pack and I just get like the bottom, for example, then it's not the same if I don't get the top as well. So I think that deducts a couple points from it, but they are really cool. You have the Darkrai and Cresselia legend, which, oh my god, this is the best legend card, if not one of the best cards ever made. It just looks so cool, especially with how Darkrai looks on this card. It's incredible. And the Dialga and Palkia legend is a close second for me. It's really good, but it's not quite in the Dialga Palkia range. And I think I actually prefer the holos of the other Heart Gold Soul Silver sets. I think they're a little bit weaker overall, but I would say that the primes here are much better than any of the previous Heart Gold Soul Silver sets. So it's not like a triumphant victory, pun absolutely intended, over the other Heart Gold Soul Silver sets, because I think that the holos are a little bit weaker here than the other ones. But like having better primes, having two of the best legend cards I've ever seen, and just having a really solid set of commons and uncommons, and you have the best set of the Heart Gold Soul Silver era. Number 38 is Black and White Plasma Blast, and this set is basically just a better version of Plasma Freeze. Actually, it says Plasm Freeze on the script, but you know what I mean. I just think overall it has better EXs, full arts, and shinies. Like, straight up, just a better version of that set. I would say that the Palkia from the main set is like the standout EX, because a lot of these black and white sets, like some of my favorite cards, are just like the normal EXs, and I think the Palkia is the one that looks the best from this one. I still think that the Team Plasma full arts are a little bit much. I don't know how I feel about how busy they look compared to just the normal full arts, especially with how early they came in like the timeline of like full art Pokemon. I think they're just a little bit much. The shinies here are some of the best they've ever done. Virizion is okay, but Execute and Dusknoir, well, interesting Pokemon choices for sure, look really good. I'm not even like a big Dusknoir fan, especially not a big fan of Shiny Dusknoir, but I think it's probably the best card in the whole set, just because of how cool it looks. And then Execute is just one that pops so vividly compared to any other shiny they've done in a while, and I can appreciate that. This is also the set that has my favorite Squirtle and Blastoise card, which are one of my favorite Pokemon ever, so of course I'm going to add that to the list of pros for this one. So overall, just a really fantastic set. Number 37 is Sword and Shield Battle Styles, and this, in my opinion, is the first set where Pokemon truly got fantastic. The introduction of alternate arts was one of the best decisions they've ever made, and the fact that they spun that later into like the trainer gallery and then into the illustration rares in Scarlet and Violet was incredible. Sure, here the alternate arts are really hard to pull. The pull rates are really tough on this set, and there's only a couple. There's only like 4 Urshifus, right? Because you have the normal ones, and then the VMAX ones, and then the Tyranitar and Empoleon, I believe. I don't think I'm missing any there. But all 6 of those, genuinely amazing. Like, there is not one miss in any of those alternate arts. And there's also just other good stuff here. Aside from like the introduction of alternate arts, and obviously the big impact they had on the card game, I really like the Kricketune. Just the Kricketune full art, it was like one of the first cards I pulled from the set. It's a big standout for me. I just like the music notes and stuff on the back. I kind of like the gimmick. It's not my favorite gimmick they've ever done, the strong style, agile style. That's not the right one, is it? The single strike rapid strike, that took me way longer to remember what they're called. It's not my favorite gimmick they've ever done, but I do like how they incorporated it on some of the holos and even some of like the EVs in this set. I think that's a really cool way to take it. And I'm also a big fan of like the gold shiny cards for the first time, probably since Rebel Clash. All that added together, you know, you have the alternate arts, just the cool normal full arts and Vs, and then the shinies. That adds up to a pretty solid set. Number 36 is X and Y Roaring Skies. This set's good. Admittedly, there's not a ton of standout normal EXs here. I like Gallade a lot. The normal EX Gallade is a little strange, but like the full arts, like the Mega Full Art and the normal Full Art, incredible cards. Definitely a highlight for me. And then obviously the Shaman. The Shaman Full Art was the big one back in the day. I have a lot of nostalgia for the Shaman. It's not my favorite card to look at, admittedly, but it's still cool for like the history behind it. The Full Art trainers here are very cool. Even if there's less of them than usual, I feel like there's a lot less in this XY set than some of the other ones on the list. And I'm a little upset that they tried to bring the gold trainers back from like the black and white era. Those were never my favorite cards, but I guess this one, at least they tried to make it more gold. So I guess they're alright in that regard. But yeah, this is definitely a set that's just carried by full arts. Because again, the Mega and normal Gallade, fantastic. Like the Rayquaza EX full art, Mega Latios EX. There's just so many great full arts here, and that really does carry it pretty high in the list. Number 35 is Neo Revelation. I like this one. This one is good. Again, I don't think I'm a huge fan of the Neo era of sets. I didn't grow up with them. I know a lot of people will die on the hill that the Neo series of sets are the best they've ever done. And I look at them now, and I can certainly appreciate a lot of the holos and stuff. A lot of the holos here are really good, especially the Ho-Oh. one of my favorites. But like the Shining Pokemon, I don't know. I think I'm spoiled from Shining Legends, which is much higher on this list. I just think that the old Shining cards look too dark, in the sense that like I can't really tell what's going on in the artwork. Like I get they're shiny and I get they're supposed to be like shiny holofoil on the Pokemon itself, and that's cool. But I'm looking at them and I'm like, these are way too dark. I cannot tell what's going on. But even then, the Shining Gyarados and Shining Magikarp here are definitely the best, like by far the best two Shining Pokemon in the entire Neo era, because they don't really have that problem. So I guess just mute the point I just said. And then there's great holos. The Ho-Oh I already mentioned, Suicune, Houndoom also have great ones. It's just a good set. It's not my favorite. The Neo series of sets are never going to be my favorite eras of sets. And honestly, this one is a little bit more bleh than some of the other ones, but the highs are probably much higher than some of the other Neo sets. Number 34, Sword and Shield Lost Origin. And I don't know why, but the Pokemon choice in this set shouldn't bother me as much as it does. I'm looking through the set, and most of the Vs and V-Stars really just don't do anything for me. Just most of the Pokemon here, excluding Giratina because he's Giratina, and the new Hisuian Pokemon because, you know, it's the first time they ever appeared, are just nothing. Like, I like Aerodactyl as a Pokemon, but like Aerodactyl, Pidgeot, Berserker, I don't want to say they were just chosen out of a hat, but like what importance do these guys have like at all? I feel like they just chose them because somebody at Pokemon likes Aerodactyl, and honestly that's real because the Aerodactyl alternate art is one of my favorites in the whole set. It kind of bothers me that the Pokemon choice here isn't that good. That being said, Giratina, oh my god, incredible card. The alternate art Giratina is amazing. I really like these later Sword and Shield sets because of the trainer gallery. This was the first time they ever like experimented in doing the like illustration rare-esque cards, and here they're great. We have the Radiants here, which are really good. I like Gardevoir and Steelix. Can't say the same for Sneasler, but it's not the worst one we've ever had. Actually, it might be. I don't even know. I can't even remember what the other ones are. And then Gallade's back. Again, just like Roaring Skies, I like Gallade as a Pokemon. I'm glad he gets a full art. Would have loved an alternate art, but at least we had that cool one in the trainer gallery, so I can't complain too much. And yeah, this one is just mainly carried by the trainer gallery because the Eternatus VMAX, the Pikachu VMAX and V, the Enamorous trainer gallery. Like, oh my god, some of these trainer gallery cards are incredible. The Centis Scourge V was the one that I managed to pull. The VMAX is like where he's walking on the treadmill. Those are awesome as well. Just like every card in this trainer gallery is truly amazing. So much so that when you attach it to otherwise sets like this one, like I like the Aerodactyl and the Giratina, but there's not much else in the main set that I really like love. So when you attach an otherwise amazing trainer gallery to it, okay set, it really does boost it really high in the list because again, they're my favorite thing the card game's ever done. I don't know if I've mentioned that enough, but they are. That's why this set is as high as it is, and that's why the next set is Number 33 is Sword and Shield Silver Tempest. So yeah, this is basically the same thing as Lost Origin. It's a set where the alternate arts are good. I would say they're much better. I would also say that the Pokemon choice is much better. I like that the new Reggies are here and actually get Vs and VMAXs and V-Stars. That's cool. Regidrago also gets an alternate art, which is really cool. It's a little bit basic. It's not the most exciting alt art in the world. And I kind of wish Regieleki got one because I'm more of an Aleki guy myself. But I'll take the Regidrago. The Pokemon choices are a little bit weird, but I kind of like them. Unknown V and V-Star are really funny because it spells out V and V-Star. I think that's really cute, and the alternate art is also really cute. Alolan Vulpix is an interesting choice because I like Alola Ninetales more, and I would have liked to just see straight up Alola Ninetales. But I guess that's an interesting enough choice. And then just like the normal ass Lugia and Ho-Oh Vs from the main set are like some of the best looking cards like ever. Not just like normal looking Vs, but like best looking cards ever. Whoever they hired to do these normal V cards deserves a raise. These cards could absolutely have been alternate arts because of just how great they look. And then there's also the Lugia. The Lugia is alright. It's never been my favorite alternate art, but this is another set that is absolutely carried by its trainer gallery. The Blaziken. Blaziken's one of my favorites of all time, so of course I'm going to like the Blaziken with the May, specifically from Mega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, but like the Melodic Trainer Gallery, the Mawile Trainer Gallery, the Jinx Trainer Gallery, even like the gold, like Rayquaza and Duraludon, correct me if I'm wrong, in this set look amazing. I guess I didn't mention that the last one, Lost Origin, had like the Pikachu and the Mew. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I really like those black and gold cards a lot. I like the trainer gallery here, and this is just overall a better set than Lost Origin because there's more cards I like. Number 32 is Scarlet and Violet Temporal Forces, and they finally did it. This is the best set ever. There's a Wugtrio EX. Oh my god, the amount of time I've been waiting for a Dugtrio or a Diglett or a Alolan Dugtrio, anything from the Diglett family to get an EX was excruciating, and this set finally gave the people what they really wanted. We got Wugtrio EX, Terra, EX Electric type, we got the normal one and the full art. This is the best set ever, there is no debating it. But in all seriousness, the rest of the set's really good too. I'm actually a big fan of the Pokemon chosen to get EXs here, because I'm a big Torterra fan, so that's really nice. But also just other great ones, like unique enough choices, like choices that we don't see a lot, but of Pokemon that I do still like. The Ace specs are back from the black and white era. I care about them just as much as I did back then, and that is not at all, but I guess they're neat enough inclusions to the latter half of Scarlet and Violet. The main thing I really like about this set is the alt arts. There's a lot of matching ones here, like the Mincino and Cincino match, and then the Deerling and Sawsbuck obviously match as well. Those ones are incredible. Other ones, like the Cutiefly, Bronzor, Shiftry, really stand out to me just because they're beautiful and stunning, and again, have unique enough choices. And the Bronzor is done by Sawau, which is my favorite Pokemon artist in the entire card game. The special illustration rares are, again, okay. It's only the Paradox Pokemon of the Swords of Justice and the Beasts. Some of them look really good, other ones don't look as good. It's kind of a mixed bag. I thought it would be really nice if they just gave us like one or two extra ones, especially when the set features like Torterra and Gengar and Wugtrio. But like, wouldn't it seriously be nice to gotten like a Gengar Altart and a Torterra Altart? You can keep the Paradox ones, but just like add a Gengar or Torterra Alternar in there and we would have been golden. But as is, it's still a really good set. There's some really good alternate arts here. And then Wugtrio, obviously. Wugtrio is unfortunately not in the top 5. He is in my heart, but I had to be realistic and give it like to the Pokemon that actually deserved it. Like the Iron Crown. That's my favorite of the Paradox Pokemon in the set. I think that one's really good. Number 31 is X and Y Primal Clash, and I really don't have any problems with this set. There's fantastic artwork on the EXs, the Megas, and even the Primals now, because we have Primal Groudon, Primal Kyogre exclusively in this set, and those two also get incredible looking Full Art EXs and Primal Full Art EXs, just to add the extra layer of Full Arts onto there, and all of them look incredible. All the other Full Arts in this set are also great. I really love how they kind of themed it around the Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire games, which when this set came out would have been the newest games out. So I appreciate that Pokemon like Sharpedo and Camerupt and like the trainers like Maxie and Archie get full arts because they're the ones from the new game. And it's really cool that they kind of tied it together like that. But even then, there are some other great full arts here, like Trevenant. I really like the normal Trevenant and full art Trevenant in the set, and while they don't really fit with the Primal Clash Omega Ruby F Sapphire theme, I think they look really cool. Also, we have Ancient Trait cards. This is the first time the Ancient Trait cards have appeared in the card game, and I am never going to complain about getting basically extra full arts in a pack. These will come in the common, uncommon, or rare slots of the pack. Sometimes they can even be holos, I'm pretty sure. And what makes these cards different is obviously that they're semi-full art. There is a little bit of blank space on the bottom of the card, but for the most part, the Pokemon is the full art of the card. But they also have like an Ancient Trait ability, which makes them stronger. You can see it in like the top right corner, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, they're cool looking cards, especially for just normal commons and uncommons you can get in the set. And I'm, again, never going to complain about getting extra full arts in the set. The only slight problem I have with this set, I know I said I had no problems, but the gold trainer cards, I don't like them. I talked about it with Roaring Skies a couple sets ago. I just don't care for them. They seem lazy to me. They're just normal trainers with a gold tint to them. If you're going to do these gold item cards, at least do it like Sword and Shield does, with the full art aesthetic. Not just this half-assed, like, it looks like the normal trainer, but there's a hint of gold to it. I just don't really care for that part of the set. But when that is really the only negative I have for a set like this, then you know it's a really good set. Number 30 is Black and White Plasma Storm, and this is the best Plasma set. There were only 3 of them. It was Plasma Storm, which is the first one, ironically enough, Plasma Blast, and Plasma Freeze. But I do believe that the first one, Plasma Storm, is by far the best of those sets. Really, I don't care for the Team Plasma cards. I'll say it once, and I'll say it 3 times in this video. I don't care for them. However, in this set, I would say that the Psychic cards are where the Team Plasma gimmick works the best. Cards like Weezing and Giratina look pretty cool with the Team Plasma aesthetic. I think the purple works well for this style of cards. And honestly, there are some full arts here. There are some Team Plasma full arts, namely the Articuno and Lugia, that I think are actually pretty cool. Also, there's the Blastoise and Charizard shiny cards. These are some expensive cards, but even I have to admit that they are some of the coolest and best shinies that they've done, especially the Charizard. I know people don't like to admit that Charizard cards are cool, but this one is really cool, and it was one of the first shiny Charizard cards, and it's just a really cool card. I'm not paying an arm and a leg for it, but it's cool to look at from a distance. Other than that, everything else here is solid enough. There's cool EXs and full arts other than the ones I already mentioned. There's Lotad. Yeah, this is where the Lotad card comes from, the one that is my channel icon. So that definitely gives it some bonus points. And then there's also like A-Specs and Gold Trainer cards, which I'm not even counting towards the total of this set. But all in all of the great cards in the set and Lotad. Lotad unfortunately doesn't count as a great card in the set, but to me, it is the best card in the set. And yeah, cool stuff here. Not much else to say. Number 29 is X and Y Evolutions, and this is a reprint set done well. Yes, 90% of these cards come from the original base set, but even then they changed subtle stuff about the cards. They changed the stats, for example, to make them more competitively viable so that all these cards aren't just extremely underpowered. They also changed some of the fonts around, like the HP bar is no longer red, it's black, and they overall just like tidied it up a little bit. They added like the set logo, stuff like that. So it's a little bit different than the original cards, but the main thing they added here is that they added EXs, Megas, and Breaks, which is kind of what the past XY sets were doing. So it's more of a fusion between the X and Y series of sets and a reprint of base set, because alongside these reprinted base set cards, you have these EXs and Mega EXs, which, while we're on the topic, look incredible with the gold border on it. It's weird because gold bordered cards are usually exclusive to secret rares, especially at this time in Pokemon, so it's weird that just the normal EXs, as well as the EX full arts and Mega EX full arts, all have these gold borders around it, but honestly, it makes them stand out and seem so much cooler compared to any of the other EXs from this era, and that's kind of cool. But they also added the breaks in, which was definitely an unnecessary choice, and I know people like to crap on breaks because they don't like them. I've crapped on breaks in this video, and here, yeah, they're not amazing. They're not my favorite part of the set by any means, but it's cool that they're here. Again, it's almost like a reimagining of base set in the sense that it combines an original series of base set cards with new EXs, Megas, Breaks, Full Arts from the X and Y era. It really is a great fusion of the two. And then going farther with the almost remake aspect of the set, they added the Dark, Steel, and Fairy energies to the original base set cards. So Clefairy, for example, originally a normal type in base set, is now a fairy type in evolutions. And just seeing the fairy type on like a base set style of card is really cool, and that's why Clefairy is one of my favorite cards in the set. You add that alongside the really cool full arts, like the Mewtwo and Dragonite full art are really cool looking, especially like side to side, back to back. So even without the whole base set reprint element of the set, it really is just a great X and Y series set also, because it has really cool EXs and Megas and full arts. So that makes it a really, really great reimagining of the original base set. Number 28 is Diamond and Pearl Stormfront, which is by far the best Diamond and Pearl era of cards. Now there is a Platinum set that I think is better than this one, a little bit farther up on the list, but in terms of straight up the original Diamond and Pearl, this one is by far the best. And I was very surprised when I saw this one. First of all, I'd like to say, there were 0, yeah, count it, 0 PNG Pokemon in this set, which is a fantastic change of pace from all the other Diamond and Pearl series of sets, which heavily relied on the basic stock image PNG cards a lot. Like, even for some of the brand new Pokemon introduced in Diamond and Pearl, we have amazing level X's. Usually level X's are a rarity of cards that I mixed on. Usually I think it's a 50-50 shot whether I like the level X's in a set or not. But I would say a majority of the ones here, especially like the Dusknoir and Heatran, look really cool and really unique for level X's, which I think is really sweet. There's also the base set Charmander reprints, which, if we're just talking about evolutions kind of reimagining these cards, these completely reimagine the Charmander line, which is really cool. These are very much modernizations of original base set cards, and that is really cool. Add that alongside the fact that this was the first Diamond and Pearl set to feature these shiny reverse holos. We have 3 here. We have the Drifloon, the Duskull, and the Voltorb shinies in this set, all of which look really good, and again, started probably the coolest subset in the Diamond and Pearl era with just the extra shinies thrown into the reverse holo slot. And that is really cool. So that's like 3 really great things: the cool level X's, the shiny reverse holos, which have been consistently solid, and the really cool Charmander line remake. And you have like the trifecta of really great Diamond and Pearl era cards, which is why Diamond and Pearl Stormfront is by far the best Diamond and Pearl era set. Number 27 is Sun and Moon Team Up, and just gauging on the fact that this is the first time I'm bringing up tag teams this video, you should know that these are really great cards. There is not one tag team from the latter half of the Sun Moon era that is bad, and while I think that the first set to feature them, Sun and Moon Team Up, is the weakest set on the list, it still is the 27th best Pokemon cards that they've ever done. Out of 128, that is really good. This is better than 101 other sets I've talked about in this video. And that says a lot, because it's also the weakest set to feature team-up cards. But yeah, this set just has beautiful cards all around. I will say, the Pokemon they chose to get normal, non-tag team GXs in this set are definitely interesting. When you have the amazing tag team GXs sitting right next to them, I am much more willing to look past that shortcoming and just admire the pretty artwork. What, do we have Pikachu and Zekrom here, Venusaur and Celebi, and then, going off of memory, I think Eevee and Snorlax are the main ones in this set. And those are all really cool pairings. A little bit Gen 1 heavy, but that's okay. A lot of these sets are Gen 1 heavy, so I'm not going to fault it points for that. Even if you think that the normal GXs or the GX full arts are a little bit lame, I'm personally not a huge fan of the GX full arts from the Sun and Moon era, we have alternate arts. And I know I said that Battle Styles was the first time they introduced alternate arts into the card game, and that's true, but it's also false. The tag team era of Sun and Moon also had alternate arts, although they're a little bit different. They weren't officially called alternate art cards, I don't believe. I could be wrong on that. They were more so counted as like extra full arts you could get, but they're full arts that have like really cool art to them. Like the Gengar and Mimikyu alternate art, quote unquote, is a much different art than just the Gengar and Mimikyu full art. Same thing with the Latios and Latias, which is like a $2,000 card or whatever as of filming this, which is crazy. Those are definitely alternate arts. So if you want to counter my previous point about battle styles, this was technically the first set to introduce alternate arts. But really, I do still believe that they truly got started in battle styles. But that being said, alternate arts, we have them and they all look great. All of these cards look really great. The Whale Art and Magikarp's okay, but all the other ones look amazing. And even then, the main thing I complimented all of the other Sun and Moon sets on was their amazing full art trainers. And guess what? Those continue here. There's some really great full art trainers alongside the new tag team cards. I'm just so glad that the Sun and Moon set of cards picked up so much, because the early Sun and Moon era, honestly, with the exception of Shining Legends, every set from Sun and Moon base set to Lost Thunder was underwhelming and disappointing in one way or another. So the fact that they turned it around with the last 5 sets, with the last 5 Sun and Moon sets, Team Up, Unbroken Bonds, Unified Minds, Hidden Fates, and Cosmic Eclipse, all being basically in the top 30, is really incredible that they managed to turn it around so quickly and make the rest of the Sun and Moon sets as incredible as they did. Yeah, I really don't have any complaints here. Again, I guess the Wailord Magikarp GX Alternate isn't my favorite. And the Prism Stars are fine. They're whatever. But like, who cares? Number 26 is EX Dragon Frontiers. Oh my god. I'm putting an EX set above Sun and Moon Team Up? Who am I? Just like how Diamond and Pearl Stormfront was by far the best Diamond and Pearl series of sets, EX Dragon Frontiers is by far the best EX series of sets. And it's the last one I have to talk about today. I am so sick of the EX series of sets, but this one is actually a good one. First of all, I love Delta Species cards. I think it's a really cool gimmick, and it actually does what I wanted them to do with the Delta Species EXs in the set, and make the EXs different types than their original Pokemon. And oh my god, it is so much cooler to have the EXs with unique types, types that match the color of the Pokemon that the EX is based on to be their new typing. For example, the Latios and Latias. Latios is a water type because Latios is blue, and then Latias is a fire type because, again, fun fact, it's red. And then if they don't match the color of the Pokemon, they're just cool. Like, who's gonna say that the electric type Rayquaza EX isn't just a really cool card? And that's not it, because the two gold stars in the set, the shiny Charizard and the shiny Mew, are Delta species, and they also match the color of the Pokemon. The shiny Charizard, who we all know is the black and red dragon, is now a dark type, and the shiny Mew, who is this blue psychic type, is now a water type. And I can't look you in the eyes and tell you that these are not two of the best gold stars I've ever done, which is a very high compliment, because all the other gold stars I've talked about in this video have basically saved the EX set they're in. In this set, the gold stars carry the set again, but all of the EXs are great here. Even the ones I don't care for, I think Tyranitar EX and the Kingdra EX are a little bit ugly, are saved by being Delta Species cards, because that just adds such an extra level of coolness to those artworks. Also, this applies to the holos as well. All of the holos in this set are also Delta Species cards. And again, it makes them so much cooler. Like, look at this melodic, look at this fire type melodic holo, and tell me that that does not make it so much cooler than any other holo from the EX era. I was so pleasantly surprised by EX Dragon Frontiers. I honestly think that's why I was so harsh on every other EX series of set, because I know that they can be great. And that is especially why I was so harsh on EX Delta Species, because EX Dragon Frontiers is everything that set should have been. This set is incredible and is genuinely one of the best ones Pokemon has ever done. Number 25 is Expedition base set, and this is where I'm going to eat my words, because I have been on record saying that I do not really care for the Expedition series of sets. But again, this one is kind of the outlier, in the same way that EX Dragon Frontiers showed me how great the EX era could be. This set showed me how great the Expedition series of sets could have been. And that, honestly, is a little bit disappointing because it was also the first Expedition series of sets. It's a little bit unfortunate that, in my opinion, again, this entire list is my opinion, this entire 5+ hour video is my opinion. And if you're watching it this far in, you should know that. But I truly believe the Expedition series of sets peaked with the first one, and that really is just because this has some of the best artwork in the entire 25+ year run of Pokemon. Everything here is really good. Commons, uncommons, rares, holos, all of them are incredible. My favorite card in the set is this Blastoise holo. Blastoise is my favorite Pokemon, and I've never seen a Blastoise card look this cool. And that, again, does give it some bonus points. But even some of the other holos, the Rapidash, the Ampharos, all of them are just great. There really is no complaints about this set other than the fact it's an E series of set. So they have those weird cards with the rounded borders and the rails on the side. That really is the only problem I have with these cards, is just the overall design of the cards themselves. Other than that, taking the artwork by itself, it's some of the best Pokemon's ever done. Even I have to admit that. Number 24 is Shining Legends, the first true Shining set on this list. I like shiny Pokemon. I like all of the shiny sets Pokemon has done up to this point, which is why I haven't talked about one of them yet. But Shining Legends is a bit of an outlier in that regard. It came out very early on in Sun and Moon, which, as I just talked about with Team Up, was a very weak era of cards. Everything from Sun and Moon to Sun and Moon Lost Thunder was anything from underwhelming to disappointing. Again, I've already said this. Shining Legends is definitely the outlier in this. Sure, it's a smaller set. It's like 70 cards total, which is really not big considering like Sun and Moon Lost Thunder was over 200 cards at the time. So for the time this came out, that is an extremely small set. And if we took the Shining Pokemon out of the set, it would be okay. A lot of the GXs and GX full arts are not the reason I fell in love with the set. That is mainly to do with two sets of cards in particular. First of all, the Shining Pokemon. I've gone on record saying that I don't care for the original Shining cards. I like the original Shining Gyarados and Magikarp from one of the Neo sets. Other than that, I really think they're too dark, and unless you're under the right lighting, you're not even going to be able to tell that they're shiny, because the entire Pokemon is basically blacked out. They do alleviate that problem here with a lot of the new Shining cards not being blacked out. They are just full-on the shiny Pokemon in very bright colors, and that makes them really cool. Sure, like the Shining Arceus and Shiny Volcanion are okay, but like when you have other amazing cards like the Shining Mew, the Shining Jirachi, even the Shining Genesect look really great because those cards have such unique colors and pop so much from the background of the card, and especially against their typing. Since Mew is a psychic type, it has that deep purple card, and it's just this blue creature with this cosmic background. It just looks so good. That alone would already put the set high up. The shining Pokemon in the set are incredible. I would say I prefer them over the shiny Pokemon from like Hidden, Shining, or Paldean Fates, because those have very simplistic white backgrounds with sparkles on the back. So at the end of the day, all of them kind of look the same to each other. Here, though, all of the Shining Pokemon are allowed to have unique backgrounds and to be shining. And the other reason this set is so high up on my ranking is the Mewtwo. The Secret Rare Alternate Art Mewtwo. Shining Legends without the Mewtwo would already be pretty high up on the list. And Shining Legends without the Shining Pokemon would already be pretty high up on the list because of the Mewtwo. The Mewtwo is genuinely an incredible card and is even better than any of the other cards in this set. I would even argue that the Mewtwo is probably better than a lot of the Tag Team GXs from this era, which I know, put your pitchforks down. A lot of the Tag Team GXs from the later Sun and Moon eras are incredible, but I would say this is the single best GX alternate art Pokemon card. I really do think it's that good. It captures the personality and the origin story of Mewtwo so well. It's such an incredible chase card to go for, and it's just so cool that they threw it in with Shining Legends, which is a set I probably already would have ranked fairly high on my list alone off the Shining Pokemon, to get such a cool alternate art chase card. This set is incredible, and I am very sad I did not open more of it when it was new. Number 23 is Shining Fates, so going from one Shining set to another. And honestly, I think this set is really good. Obviously, I think it's better than like 100 other sets. But it, in a way, feels like it's the exact opposite of Hidden Fates. Spoiler, I guess, but what I really liked about Hidden Fates was the full art GXs. I thought they were incredible and they span across basically the entire Sun and Moon era. Here, though, the Shiny V Full Arts and V Max Full Arts kind of feel a little less exciting. They feel a little bit more boring. Not to throw any shade at Centiskorch and Dubwool, but when you're comparing them to Mewtwo and Umbreon, it's kind of hard for me to like them as much as the GX Full Arts from Hidden Fates. The main thing about Shining Fates that really appeals to me, however, is the baby shinies. I think those are a vast improvement over Hidden Fates, basically because there's more of them. I also think just the artwork on a lot of the basic shiny cards like the Dedenne and the Poltegeist, and even ones like the Grookey, in terms of just baby shinies, have very expressive and interesting arts on top of already being baby shiny cards, which I think is really nice. However, while the main set is mostly reprints, we do get a couple new ones here, and I do want to give a shout out to the Ditto V and Ditto V Max, both the normal ones and the shiny versions. I think that was a really cool inclusion that they honestly didn't have to include. They really could have just left those cards as like promos and nobody would have said anything. There's also Amazing Rares. You guys remember Amazing Rares? I don't, and we only talked about them like 10 sets ago. This and Vivid Voltage are the only two Sword and Shield sets to include Amazing Rares. And I mean, hey, the more the merrier, right? Adding Amazing Rares on top of a very shiny, heavy set is an excellent choice, and they're definitely welcomed into the set alongside like the Eternatus V and VMAX gold cards. Another thing that comes in the reverse hollow slot. It's like going to the casino and you see all like the lights on top of the slot machines trying to like lure in old people and stuff. It's kind of like that with this set where everything is in the reverse hollow slot and you're basically pulling that lever of the slot machine down to see what you're going to get. Sometimes you're going to get Amazing Rares, Baby Shinies, Full Art V Shinies, V Max Shinies. Sometimes you're going to get like the Gold Eternatus card. There's just a lot of different possibilities in this set that, in all honesty, while they're all cool to look at now, when you're opening the set, it is a little bit disappointing, especially in the case of the Amazing Rares. I love Amazing Rares. I think they're really cool. I gave a lot of points to Vivid Voltage for the Amazing Rares being awesome, but here, honestly, every time I get an Amazing Rare out of a Shining Fates pack, I would rather it be a baby shiny because I'm opening Shining Fates. So yes, more the merrier. I am glad they're here. The other part of me is a little bit upset they're here because it means you're gonna get baby shinies less frequently. And maybe that's just because this set was not nice to me at all. Anytime I opened this set, personally speaking, I got like nothing, but I got like 5 of those Reshiram and Yveltal's Amazing Rares. Maybe this is just my personal bias showing through, and that's why I think it's the worst Fates set, but I do think it's the worst Fates set. That, alongside the set just being fairly small, and then the V full arts not being that exciting, especially since they took the Charizard V and put it in Champion's Path, which is basically the reason why I hate Champion's Path as much as I do. Even throwing that card in here probably wouldn't have saved it from being the worst Fate set, but hey, being the worst Fate set still gets you 23rd place on the best Pokemon card sets of all time, just because the power of shiny Pokemon is strong. Number 22 is Jungle. And it's jungle. I don't know what you want me to say. We all know what jungle is. If you're watching the video this far in, you know what jungle is. I'm not going to explain it to you. Jungle was the second ever Pokemon card set ever made. What's weird though, it only has half the number of cards that base set has. That's just a little weird. It's not something that I'm going to take points away for, because obviously it's still really high up on my list. But it is something that is just interesting to note, especially when sets like Fossil and Team Rocket are just bigger. But I still think it's a good set. Much like the other original series of sets, it is carried by its hollows, mainly the evolutions in this set, especially Jolteon and Vaporeon. It hurts me to say it, Flareon is my favorite of the original 3 evolutions, but Flareon by far has the worst hollow of the 3. And actually, Jolteon is one of my least favorite evolutions, and I have to admit that it probably has the best hollow in the entire set, which is almost like ripping my heart out and admitting it. But all the other hollows are really cool as well. I really like the Electrode and Pidgeot. Those are some random ones I really enjoy. And then the Snorlax is iconic, and I really like that one. And a lot of the older series of sets have that old style to them, which I can really appreciate in retrospect. Obviously, I wasn't alive when this set came out, so I don't have like childhood nostalgia of opening or anything, but I do have cards from the set as well as cards from the original 4 series of sets, 5 if you count base set 2, but we don't talk about base set 2. So I just think Jungle is more of what base set was. I don't think Jungle is substantial enough for me to say it's better than base set. The other original series sets, Fossil and Team Rocket, have arguments to be made, mainly Team Rocket with its like dark Pokemon, and then Fossil just having cooler artworks than Jungle. Sorry to say it, but it's true. Those I could make an argument for being better than base set, but it's really hard for me to sit here in front of you and argue that Jungle should be placed above base set. I think if base set 2 wasn't a thing, which again, we're not going to talk about base set 2, Jungle would probably be the worst original series set, which is not an insult, much like how saying Shining Fates is the worst Fate set, saying Jungle is the worst original series set, and then still giving it 22nd place on the list really is not that insulting, I assure you. Number 21 is Sun and Moon Unified Minds. And hey, guess what? Did you guys know I like tag team alternate arts? What? Me? The guy who made a 2-hour video ranking every alternate art ever really likes the tag team era of Sun and Moon? This is so surprising. But yeah, this set rocks. I don't know what else you want me to say. Tag team alternate arts are really good. I will say it is a bit strange how they excluded the Garchomp and Giratina, Mewtwo and Mew, and Lucario and Melmetal to be put in tins later. I think if those were actually part of the set, this set would actually probably go up 10 places. As is, the tag team alternate arts we're left with are still good. I just wish there were more, and it's selfish of me to say, like, oh, this set's really good, but I just want more of it. It's just the fact that I know these 3 cards exist and you chose to exempt them from the set to put them in tins, and that does take a couple points away from the set. That being said, the Tyranitar and Sableye might be one of my favorite alternate arts ever. It's up there with the Mewtwo for sure, in terms of, like, really sick looking cards. It's not really one I think about. It's not really memorable. That's probably why I didn't remember it when I told you that Mewtwo was my favorite alternate art, and I still think it is better than this one. But the Tyranitar and Mega Sableye GX is really cool. And Sun and Moon also continues to have amazing full art trainers. The Channeler from this set, the random Channeler card in this set, is incredible. It's really cool. Even other ones of more well-known trainers than just Channeler, like Blue and Misty, look great. I'm not a huge fan of the Misty, but I know a lot of people are, and I have to give props where props is due. It is a nice looking card. And then just the base set is really good. There are a bit too many PNG Pokemon for my liking, especially considering this set came out in 2019, and we should be way beyond this by now. But looking past those commons, uncommons, rares, they all look great. There's a lot of good ones in this set, and just the normal GXs are really good. And if you want a little hot take from me, I don't think that the Slowpoke and Psyduck alternate art is good. I would actually say it's quite bad. I am not a fan of that card at all. And even if that takes a couple points away from the set, which it really doesn't, I still think the set's good. I like the set. I don't know what else you want me to say. I wish it was a little bit more. I wish they kept the 3 promos in the set. I wish the Psyduck and Slowpoke didn't exist, and I wish the PNGs weren't in the set. And I feel like I'm repeating myself, so before I make this video 10 hours longer than it needs to be, let's just move on. Number 20 is Neo Destiny. And this is going to be a little bit of an aside, and I'm sure not many of you are going to care about it, but I had to re-record this segment specifically because I accidentally filmed a segment for Neo Discovery again instead of Neo Destiny. And the names are very similar. It got confused on my paper. It said Neo Discovery. And as I was doing that segment, even in my head, I was thinking, wow, I don't think I like this set that much, but I'm going to hype it up anyway because I put it as 20th place on my list. But it actually being Neo Destiny, that I think is the best Neo set, makes a lot more sense to me. And that mainly has to do with the combination of light and dark Pokemon. They are like 2 extremes. The light Pokemon are kind of like airy and almost floating around the place, especially in ones like the Arcanine. It feels almost like ethereal the way it's like floating in a way. Versus the dark ones, which are just heavily shadowed Pokemon that have like creepy faces, or mainly just in the darkness of the card. Mainly the Ariados is the one that comes to mind, where it's like mostly in shadow. It's really cool to have both of those extremes in the set, and to have both of those as holos here. It makes the set stand out a lot, especially from the other Neo sets, and they also just look better than many of the holos from the Neo sets, which already didn't look bad if you remember my segments on those sets. There's also the Shining Pokemon. Again, I don't like the Neo Shining Pokemon, but I gotta give props where props is due. There is, count it, 8 Shining Pokemon in this set. That is absurd. That is really cool for an early set like this to have 8 Shining cards in it.
even if some of them kind of look bad. Noctowl Raichu, not my favorite looking ones, but I have to give props where props is due. Other ones like the Charizard and the Kabutops do look good. And yeah, I mean, it's just more of the same from the Neo series of sets. They use a lot of like that claymation style for a lot of the cards, and it's really charming here. And then again, just a lot of the light and dark Pokemon just look really good. Especially the Dark Quilava is one of my favorites in the whole set. I don't even like Quilava as a Pokemon that much, but goddamn is that card cool. And yeah, everything I've praised about the earlier generations of cards, the original series sets and Neo series sets, up to 11, with just some incredible looking arts. Number 19 is Platinum Supreme Victors. This is my favorite Diamond and Pearl or Platinum series set. I think it's really good. And there truly isn't one card in the entire set that I don't like. So yeah, the last set I mentioned how I enjoyed every single holo in the set. You can take that here and amplify it up to 10. I like every card in this set. Common, uncommon, rare, holo, level X, shiny, anything. I like it. Again, I don't really care about the trainers. I'm not going to give props to like Professor Rowan or whatever, but every card that really matters in this set is really good. I'm also just really glad that we got reverse shinies back because Platinum base set, the set before this, decided to exempt them for some reason. And I'm glad to see it was just a fluke and that they're brought back for this one because they really are the best part of the set. The shiny Melodic really is probably the best shiny from this era of cards, and it really does look really good. Melodic is also just one of my favorite shiny Pokemon in general, which might make me a little bit biased, but hey, it's my list. And if I could put Neo Discovery at 20, I can put Platinum Supreme Victors at 19, and what are you gonna do about it? No, but in all seriousness, this is a really good set. I guess if I had to say one negative thing about it, I don't like the Absol level X. I think it's kinda lame. But even then, it's much better than some of the other level X's in the set, and overall, I would still say it's fine. It's not bad. And yeah, moving on. Hey, editing me here. I completely forgot to mention the Secret Rare Bird trio that is like a subset, I guess you could say, of Platinum Supreme Victors. And it's literally the best part of the set and the reason I ranked it so high above any of the other Diamond and Pearl or Platinum era sets. So it's kind of weird that when I talked about this set like a couple weeks ago now as of recording this, I just completely forgot to mention it. So yeah, I'm bringing it up now. These cards are awesome, and they're probably the best part of the set in all honesty, except for maybe the Melodic. Number 17 is Sword and Shield Astral Radiance, and I am going to go on a limb and say this is the single most overwhelming Pokemon card set ever made. And yes, I am thinking of sets like Hidden Fates or Shining Fates, which have so many little baby shinies and other extra cards to collect. But think about all the unique types of cards that are in Astral Radiance. Vs, VMAXs, V-Stars, Full Art Vs, Full Art Trainers, Alternate Art Vs, Alternate Art VMAXs, Radiant Pokemon, Rainbow Rare VMAXs, Rainbow Rare V-Stars, Rainbow Rare Trainers, Gold Trainers, Gold V-Stars, an entire goddamn trainer gallery to look at, which includes more Alternate Art Vs and VMAXs, and just normal trainer gallery cards. And yeah, I would say that's a pretty overwhelming set, don't you think? So there is so much quantity here. The real question is all of that quality? And yes, I think it is. First of all, cool Vs, boom. The normal ass Heatran Ultra Rare in the set ends up being one of my favorite cards in the entire set, much like that random EX from Black and White. I don't know why Heatran just gets normal Ultra Rares that look so cool, but I think he does. Cool Radiant Pokemon, I like all three of them. Heatran, I don't know why I'm talking about Heatran so much in Astral Radiance when he doesn't even get like an alternate or anything. But Radiant Heatran was an interesting choice because it doesn't change that much. But I don't mind its inclusion, especially when Radiant Hawlucha and Radiant Greninja are probably my two favorite Radiants that they've ever done just because they pop so much. Full arts are fine. The full arts are okay. A lot of them honestly seem like they're posed a bit strangely, or like they're cut off by the border a little bit. But there are some good ones here, especially the Jirachi. Just random Jirachi. There's not even a Jirachi V in the set, but I like the full art Jirachi V. And also, while we're on the topic of that, for a set that was released immediately after Legends Arceus, which was the newest game as of when it came out, it really doesn't show
that many Pokemon from Legends Arceus. A lot of the Pokemon Vs in the set just don't really fit the theming of like ancient Hisui or even the new Hisuian Pokemon. And it just seems like a big, almost missed opportunity. Sure, we had Lost Origin and Silver Tempest to kind of give us the rest of the brand new Hisuian Pokemon we missed, but I feel like they could have done a bit better with selecting some of the Vs in the set and making them more based on Legends Arceus. However, that is not something I can say about the Trainer Gallery, because the Trainer Gallery is very themed about Legends Arceus, and that is another reason why I am a huge fan of this set. A lot of the normal Trainer Gallery cards in the subset, just the yellow bordered full art cards, have Pokemon with their Legends Arceus trainer, and it's really, really cool. We haven't had this direct of a game to card tie-in ever. And while we're on topic of the Trainer Gallery subset, did you know that was my favorite thing Pokemon ever introduced? What? I like alternate arts and Trainer Gallery cards? This is so surprising, I know. A lot of the quote-unquote alternate art Trainer Gallery cards, like the Calyrex I mentioned before, both the Shadow Rider and the Ice Rider ones, look incredible. Shadow Rider Calyrex is actually my favorite in the whole set. There's also the Zacian and the Garchomp Vs, which again, oh my god, I know neither of those actually reflect Legends Arceus, but I mean, it's Hop and Cynthia. Those are like two of the best Pokemon characters I've ever done, so I'm more than happy if they're the ones they chose to put in the gallery this time. And while we're giving our flowers to alternate arts, I'm going to give flowers to the Hisuian Sneasler alternate art, which I know is not like the big one in the set. People like the Machamp, and I like the Machamp well enough. I think it's cool, but my heart belongs to this incredible looking Hisuian Sneasler alternate art. It's by far my favorite in the whole set. Again, if we're going to talk about missed opportunities, it would have been really cool to see the Hisuian starters get alternate arts. I know Hisuian Samurott got 2 in Crown Zenith, but again, for the set that's supposed to introduce Hisuian Pokemon, it would have been nice to see those cards as alternate arts. But, I mean, the rest of the set's really good, so I'm not going to deduct points for it, and I just think that this is one of the best Sword and Shield sets, and one of the best card sets they've ever done. Number 17 is Sword and Shield Brilliant Stars. So similar thing here as Astral Radiance, Trainer Gallery, carries. Brilliant Stars was the first set to introduce the Trainer Gallery, which I'm gonna give it props for because again, it's the best change Pokemon has ever made. And I would say that the cards in the Trainer Gallery are just a little bit better. You have Sylveon V and VMAX, which are incredible cards. Mimikyu V and VMAX, which I also really enjoy. It is a lot easier for me to give these cards a pass since the set isn't themed around Legends Arceus. Instead, it's like more of a general themed set. So I almost kind of like the variety here as opposed to Astral Radiance, because when the cards were different in Astral Radiance, I almost felt like it was wrong, like they should have been Legends Arceus themed. Here, though, I'm more than okay to have Acerola and Mimikyu and Valerie and Sylveon and all these other interesting looking Trainer Gallery cards. However, another thing that gives Brilliant Stars the edge, in my opinion, is the normal alternate arts in the main set. You have the Charizard V alternate art, obviously. Oh my god, Charizard is a really good card in the set. No way! But no, this was honestly in the era where Charizard cards were cool to collect still. I won't lie. The newer ones, like Obsidian Flames, not Paldean Fates, I love that card so much, 151, even Phantasmal Flames Charizard alternate arts don't really do much for me. And then the Arceus too. Arceus is just really good. I like that one a lot. I like the full art trainers as well. If I'm giving flowers where flowers are due, there's a lot of good ones. I really like the Berry here as just a really standout full art trainer, and it's been a while. Early Sword and Shield is where full art trainers really fell off. Again, full art trainers peaked in the Sun Moon era. They were incredible full art trainers in the Sun Moon era. And then we go into Sword and Shield, and they started off good, and then they really took a nosedive. After like Rebel Clash, all of the full art trainers just got really boring. Here's where we get kind of a spike in the opposite direction. I think there's some cool ones in this set. However, I'm going to take my flowers away because I don't really care for V-Stars. This is a debate that isn't really topical anymore. It might have been more topical when I wrote this. Even then, it wasn't really. But considering we're into the Mega Evolution era at this point, we're into the modern era of cards, V-Stars aren't really coming up in conversation. But ever since they came out, I just did not like them. I liked Vs because they are basically mini full arts. V cards show the Pokemon in the entire art. V-Stars restrict them to the top box, much like the EXs in Scarlet and Violet. However, a lot of them are just ugly. and I just don't like them. And I know that might be controversial opinion. I know people prefer them over VMAXs, but actually, I think I am a bigger fan of VMAXs than V-Stars. But again, a very small part of the set. And when the alternate arts and entire trainer gallery are as good as they are, that makes for just an incredible Sword and Shield era set. However, would you believe me if I said it was only the third best Sword and Shield set on my list? Number 16 is Sun and Moon Unbroken Bonds, and this set is really great, but not perfect. We have the same problem as Lost Thunder, Unified Minds, and Team Up. What are with the GXs? Venomoth, Persian, Dedenne? What are we doing here, okay? I'm willing to look past this kind of thing because there are incredible cards in this set, but it's hard for me to give these nothing GX Pokemon a pass, especially when earlier sets, especially in Black and White and X and Y, the normal EXs were very important to the sets. It almost feels like the Sun Moon era is when like GXs, Vs, and then EXs from Scarlet and Violet started to become like less interesting. Like they become a bit oversaturated, and it almost feels like any Pokemon can get a GX, because if Venomoth got a GX, then what's stopping Diglett from getting an EX? I don't know if that makes any sense, but like it just doesn't feel special to have Pokemon like Persian as a GX, because Persian is not a special Pokemon, and not a lot of people like Persian. So I just wish that was a little bit better. There's also PNG cards in this set, but again, I'll give it a pass. I know I didn't give it a pass before, but it's not overwhelming in this one. I would actually say this is the least bad offender of all the Sun and Moon sets that feature PNG Pokemon, which is only like Celestial Storm onwards through the end of Sun and Moon are the ones that really prominently feature PNG Pokemon. And it's probably, of those, the weakest offender of it. It really isn't distracting at all, and actually a couple of them look fine. I don't know what you expect me to say here. Everything that I said about Unified Minds and Sun and Moon Team Up apply here. There's good trainers. I like a lot of the full art trainers in this set. And actually, while we're on the topic of that, I think the full art trainers are great, but also there's some good normal GX full arts. I do not like GX full arts, and for me to say that there's a couple of them in the set that I think are good, that should be saying something, because I don't like them at all. But yeah, genuinely amazing alternate arts. I don't think that should be a surprise to anyone. Machamp and Marshadow is my favorite of them, but Gardevoir and Sylveon, Greninja and Zoroark, and Muck and Alolan Muck are also incredible looking. The Muck and Alolan Muck is a bit goofy, and I can understand why people wouldn't like it, but I think it's funny. I like it. It's cute. But yeah, this is like a full package. There is good stuff all around, except for the stuff that isn't. Number 15 is Team Rocket. We are in the home stretch, I promise. And this is another really great early Wizards of the Coast era set. It's a good set. I could end it there. That'd be really funny if I cut it off there, but hey, I've been blabbing about every other set. I might as well blab a bit about Team Rocket as well. This was the first set to introduce Dark Pokemon, which all are super unique looking compared to the other holos, and it's really cool that they decided to innovate on the formula so early on. They very easily could have just not done this set, not introduced Dark Pokemon at all, and just continued going on with normal traditional Pokemon cards and holos, like they've been doing for base set, jungle, and fossil. However, the fact that they decided to innovate and give us these dark Pokemon is really cool. I'm really glad they decided to innovate with the cards they made so early on into the card game's life, because that is really what I give most brownie points for in these set reviews, is how unique they are, how cool the cards are in it. And looking at the cards we have today, like all the alternate EXs from Mega Evolution and Scarlet and Violet, comparing it to like the base set holos, we've come a long way. And this truly was the first stepping stone in that journey to get where we are today, because it was the first time they decided to change up the formula a little bit. And not only did they change up the formula, but the dark Pokemon look great, except for Weezing. But I really like them. I really like how a lot of them look goofy,
because Slowbro trying to be evil would look goofy, so it's not inaccurate at all for some of the dark Pokemon to be a little bit silly. And I appreciate that they're not dark in the sense that like Snorlax is gonna kill someone. No, it's like Snorlax is sleeping or silly stuff like that. And I don't know, I just like the set. Again, it's more of the same from Wizards of the Coast. Otherwise, there is still nothing better than basic hollows in the set at this point in time. But again, Dark Pokemon, Dark Dugtrio, Dark Charizard, Dark Dragonite, all of them look really great. And I really like the Dark Hollows in this set. Number 14 is Fossil, and despite this set being extremely small, only being a whopping 62 total cards, which is even smaller than Jungle, granted not by much, Jungle was around 65 cards, I believe, and this is like 3 or so less. That being said, I think that this is the second best that the original era has to offer, and for these original series sets, it's not much different than just I think the hollows in this set are better than that of Team Rocket, and I think Team Rocket is better than that of Jungle. That's basically how I ranked the early series sets. Honestly, base set 2 is kind of an outlier. Otherwise, it probably would be the most consistently solid series of sets ever released, but because it has that blemish of base set 2 in there, I think I'm going to give that trophy to Heart Gold Soul Silver still. But yeah, like I said, this set really just gets a lot of props from me for having cool hollows. I really like the Gay Dragonite card. The Ditto is funny, although it's not my favorite artwork ever. And then the Aerodactyl's also really solid. You also have all the birds, you have Raichu, Magneton, Haunter, all of these just really sick looking hollows. And in this set, you also have cool looking commons and uncommons. And I don't know, it's only 62 cards, so I don't have much to talk about. But like every single card in the set is baseline good, and I probably could nitpick a couple cards I don't like. I'm sure there's like one or two on screen right now that I would say are not my favorite in the whole set. I would actually say like the Gengar Hollow is actually kind of ugly. I don't know why they gave him like the unfortunate 3D model, but that's like the only card in the set that I truly don't think I like. Everything else in the set ranges from solid to really great. And that's why it's the second best of the original series. Number 13 is Celebrations, and let's get the Don fan out of the room. This set is almost all reprints. I guess I should say half of this set is reprints. Celebrations is a weird one to rank. This was released to celebrate the 25th anniversary of Pokemon, and honestly, I don't think of a better way they could have celebrated it than with Celebrations. Celebrations picks 25 of the best cards ever printed, whether they're more competitively viable cards like Team Rocket's Admin or Claydol or Team Magma's Groudon, or they're like celebrating different parts of the card games from like the base set hollows to primes to level X's to EXs to Mega EXs to GXs to baby Pokemon. There's just so much that they get right in celebrations, and there isn't much to hate here. And the only reason that I feel weird about ranking a set like this so high is because I gave so much crap to base set 2. And even then, Evolutions is a very similar concept. Evolutions was for the 20th anniversary of Pokemon, and that was a reprint of just the base set. So that felt more appropriate for like an anniversary of the card game, but for like an anniversary of like Pokemon as a whole, doing this kind of set, this kind of reprint set is so cool. I'm sorry, it's just really cool. I like having all these different rarities from across the entire card game. And sure, there's some weird ones in here. Again, Team Rocket's Admin I mentioned already, Dark Professor Oak or whatever it's called, which I don't care for. I think that's a weird inclusion. Like the Claydol could have been literally anything else. I get that those cards are supposed to be competitively viable and that kind of thing, but like they excluded stuff that they definitely could have included. They missed like legend cards, which were like the best part of Diamond and Pearl. They missed maybe like reverse all the shinies from Diamond and Pearl, break cards from X and Y. Honestly, like tag team cards or Prism Star cards from Sun and Moon could have worked because this is a Sword and Shield era set. And there's just a lot of other cards I would have rather seen rather than just these three specifically.
Also, what they ended up doing with these reprinted cards is even cooler than just giving us the reprinted cards. I don't know if that makes any sense. Essentially, what they did is they added confetti foil to every single card in the set. And that is a really cool way of doing reprints because, sure, they could have just done the normal holo pattern with the 25th anniversary stamp and called it a day. But actually going out of your way to do like this cool confetti holo around not only like the artwork but around the border and stuff looks really cool. That being said, the base set for Celebrations isn't that bad either. You have the Shining Mew gold card, which is a cool thing to search for. It's not like my favorite looking card ever, and it's not really one I'm seeking out to collect, but it's kind of cool to have something to seek out in both the classic collection of the set and the base set, so having like a higher rarity card like that makes a lot of sense. You also have like a full art Professor's Oak, which looks sick, and like this reprint illustration rare before illustration rares existed, trainer gallery-ish card, I guess, reprint of Pikachu from base set. It's like a full art. It has art all over the card. You guys know what a full art is. It's basically just a remake of the base set Pikachu, and I think that is also really sick. So those three cards aren't the reason why I put the set as high as I did. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of the classic collection, but I also really appreciate that every single legendary pair in this set matches the other one. So like Ho-Oh and Lugia match, Groudon and Kyogre match, Reshiram Zekrom match, Xerneas Yveltal match. That is really cool. They did not have to do that. And these are just normal holos. Honestly, they are some of the least expensive holos you could ever get just because of how many you get opening Celebrations. But just the fact that they went the extra mile after doing so much else that would already make this a great set. Like, they already have 25 reprints of really sick cards from the entire card game, and it's just really cool how this set ended up coming together. Number 12 is Scarlet and Violet 151, and this is a really good set. I really like Scarlet and Violet 151. I know, it's basic to say I like a set focused around the original 151 Pokemon. I just think it's a really cool idea for a set. I think just limiting it to Gen 1 is really cool. Also, the fact that for each line in the set, for example, we'll take the Weedle line. You can notice that the Weedle line is done by the same artist through every single line. So Weedle, Kakuna, and Beedrill are all done by the exact same artist. And that is really cool. It adds so much cohesion to the set to have all 151 Pokemon like lines be done by the same artist. And that's true for every single evolution line in this set. I'll think of another one like Horsey. Horsey and Seadra, you could see, is done by the same artist. A more obvious one is the Rattata line, which is done by Sawau. You can very much tell that these are done by the same artist. That's really cool. It does break it a little bit, the fact that the EXs are obviously not done by the same artist, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. Just thought I'd point that out. And while we're on the topic of that, I don't know how I feel about the EXs chosen to be in the set. Doing the basic starters, Venusaur, Blastoise, Charizard, makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense to give normal ones, full arts, and of course, the big alternate arts, despite the fact that I don't really care for the Blastoise alternate art, which sucks because Blastoise is one of my favorite Pokemon ever. But it just makes a lot of sense to focus on those. Also, like Alakazam and Zapdos get really cool alternate arts in the set, which is really sweet. And then you have like other EXs like Arbok and Jinx and Kangaskhan, and they don't get any alternate arts, so it's just the normal ones and the full arts. But I just don't really care about Jinx or Kangaskhan or Arbok enough for me to say that they were the right choice to be an EX. Obviously, I could say a whole bunch of Pokemon I'd rather have gotten EXs, like Vileplume, for example. Vileplume being one of my favorites of all time. Like, if Vileplume did end up getting an EX in this set, I would still complain about it being a weird choice. So that's not really something that matters all too much. I just think that the EXs chosen are a little bit strange. The illustration rares are really good. Poliwhirl, Psyduck, and honestly, like Charmeleon are some of my favorites in the entire set. I think those look sick. However, I'm not madly in love with all of them. Nidoking, for example, I feel could be a lot better. It feels pretty basic and boring. And honestly, I've never been a big fan of the regular Pikachu illustration rare from this set either. Since I've been working on this video, we've had the release of both Black Bolt and White Flare. And this is what really hurts 151 in my opinion. What they did in Black Bolt and White Flare is they gave every single Unova Pokemon, all 153 of them, unique illustration rares or special illustration rares. In 151, they did not do that. So yes, I do wish that they did 151 where every single Pokemon in the set got an illustration rare. That would have been so cool. And I think if they did it now, they would have done it. However, that being said, there is still a lot of great stuff here, especially in terms of like illustration rares and alternate arts, which continue to be fantastic. And this set has some real bangers. Again, that Poliwhirl is really good. Sure, I can wish this set was more than it is, but what it is still pretty good. Number 11, just missing out on the top 10, is Sword and Shield Chilling Reign. And this is an almost perfect set. First of all, there is no trainer gallery at this point in time. If this set came out after the trainer gallery existed, it definitely would be top 10, if not top 5. Because as is, this set has some of my favorite cards ever. First off, Galarian Articuno alternate art, Zeraora alternate art, Calyrex, any of them, literally any of the Calyrexes in the set look really cool. There is so many great alternate arts here. Even for some more obscure ones, obviously you have like the other two birds, Moltres and Zapdos. I've never been a huge Galarian Zapdos fan, and the card isn't my favorite card ever, but it's pretty cool. The Moltres is great. I believe it's the most expensive card in the set, and for good reason. I can see why. You also have like the Blissey, which is quite cute. It's not an insane looking alternate art, but I really like it. You have the Blaziken VMAX, another one that people go crazy over, the Galarian Rapidash, and it doesn't stop at the alternate arts either. There are some incredible full arts. Not just full art trainers, but full art Vs as well. And on top of all that, I just think the Pokemon selection's really good. Again, we already mentioned Blaziken being here. Metagross is another one of my favorite Pokemon. It doesn't get like a cool alternate art, but whatever. I'll take the V Full Art, and V Max, and Rainbow, obviously. But other Pokemon just make so much sense. Focusing on the Calyrexes is cool. Focusing on the birds is cool. I just really like this set. Now, I will say I do like some of the alternate arts, but Sandaconda being here is a little bit silly. Also, Pokemon V's in the main set. Like, why is Liepard here? And it gets a full art too? Does anybody even like Liepard? Well, the first set of 3 I would like to cover, the ones that I missed, is Destined Rivals, and this set is incredible. Complete honesty, if I wrote this video and I didn't finalize the ranking before Journey Together, Destined Rivals would be in the top 10. I love this set. It's such a perfect follow-up to Journey Together. I think bringing back Team Rocket's Pokemon as not only regular commons, uncommons, and holos, but also EXs, illustration rares, and even alternate arts was a fantastic idea and a great direction to take the trainer-owned Pokemon from Journey Together, and I think the execution was even better. These are some of the greatest cards I've ever seen. Random shout out to the Spidops, big fan of that card. In addition to that, the full arts are also incredible. I really like the trainer-owned Pokemon full arts with the silhouette of the trainer in the background. I think there's some really cool ones here. The gold ones aren't as good. I honestly like it more when they're like a single gradient versus like the colored in gold. There's a couple nitpicks I have with the set. Alongside the Team Rocket's Pokemon, you also have Ethan, Cynthia, Misty, and Marnie's Pokemon. And while I like most of them, honestly, I'm not a huge fan that Misty's here. Sure, some of her cards look good, but it just feels like a wasted opportunity because Misty already kind of had her time in the spotlight with like Gym Heroes and Gym Challenge. Obviously, those sets were entirely focused on Gen 1 trainers. So when they did Journey Together and it was like Hop and Lily and En's Pokemon, I thought that was really cool because those trainers were all from the newer generations and didn't have their time to shine in the earlier Gym Heroes and Gym Challenge sets. It's fine. At the end of the day, it doesn't ruin the set. I would still probably put it top 10, to be honest. It's a really good set. Special art rare wise, I know a lot of people like only care about the special art rares. I do like the Moltres a lot, and Cynthia's Garchomp is really solid. But then there's other ones, you know, like Ariana, and honestly, the Mewtwo has never been my favorite. I don't like this one or the one from Ascended Heroes. I actually think both Team Rocket's Mewtwo's were misses. But yeah, ones like the Moltres, Crobat, Nidoking, Ethan's Ho-Oh, those are all absolutely stunning cards. And yeah, it's just a really fantastic set. I really like the gimmick, I really like the execution, and I think they just did a good job overall. Next up is Black Bolt, and this is a weird one to cover because it's only half of the whole puzzle. Black Bolt and White Flare both launched on the same day, and they have the same number of cards, 172 each. Well, actually, White Flare has 173, but combined, it would still be a total of 345 cards. In a way, I understand why they decided to split it in half the way they did, but at the same time, did we really have to split it in half? This set is a special expansion, which means you can't buy single packs or booster boxes, and 90% of the products released have both White Flare and Black Bolt packs inside of it. So honestly, what was the point in splitting this set in two? But whatever, that's fine. Let's talk about the cards themselves, huh? And holy illustration rare. Oh my god, it's like heaven. Every Unova Pokemon across the two sets has a unique illustration rare, and some of them here in this set are so good. Servine, Pansage, Carablast, Fungus, Volcarona, Tortuga, Cubchoo, Tynamo, Duosion, Golett, Conkeldurr, Dwebble, Venipede, Pidove, and Minccino are a few of the amazing cards in this set. Each set has 86 art rares in it. 86! That's the size of some of the sets we talked about in this video. And quality-wise, there really isn't a bad egg of the group. Well, maybe other than the one that actually shits eggs. But the focus on illustration rares, while incredible, don't get me wrong, does kinda take away from the other ultra rares in the set. There's 6 EXs, and those exact same EXs get both full art and alternate art versions. There's no more. Usually these sets have like an extra EX or an extra full art that doesn't have the equivalent to it. On top of that, there's 2 full art trainers, and one of those gets an alternate art. There's also the admittedly sick black and white Reshiram and Zekrom cards, which call back to the original ones from black and white base set, which is incredible. They did such a good job with these cards. And then there's also one of the most hideous cards I've ever seen with that red Victini that's in both sets. Wow. Not for me. Not a fan at all. SIR-wise, there is still a couple of good ones, and honestly, if I have to sacrifice my full arts and my full art trainers for more beautiful illustration rares, please take them. Just get rid of them completely if you want to do more sets with 86 illustration rares in them. And on top of that, the base set does 2 wonderful things. First off, we get the black and white holo foil pattern back, which was a really cool attention to detail they didn't have to do. The black and white holos have this line pattern going across them, and then the scarlet and violet holos are just this flat holo texture. So for this set, they kind of combined them both. They gave the scarlet and violet holos that feature holo on the artwork and on the border this horizontal line pattern, which was really cool. Also, they continued the amazing thing from 151, and each line in the set is done by the same artist. Incredible. Love this. It makes the set look so good on a page. And I actually lied when I talked about 151 because the illustration rare lines are actually not done by the same artists. As you can see with the Clink line, for example, all 3 of the arts are done by different artists. And that's okay. They still look amazing. And yeah, this is a really great set. I am going to deduct a lot of points for it being split in 2. It just seems like a stupid decision with a set like this. And I get it, you don't want the set to have 345 cards, but I don't like it. It sets a scary precedent for the future, which luckily they didn't capitalize on yet, as of recording this. But it's still something scary that I don't like, so I'm going to deduct a couple points for that. Next up is White Flare. Nothing more to add here. Just the same thing as Black Bolt, but the arts are better. And yeah, those are the last Scarlet and Violet era sets I missed. Let's just jump back into the top 10, shall we? Number 10 is Scarlet and Violet Surging Sparks. And this has to be simultaneously the most overhyped and the most underhyped Pokemon card set of all time. First off, let's just get the obvious thing out of the way. This is a Scarlet and Violet series set, which means that there is stunning special illustration rares. I love the Alolan Executor. The Durant is really goofy, but I still like it. The Melodic is incredible and one of my favorites in the entire set. Leasia's Appeal is fantastic. The Latias is fantastic. The Pikachu, admittedly, is okay. And yeah, I like Clement. He has a cool alternate art here as well, and a normal trainer for that matter. And it's not just the special illustration rares that are incredible here, it's also just the normal illustration rares. A lot of these cards play with like lighting or like a sunset motif, which is like one of my favorite things art ever does. I love a good sunset in like a picture or like a painting or anything like that. And a lot of these Pokemon, like the Latios, the Latias, the Mesprit, even like the Larvesta, all play with lighting in a really cool and interesting way. Even the Pikachu. The Pikachu, honestly, is a little bit underwhelming, but that does have some cool stuff going on with the lighting of the artwork, and I really like that. Also, just like the variety of Pokemon they chose to get these cards is really cool. Like having Alolan Executor right next to like Archaludon and Pikachu and Melodic, and it's just like such a cool variety of Pokemon they chose. And sure, there's your Tatsugiri, Slacking, Durants, but like for the most part, even some of the normal EXs in the set that didn't get like a cool special art rare are really cool choices. And before we move on from that, they did give my boy a special illustration rare. Alolan Dugtrio is one of my favorite Pokemon ever just because it's so goofy. And sure, this art rare isn't my favorite. It's honestly a little bit boring, to be honest, but it's still an art rare of Alolan Dugtrio. That's something I've been waiting for years. The fact he never got a GX on Sun and Moon was criminal. And even smaller stuff in this set. Like, there's just some cool normal arts in the commons and uncommons, and then the rainbow bordered full arts that they carried over from Stellar Crown are also incredible. They give me something else to hunt for alongside these incredible special art rares. Honestly, I think it's one of the coolest styles of cards they've ever done, and it's a shame it only lasted for like 2.5 sets. And that combined with the incredible special illustration rares and the art rares, and Surging Sparks becomes one of the greatest sets Pokemon has ever done. Number 9 is base set. I've ranked a lot of sets this video, and I'm sure you've noticed that overall I am a bigger fan of the more modern sets because I like the art rares and the special illustration rares and those big full art chase cards. However, there is something really special about the first set Pokemon ever did. First of all, some of these holos are just iconic. Obviously, you have like the starters, and we could all close our eyes and picture exactly what these 3 cards look like, especially the Charizard, which is like the most expensive, not most expensive card ever because illustration Pikachu or whatever. But like these cards are so iconic. They've been printed time and time again for good reason, right? The Charizard has been in so many sets just because of how iconic of an artwork it is. And there's other incredible looking arts here too. Sure, most of these holos use the original like Sugimori artwork, right? Which could be considered like, oh, it's technically a PNG Pokemon because it's just the Sugimori artwork on a holo. And I don't really feel that way about most of these original cards because when they were made, Pokemon wasn't a big thing. Sure, it was huge, but it's not the monopoly that it is today. So when like later Sun and Moon era sets use PNG artworks that they quite literally copy and paste from Google versus this, which is like hand-drawn illustrations of these Pokemon, admittedly probably copy and pasted onto these cards, it's a little bit different because these feel a little more personal, a little more alive, and just a little bit better. And sure, not every artwork in this set is amazing. Some of the early 3D ones they tried to do, like Dugtrio or Porygon or even like Ghastly, don't hold up super well, but even those have like a certain kind of charm to it where you can look at it and say, wow, computers have come a long way since the 90s. And I don't know, there's not a lot in base set I can hate on. It's base set, you know? All these cards are iconic. Sure, they're not the most exciting artworks in the world, and there's nothing better than rare holos, but it's base set. And I am a big fan of the set that started it all. Number 8 is Call of Legends, and this set is amazing. It's flawed, for sure, there's a bit of a blemish. Anyways, though, most of the artworks in the set, again, most, look stunning. Commons, uncommons, rares, incredible. Some of my favorite holos in the entire card game come from Call of Legends. And obviously, the main gimmick of Call of Legends is the shiny, legendary Pokemon. And there is not one of these that I don't like. Sure, some of the weaker ones like Dialga or Palkia aren't my favorite in the world, mainly just because I don't like the shiny versions of those Pokemon. But even those are still like baseline good. It's just the way they did these cards with like the galaxy foil on not only the card but on the border, the Pokemon like pop from the artwork. It's just really cool. And that gimmick alone carries the set so high in my opinion, because when this came out, this was the set that came out in between Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Black and White. We really didn't have shiny Pokemon like this. The closest thing we had was like a couple of reverse holo shinies in the Diamond and Pearl and Platinum era, and the next thing that we got that was anything close to this was like Hidden Fates with their baby shinies, which was like 10 years after this set came out. So in a way, this set is kind of what we have to thank for like the baby shinies that we have today, and they all look really cool. It's just a really cool special set. Number 8 is Sun and Moon Cosmic Eclipse, and this set is genuinely so close to being perfect. I love this set so much. There's wonderful alternate arts, stunning normal GXs that feature like the trainer on them, and this is before like the Journey Together Destined Rivals like trainer owned Pokemon fully returned. Like no, there's just normal cards in the set like the Silvally GX or the Vileplume GX that just feature said Pokemon's trainer next to them on like the normal artwork and the full art and like the cool alternate art versions of those cards, and they really didn't have to do that. But there's also great tag teams, and some of just the normal tag team artworks are incredible, and that's not even counting for like the absolutely breathtaking special art versions of these cards. Some of those like special illustration rare versions and even rainbow rares. I don't even like rainbow rares, but I gotta admit some of those look great. But mainly the normal alternate art versions of these cards look so good. Like some of the best, if not the best cards in the entire card game. When I did that video ranking every alternate art Pokemon, there were so many from Cosmic Eclipse in S tier, and quite a few of them even made the top 10. That's how great some of these cards really are. And since it's a Sun and Moon era set, there's great full art trainers here too, and great holos. Admittedly, another stain appears here in some of the commons and uncommons, but just like Call of Legends, we can look past that. And also, in this set, something they absolutely did not have to do is they have like a prelude to the trainer gallery cards, where it's like just the Pokemon's name and it's a yellow bordered full art card with that Pokemon and their trainer right next to each other. Off the top of my head, there's like Wishy Washy and Lana, Magnemite and Lieutenant Surge, and like Pikachu and Red, to name a few. There's plenty more. And these not only look amazing, but also just didn't have to be here. Cosmic Eclipse is such a fantastic set as is, that even if these like 9 or so yellow bordered full art cards weren't here, this set already would have been top 10. But adding these on top of what is some of the most beautiful cards I've ever seen in the card game is just like overkill. And really, when we look at this compared to like Sun and Moon base set, like any of the early Sun and Moon era sets, like Sun and Moon, Guardians Rising, any set like those, I was really, really harsh on those sets. And that's because I knew what the Sun and Moon era would turn into with sets like Cosmic Eclipse, like Hidden Fates, were basically the reason I was so harsh on those early Sun and Moon era sets. Because this set, again, is so close to perfect. If it didn't have the PNG cards, and admittedly some of the normal GXs were a little bit not stupid, then I probably would have put the set even higher on the list. But it's just such a great improvement over anything else from the Sun and Moon era, and is easily one of my favorite card sets of all time, even though I didn't open much of it because this is when I wasn't really into Pokemon. Number 6 is Generations, and this set is absolutely fantastic, and almost, dare I say, underrated? It has the makings of what everyone loves in a Pokemon set. There's incredible looking evolutions, there's your Charizards and your Gardevoirs, and yet I really don't see that many people talking about it. Sure, it's not like forgotten or anything, people still bring it up from time to time, But this feels like a set that would go down in infamy being like one of the best sets ever, much like how I think it's one of the best sets ever, but really nobody talks about it anymore. The set is essentially a sequel to Legendary Treasures from the Black and White era, which, I mean, we'll cover shortly, in case you didn't figure that out. And they continued that trend by having, like, these Radiant collection cards. And in the Radiant collection, you have, like, these, first of all, like, commons and uncommons with just, like, little jewels on the side, which are okay. There's a couple cool ones. You also have, like, the hollows, and this is where we get really good. These hollows have, like, really cool and unique patterns on, like, the bottom of the artwork. So you have the Pokemon art in the top, and then, like, over the text, there's usually, like, a cool hollow pattern over it. Like, on the Diancie, I believe there's a castle. On the Swirlix, there's, like, a bunch of little sweets on it. And I think Meowstic has keys. To name a few, I know there's a whole bunch more I didn't even mention. And these are just really cool to pull. I think they might be guaranteed in every pack. It's been a while since I've even thought about opening a Generations pack, to be fair, so I could be mistaken. And then you also have your full arts, so not even like your EXs, but you have like this incredible looking Pikachu where there's a bunch of them on top of each other. Admittedly, it's not like my favorite card ever, but I thought I'd mention it. And then you have your full art EXs, like your Flareon and your Sylveon and your Mega Gardevoir. Honestly, I always thought the Flareon was a little bit creepy because I thought its eyes were too big, but it's probably still my favorite in the whole set, that being said, because it has Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon looking really cute on the artwork together. And then some of the other ones I mentioned, the Gardevoir is incredible. Both the Mega Gardevoir and the normal Gardevoir look incredible. And there's just great normal EXs too. Not only from the Radiant collection with one like the Sylveon and the Flareon, which continue the pattern the hollows have with the cool hollow pattern on the bottom of the card, but also just normal ones. You know, you have all three Mega starters with unique artworks, which is sick. You have like Articuno and Zapdos as Black and White-esque full arts in the set, which is weird because there's no Moltres. That's okay though. And then you also just have some other evolutions like Vaporeon and Leafeon as just normal EXs in the set. So even if you don't get one of the huge Radiant collection cards from the set, or even like a cool holo from the set, from the main set, you could still pull like cool EXs or cool full arts, which is really cool. It's just a really cool set. I really like Legendary Treasures. Again, we'll get there in a second, but having another set in that style during the X and Y era was a really cool decision, and there is just some stunning artworks here. Number 5 is Black and White Legendary Treasures. And who would have foreseen me putting this right above Generations? What? And yeah, this set is basically perfect, let's be honest. Sure, some of the base EXs from the set are reprinted from past Black and White era sets, like the Lugia, for example. But does that really matter? There are original EXs in this set, like Chandelure, and I think Excadrill is another original one in this set, and those are cool enough. I guess it's cool to get original cards. You also have two beautiful gold cards in Reshiram and Zekrom. I believe, unless you count those stupid gold trainers from Black and White, these two gold cards are like the first instance of full art gold cards we've had in the card game. People get iffy about these gold cards, but overall I do like them, especially when they're of Pokemon and not of like trainers like they did in Sun and Moon. Those are cool. They're not like my favorite thing in the world. What is my favorite thing in the world is when you'd open this set and the feeling of getting two EXs in one pack has honestly yet to be topped. The closest thing we've gotten is like if you're opening Scarlet and Violet or Sword and Shield and you get that cool special art rare and then just a normal EX on the back of the pack. That is really cool, but still nothing is topped just getting two normal EXs from Legendary Treasures, at least in my opinion, because this was like my favorite set to open as a kid. And yeah, most of these cards in the Radiant collection like tell a story. Like there's a lot of instances in this video I could have brought up of like two Pokemon cards matching, you know, there's a couple in like Fates Collide and stuff, and some random like Plusle and Minun from Black and White. But here there's a lot of them from the same set that tell a story. You know, you have the Trubbish, the Fion, and the Empoleon from this set, where the Empoleon picks up both the Fion and the Trubbish, which are like sad in their artworks, I think. And then there's the obvious one of like the Natu and the Bouffalant, where the Bouffalant picks up the cold Natu on its back and brings them to warmth. Then there's also the Radiant Collection cards, both the normal ones, like we already mentioned, in Generations, the ones that have the cool holo patterns on the bottom of the cards. Although these ones are a bit of a step up because these ones feature like an additional holo foil over like the entire artwork. It's hard to describe unless you're holding them in person. To most people that won't make a difference, but I just think it's cooler. You know, the shinier the better. And you also have incredible full arts like the Reshiram, Emolga, and the Meloetta, as well as the Shaman. Don't forget that one. And the Mew. The Mew is another stunning one. There's just a lot of really great full arts from the Radiant Collection. And I mean, honestly, I just think this is a better version of Generations. It also came before Generations. This was the last Black and White era set. I easily think it's the best Black and White era set. It just always is gonna hold a special place in my heart. Number 4 is Sword and Shield Evolving Skies, and I would love to be a contrarian. I would love to look you in the eyes and say that Evolving Skies isn't one of the best Pokemon cards ever printed, but who would I be kidding? Whatever stars aligned on the day this set was made needs to be studied, because wow, Evolving Skies is an incredible set. First off, the obvious. Pretty EVs. All of the evolutions get stunning alternate arts, and every single one of them is better than their Prismatic Evolutions counterpart. And no, it's not because of the Terastal crown. I actually quite like some of the ones from Prismatic Evolutions. I'm also one of the freaks who doesn't care for the Moonbryon. I actually think the Prismatic one is better. And I know that's entirely me because the Moonbryon is like the biggest card since Charizard. I just never really cared for it, to be honest. That being said, the sheer number of Evolution's alternate arts is incredible. Every Evolution at least gets one in this set, although weirdly except for Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon. I just remembered that because those were saved for the box promos, which are also stunning, by the way, but I guess those don't technically count for the set. So every Evolution, except for like Eevee, Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon, get 2 stunning alternate arts. And again, I lied because the Espeon was put in Fusion Strike, so that only gets 1. Either way, every Evolution gets at least 1 special illustration rare that looks incredible. You have the Sylveon V and VMAX, both of which are stunning. One of them is like the one where it's stealing cupcakes, I believe. You also have the normal Umbreon, which I also think is better than the Moonbryon, but people like the Moonbryon, I get it. You have the Glaceon, both of which are probably my favorites in the whole set. Same thing with the Leafeons, and the Espeon, which just so happens to be A, my favorite Evolution, and B, but done by my favorite Pokemon artist. So yeah, no duh, that's one of my favorite alternate arts ever. And that would be one thing, right? That would be one thing if the set was just the Evolutions, you know, that'd be great. But it would not be this high on the list. This set actually has both the normal Vs of all the Evolutions, and get this, Prismatic Evolutions, the full arts of all the Evolutions, so it actually feels like a complete set. And guess what? There's other things to pull here. You have the Noivern, the Golurk, the Medicham, the Dragonites, the Rayquaza. And yes, I understand that these aren't why people love Evolving Skies, but it's like these awesome artworks, and yes, I think that the Medicham and the Golurk are awesome. Sue me. On top of all the incredible Eevee artworks in the set, just make this the second best Sword and Shield set. And yeah, you heard me. Second best. There's only 3 sets left, and one of them is a Sword and Shield set. See if you can put that together. Number 3 is Scarlet and Violet Paldean Fates. At the end of the day, all of the Fates sets are fantastic. Sure, I had a bunch of problems with Shining Fates, and there's a couple problems with this one too. Mainly that the main set is a little bit too small, so if you open a lot of it, you get a lot of repeats, and much like Shining Fates, the Pokemon chosen to get the shiny full arts can be a little bit interesting. Fortress, Squawkabilly, Wigglytuff. Like, I understand why some of the weirder Gen 9 Pokemon are here, because, you know, they're Gen 9 Pokemon. This is Paldean Fates. It's in the name, Paldea, so it makes sense why Glamora would be here, even like Espathra and stuff. Those make sense to be here. And admittedly, I've never been a big fan of the special illustration or trainers, especially in this set. There's like the Penny, the Nemona, and the Arven from this set. and the whole gimmick is that like the Pokeball's in the center of the card, right? And I don't know, the Arven's okay, but the other two just always look off to me. The Nemona's not my favorite because I just like the normal Nemona full art from the set more. And the Penny one always made me think that like her arm was distorted or going the wrong way, which I never really cared for. But enough complaining about the third best set Pokemon's ever done. How about some of the positives, shall we? First off, Baby Shinies. This is the third time we've had Baby Shinies, and much like Shining Fates, they are a highlight of the set for me. Each and every one of them is just so cool. And unlike Hidden Fates that had a couple of baby shinies that I think were kind of ugly, not one of these is a miss here. Sure, some of the Pokemon chosen are a little bit strange, but unlike the shiny EX full arts, which there's a limited supply of, there's only like 10 in the set. There's like over 100 baby shinies in this set, so when one of them is taken up by like Snover, it's not the end of the world because chances are you're not going to pull the Snover anyway, and if you open like a box of it, you're going to get quite a few different shiny Pokemon, and having a variety or a scale of different guys you can get from the first like 3 or 4 Scarlet Violet era sets is really damn cool. And then some of them just look really cool. There's some really cool shiny cards in the set. Also, you have what I was hoping these sets would do going into the Scarlet Violet era, and you have illustration rares and special illustration rares. And this is where the set really shines, no pun intended. There's only 3 of each, granted. For regular illustration rares, you have the Pawmi, the Palafin, and the Wugtrio. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, ugh, why is Wugtrio here? But Wugtrio is one of my favorite Pokemon ever. Anything from the Diglett family of Pokemon is one of my favorite Pokemon ever. So going into the set, that was my chase card. And sure, they're common. If you open the set a lot, you're going to get a lot of these 3 illustration rares. But I don't care. They all look really cool. The Palafin's the weakest one. It always seemed a bit off to me. I never liked the 3D style of it, but it's still not bad. I like the lighting on it a lot. The Wugtrio is obviously incredible because it's Wugtrio. And the Pawmi's also really cute, to be fair. It's just like one shiny and like a den sleeping with a bunch of normal ones, which also looks really great. You also have the 3 special illustration rares in the set, and oh my god. Every single one of these is a banger, and these are easily like my top 3 of the set, and it's really not even close. Charizard cards have gone up and down for me in this video, but this is my favorite Charizard card they've ever done. Something about this card is just so raw. Like, the black and the red, maybe I'm just simple, but that color scheme is so good, and it works so well on this card. It almost looks like stained glass, and I know they tried to do that with, like, the one from Obsidian Flames, but this special illustration rare blows that card out of the water just because of how incredible it is. And the Gardevoir isn't far behind in second place. It's really great. I really like the Wooper in the water. That adds a lot to it. And again, the lighting with the blue on this card is stunning. Admittedly, the Bubble Mew is third place for me. I still think it's an incredible card, but the style doesn't really work on a special illustration rare. I'm always going to prefer the special art rares that are insane looking, you know, like the Charizard, that just look so mind-blowingly out of the water that a simple artist like this one doing like a very simple style like this, it's just never going to pop the same way that like the Charizard or the Gardevoir does for me. It's still great though. It's still definitely third place by all means. I mean, some of the normal shiny full arts in the set are also incredible. The Gardevoir looks great. The Mew looks great. Also, both are great choices to get EXs here. The gold cards are okay, although I think it is a huge missed opportunity to not have Koraidon and Miraidon as shiny cards, especially shiny Koraidon because that shiny is incredible. And the way they do like the teal on the gold cards isn't actually my favorite, so I guess I lied when I said I was done complaining. At the end of the day, this set is shiny Pokemon galore. I'm simple, okay? I like the shinies. Number 2 is Hidden Fates. Again, this is an Evolving Skies situation where I would love to be a contrarian and say that this is, again, not one of the greatest sets ever made. But much like Paldean Fates, I just like shiny Pokemon, and this set is a really fantastic celebration of the Sun and Moon era. A problem I had with Shining Fates especially, and a little bit with Paldean Fates, is the fact that they just came too early within their respective generations. Like, Shining Fates was the 4th Sword and Shield era set, and I think Paldean Fates was the 5th. And that means that there wasn't a lot of reprints to pull from, because the way the shiny Pokemon work, especially the full arts, is they take reprinted full arts from the respective era and add the shiny texture to them. When those sets came out so early within their generations, they only had like 3 or 4 sets to pull from. However, since Hidden Fates came at the end of the Sun and Moon era, it was the second to last, only before Cosmic Eclipse, it had so many more sets to pull from, and that is really cool because you have shiny Pokemon reprinted from Sun and Moon Base, Guardians Rising, Burning Shadows, Crimson Invasion, Shining Legends, Ultra Prism, Forbidden Lights, Celestial Storm, and Lost Thunder. The pure variety of shiny Pokemon in this set is incredible, and it's such a great selection of Pokemon. So many cool legendaries and starters and evolutions. And sure, not all of them are the best shinies in the world, but others are. And they're all of like really popular Pokemon, and it's just really cool to hunt them down. Granted, I gave a lot of credit to Shining and Paldean Fates for their incredible baby shinies. The ones here are hit and miss. Sure, there's some really good ones, some that I would say are even better than any of the other sets. And then there's like Scyther and like Oranguru, and those cards just don't look good, I'm sorry. They're just bad. And every other baby shiny from Shining and Paldean Fates was baseline solid. These are just straight up bad. I don't like them. Also, in the base set, it's even smaller than Paldean Fates, which means you're going to get a lot more duplicates. And there's a lot of they didn't even try PNG Pokemon here. Like the entire Geodude line is all PNG artworks. And then the GXs are interesting. There's like Onyx GX, which isn't even fully evolved, and like Starmie. And the base set's kind of a mess. There is cool stuff there, though. I like the Jesse and James and other stuff, I'm sure. I don't know if there's anything else I like in the base set, honestly. It doesn't matter when the Shiny Vault subset, it's been a while since I've had to use that word, is so good. And unlike Paldean Fates, the gold cards here are actually cool because they have the gold Tapus reprinted from Guardians Rising, and those cards use the color schemes of their respective Tapu. So like Tapu Lele, for example, is gold and pink. And that's way cooler than like the hit and miss blue and teal cards from Paldean Fates. You also have like cool trainers, like the Cynthia full art, which is just stunning even if it was from any other set. And it's just so much good stuff. And there's a couple sets in my top 10 that I said were, overlooked or even underrated in certain cases. But Hidden Fates is definitely not overlooked or underrated. And I can understand why Hidden Fates would be a person's favorite set of all time. I can absolutely see that because it's my second favorite set of all time. And I didn't even open much of this set. I opened maybe 10 packs of it total. Because, again, like I briefly said with Sun and Moon Cosmic Eclipse, the later Sun and Moon era, the tag team era Sun and Moon, is the phase I had where I kind of like fell out of Pokemon. Like I still opened the cards, but it was maybe like 4 packs per set. I really didn't go too crazy or anything. But man, I wish I did because like Hidden Fates, Cosmic Eclipse, really any of the other Team Up era sets are just some of the best they've ever done. However, Hidden Fates is great, but my heart still belongs to the best set Pokemon has ever made. Number 1 is Crown Zenith. This set was incredible, and to this day, I strongly believe this set has not been topped as the best set Pokemon has ever done. Despite that being said, this being the number 1 set on my list, let's get one very small nitpick out of the way. The main set is full of reprints, and I've never cared for reprints. A lot of the cards in the set are straight up reprinted from earlier Sword and Shield sets, and that's kind of stinky, and that is literally my only complaint about this set. When I wrote this video, I always went in trying to be as unbiased as possible. I wanted to look at this objectively as like what is truly the best Pokemon set ever made. And overall, if people ask me what my favorite set is, chances are I'm still going to say XY Breakpoint, just because of how much fun I had opening that set. But when it comes to looking at the individual cards within a set, Crown Zenith triumphs over the competition. I like alternate arts. I like trainer gallery cards. I like full art trainers. Guess what this set has so many of? All of the above. It's so incredible. There is 34 yellow bordered illustration rares in the Galarian Gallery. And while not all of them are hits, cards like Diancie, Thievul,
Manaphy, Keldeo, Electivire, Lunatone, Mew, Magmortar, Kricketune end up being some of my favorite cards ever. Not just favorite alternate arts, not just favorite illustration rares, favorite cards ever. And that's not even including the special illustration rares, or like the alternate art V and V Max and V Stars in the set. Deoxys has 3 stunning cards in a V, V Star, and V Max, on top of a normal yellow bordered illustration rare that has like all the item cards from like Chilling Reign and Battle Styles on its artwork, which is sick. The Kricketune I previously mentioned has like a connecting background of like 10 other Pokemon from the entire Sword and Shield era. Speaking of which, there is 22 alternate art Pokemon V, V Max, and V Stars in the set that celebrate Pokemon from the entirety of the Sword and Shield era. So the same reason I gassed up Hidden Fates as much as I did is the same reason I'm going to gas up this set as much as I do. Because it feels like a celebration of the entire Sword and Shield era. There is Pokemon from a lot of the different Sword and Shield era sets represented here as alternate arts, and that's so cool. The legendary beasts, for example, all get these really cool matching cards where they either have like a volcano or like a lightning storm in the background. You have Darkrai in the lake, Glaceon and Leafeon in these stunning natural environments that even rival their amazing alternate arts from Evolving Skies. You have this almost biblically accurate Zoroark card, and you also have the 4 gold Sinnoh legendaries: the Origin Form, Dialga and Palkia, the Giratina, and the Arceus all get some of the greatest looking cards I have ever seen. They get these gold cards that still act like alternate arts with these like stunning artworks on them. To this day, I don't think those cards have ever been topped. Arceus and Giratina specifically are some of the coolest cards I've ever seen. And sure, the Dialga and Palkia are a little bit weaker than the other two, but that doesn't mean they're not amazing cards. It just means they're not as good as the Giratina or Arceus. On top of that, in the main set, you also have Radiance. It doesn't really matter. Radiance aren't the reason why this set is my #1 set of all time, but I'm happy they're here. I like the Radiant cards from Sword and Shield, so I'm happy they're continuing them here. And on top of all that, in the main set, you have this Pikachu that has one of every main guy from the Sword and Shield era. So it has like Shadow Rider Calyrex and like the Urshifu's on it. I think there's like an Inteleon in one of the corners. It basically has all the Pokemon that made the Sword and Shield era special. It's just a really special set. It's the best set they've ever done. I know this for certain now because I've spent too long talking and editing and writing about all 130 of these goddamn sets in this children's card game to find out that I like the one with the pretty artwork, which I guess I could have done in 30 seconds. But hey, I wanted to be thorough, and yeah, I would say I was pretty damn thorough.
Well, that's all of them. On screen now is just a little PowerPoint I made with the individual era rankings, and I just would like to tell you this upfront because this outro is mainly going to be me talking about the absolute hell I went through making this video. So I understand if you don't really want to hear that. If you don't really care, just mute the video and enjoy the little PowerPoint presentation at the end. But yeah, I started writing this video in October of 2024, and the writing part wasn't bad. The writing part was actually really fun. It was my favorite part of the video, but it was long, to say the least, and I ended up finishing it by like late March of 2025. So the original plan with this video was to get it out by the release of Destined Rivals, which was like April of 2025. And in case you can't tell by the fact it's February of 2026, that didn't happen. And what I learned through making this video is that editing takes a long time. I have been very loosely, quote unquote, editing my own videos for the past couple of years now, but I don't think I ever realized just how much work editors actually put in to videos, because this quote unquote shorter project I'm working on, which is still like a 4-hour video, I thought I could finish in a month. And then when that didn't pan out, I was like, okay, well, I'll finish it by the end of the year. You know, it'll be my 4-year anniversary special. And then that didn't happen, and I still had, 20 sets to edit. And I was like, damn, editing's a lot of work. So my time with this video, if it's taught me one thing, is I appreciate editors a lot more. They do a lot of hard work. But yeah, often I would edit, a set a day, and it would take maybe a little under to a little over an hour on average. Some of them obviously took much longer, some of them obviously didn't take nearly as long. And yeah, I was working on this video for a while, so much so that while I was working on it, I kind of stopped myself from doing any other like super creative projects. Like, sure, I uploaded videos, but they're nothing groundbreaking. And it just took up a lot of my time because it's all I wanted to work on. I'm a kind of person that doesn't like to give up on projects. If I have a good idea for a video, like this one, sure, it's not a creative idea, but I really wanted to do it, okay? I am going to see that idea through to the end, and that's exactly what I did here. And honestly, I'm really damn proud of this video. Despite its many imperfections, which yes, I know it has because I too have watched over this video before I'm uploading it, I'm just really proud I was able to do such a big project like this, and I hope you guys really enjoyed it because it was a lot of work. But yeah, usually at this point in the video, people would say like, oh, I learned my lesson, I'm not doing another big project for a while. But unless this video absolutely flops, like nobody watches it, nobody cares, I'll probably do another video, maybe not exactly like this, but another larger form video in the future, because in the end, I did really enjoy writing the script and editing sometimes during the video process. And it was just really fun to make. So again, if this goes over well, I usually just go on how many views it gets. I'm pretty basic like that. Let's say if it gets over, God, I hate jinxing myself like this. Let's just say over 2,000 views, I'll do another video like this. Chances are it's going to end up around the 300 mark like a lot of my other bigger videos do. But in a world where it gets 2,000 views, then I'll make another bigger ranking video like this. I have ideas, both Pokemon card related and not, and I'd be excited to see them through. However, if all my work on this video ended up being for, a small group of people, maybe 100, 200 people watching it, then it's really not worth me wasting a whole bunch of my time making another one. And yeah, I told you this was going to be a lot of ranting that you probably don't care about. But yeah, while I was doing that, you probably saw my individual era rankings as I was going along. Of course, I also have my set, my like series ranking at the end here too. Surprise, the worst one is Pop Series, and my favorite is Sword and Shield. I think I made that pretty clear during my ranking segments if you were watching those and you were just skipping around. If you were, I totally get that. But yeah, a very big thank you for watching. Remember to take care of yourselves because mental health is important. I'll see you all in my next video, and ta-ta for now.